the rotation there is strengthening a bit. So as we see this area, we track it to the northeast. That's why Vera has already fired off their sirens. In southern Washington County, you should be in your shelter. Now, this is an area that is just north of the Tulsa Metro. Here's Skiatook right here. There's the area of circulation just to the north and west of that city. And these are big population centers here, folks. So we have to make sure that everybody knows that we've got a tornado warning. If you know anybody that lives in these areas between Vera and Skiatook, you need to be making sure that they are well aware of the situation. It's a tornado warning that's in place right now for just north of the Tulsa Metro here. Here's Skiatook. There's the shear that's happening with the strong rotation. And again, this is an area, this is a day that we went into knowing there'd be a threat for tornadoes. So this is happening pretty much the way it was expected. We knew we'd have some chances for some tornadoes in the late morning, early afternoon. And then as we headed into the 4 or 5 o'clock time frame, there could be more as well. So yeah, we have a tornado warning here, and I believe we have an update from Colton on this as well.
Yeah, Kevin, just quickly, also want to mention we're hearing reports now of maybe a little bit of a wall cloud developing on the west side of the Tulsa Metro over the Sand Springs area. That would check out with some of the latest velocity that's come in. We're seeing it is very weak circulation, nothing like what we're seeing on the north sides of the county, but I'm watching this area closely here over the West Metro. If this were to intensify, it would do it very, very quickly, and that's where shear rate is already kind of beginning to detect. Again, it's very weak, but if this were to intensify quickly, we would be talking about a tornado warning for probably most of the Tulsa Metro area. So we're going to watch that really closely. I'll jump right back in if something happens in this area, but just want to let folks at home know if you see ominous clouds on the west side of the Metro, I'm watching it really, really close.
You got to appreciate that, Colton, and that is along that line of thunderstorms that stretches from Osage County. There's the line of thunderstorms we've been talking about. It stretches from really the Kansas-Oklahoma border all the way down into Creek County. And it's the line of thunderstorms that has the potential to produce tornadoes because of the atmosphere that we're in. There's really good wind shear today. There's a really good front. There's a good moisture boundary. So we have a lot of ingredients in place that will allow these little notches to form within this line of thunderstorms. So we're tracking the entire line here as it moves to the east. Red Fork at 1237, Osage Casino 1236. So we're getting into, that's minutes from now, some of those communities being impacted by severe wind, possible some small hail in there too, but it's mostly damaging straight line winds, 60 miles an hour. And within that, we've got these notches that are forming along these along this line of severe thunderstorms. There's the tornado warning right there. It's for an area just about a mile or two northwest of Skiatook. And as that storm moves its way to the northeast, it will impact communities between Collinsville and Vera. This is a southern Washington County, excuse me, and northern Tulsa County. Now, as far as the Tulsa Metro goes, we are under a severe thunderstorm warning, and the worst is just to our west. It's going to be moving in here. You get Tulsa here at 1238 for the line of thunderstorms that's coming in. But the real concern here is the fact that the conditions are such that it's going to be one of those long lines of thunderstorms stretching from north to south, and you just look for the kinks in the radar, the little notches, and that means you get rotation. And then you put up the velocity data like we did just there, and you look for the rotation, excuse me, to be verified, and there still is some there. There may be some weakening of the rotation, just looking at that this last run here, this last image, I should say, but there's definitely still, excuse me, there's still some rotation right there.
Yeah, I'll fill in here for you just a second if you want to grab a drink of water or something. Like you mentioned, again, some circulation. If you notice, the tornado warning box has shrunk quite a bit. The Weather Service, they seem to identify just this very small area of circulation here. Right now, we're talking about the very, very far northwestern corner of Tulsa County, and they're going to be drifting into southern Washington County, into the Vera area. So folks, if you live, again, the box is very small, but if you live in this area, this is still the area where we believe that a tornado formation could be imminent. It's not, we don't believe on the ground, but we think that it's possible that a tornado could still develop at any time. Again, if you notice, the area has broadened quite a bit. If we back it up just about 10-15 minutes, there's a pretty clear circulation there out west of Sperry, and then at this point it's broadened out quite a bit. But we still think there's some circulation ongoing, and shear rate is still very, very excited about circulation here. So these are products that we use and that we certainly trust because there is the potential for severe weather today. So we know that anything that kind of looks ominous, it's safe to assume that it is. So as you mentioned, Kevin, we'll be watching. I'm going to put up our nowcast over the next 2 hours here to kind of watch what we believe this line is going to do. This line eventually is going to drift, continue off to the north and to the northeast, but then additional activity is possible from the southwest to move right back over the same area. We know that today the threat is there for any storm that develops across green country to potentially be tornadic, to try to produce a tornado, Kevin. So we know we're going to have to watch it awfully closely.
You got it, Colton. And this nowcast that you were just looking at goes out a couple of hours, and we're going to see a situation like we have right now. If you look at the next couple of hours worth of future radar, you're looking at many of these strips of thunderstorms, okay, these lines of thunderstorms. And because there's good wind shear in the atmosphere, along any of these lines, we could get little spin-ups that associated with the tornado warning that's near Skiatook. Has broadened a bit, so it's better than tightening. But we've got to really the Weather Service has really honed in on that area of circulation, and you can not only see the circulation in the velocity data, you can also see it in the radar data, because look how it's forming a little bit of a notch here, and you see the winds are coming right in here, so you can kind of picture the circulation that's happening there. And once you get that rotation of a thunderstorm, that's when you get the tornado to form. Now, fortunately, we don't have any confirmations yet of a tornado on the ground. At this time is still a Doppler indicated tornado warning, but I'm sure that everyone that lives in Vera and surrounding communities, looks like they just issued another tornado warning there, just north of Vera into the rest of southern Washington County, now impacting portions of Nowata County. If we take the radar off right there and just look at the shear rate, once you get into that maroon color, that's strong rotation. So as you see, there are areas of strong rotation along that line of thunderstorms. So we are tracking that entire line along which tornadoes could form. And it's a pretty large area now. Just south of Oshaleta, there's Ramona and Vera. Those are the areas that are imminently impacted by this. You guys should be in your shelters, in your safe place, and make sure that we stay there until the threat is over. So we have a couple of tornado warnings for areas of southern Washington County, right on the Tulsa County border, northern Tulsa County. It looks like the rotation happening near Skiatook is still viable and is moving toward Vera. Then we've got more rotation going on just to the northwest of that, south of Oshaleta, and that's moving to the northeast as well. So we're tracking that there's that line that we're tracking. So this is when these thunderstorms that could be producing tornadoes, this is when they would hit your town. Places like Jamestown just after 1 o'clock, about 20 minutes from now. Talala, you've got 12:56. That's coming up in about 15 minutes. So you have time to prepare here if you're in the threat of this line of storms that could produce tornadoes at any point, especially if you're south and west of Nowata to Talala back to Ramona. In these areas of southern Washington County, you need to be in your safe place. If you live in northern western portions of Rogers County in southern Nowata, you might have a little bit more time. And I know sometimes if you live in a mobile home and you've got about 20 or 30 minutes lead time before a tornado would possibly hit, you got to get out of that mobile home and you got to find a safe place. Maybe you have a friend or neighbor that you've predetermined that you'll go to their place, or maybe a sturdy building that you know of, like a library or something like that you live nearby, or perhaps even a shelter is in your town and you can go to it. Because remember, mobile homes are not safe in tornadoes. We hear it every year here in Oklahoma that there are fatalities where people try to ride out the storm in their mobile home, and you can't do it. So if you live in Ramona, Oglesby, Vera, those are 3 towns right now which are under the threat for a possible tornado within the next 15 to 30 minutes. Now, we've tracked this entire line of thunderstorms well off to the north and east, as you see. So if you live in Nowata, you are not currently in the tornado warning. However, if it moves in its current direction, there's the edge of the tornado warning just to the southeast of Glen Oak. If this were to continue, then you would be impacted eventually in a place like Nowata. So tornado warnings, a couple of them going on here, northern Tulsa County, Skiatook, and also Ramona, Vera. There's the line of storms which has some rotation in it. Colton, do you have an update?
Yeah, Kevin, a couple things for you. I can confirm that in Oologah, the tornado sirens are going off. You'll notice Oologah is not within the tornado warning, but folks in Oologah, again, this is a long line of potential rotation, so you're always better safe than sorry. Because even though maybe you're not technically within the warning, there's still circulation possible, so it's a good idea for folks in Oologah to more than likely go ahead and be in that safe spot. I will mention, let's go down to kind of the southern end of our viewing area here. These are warnings that have been very, very long-lived, and these are not within our viewing area yet, but they will be shortly if they do hang together. So this is in Seminole County now for a line, once again, of similar area of circulation that, again, is moving off to the north-northeast here. About 50 miles per hour, folks. Storms today are moving quite quickly. So if this zone continues to rotate, we're going to be talking about Interstate 40 and then eventually into areas in Ofuskie County, somewhere in the Okemah area, maybe in about an hour. IXL about an hour 20. We're talking about the Castle area about 1:15. Okay, so folks, we're watching this area closely as well. Again, currently just within Seminole County. So it's not within our area, Kevin, but it will be shortly if it kind of continues to maintain its strength. So for now, we're mainly focusing on the North Metro, but I think shortly we're going to have to start focusing on areas elsewhere as severe storms move in. One more thing quickly for you is we are watching. I'm going to show you our transit camera here, part of our Grigsby's Carpet and Tile Live Camera Network. This scene has darkened very, very quickly just over the last few minutes here as severe thunderstorms are moving into the Tulsa Metro. Folks in the Metro, right now, the only tornado threat is on the north side. That could change, but really what we're going to be expecting over the next 20 to 30 minutes in the Metro, heavy rain, lightning, and a little bit of wind. So get ready for that. I would hunker down wherever you are, at least for the next 20, 30 minutes. We've got chasers out. I'm watching their feeds. As soon as they have something, I'll have it over to you, Kevin.
Appreciate that, Colton. So this is a situation where we've already earlier today into the morning hours, we had tornado warnings in places like Seminole County and Hughes County and south and west of that. And then once that activity made its way up toward Okfuskee County, it turned into less of a rotation event. So let's hope that that happens again, but we can't hold our hats to that just yet. We do have a couple of tornado warnings here, though, folks. You need to be in your safe space. If you live in Vera, Ramona, here's no water right here. The edge of the tornado warning is just to your southwest. Talala, you are in this tornado warning. As Colton mentioned, Oologah, you have the sirens going off in your town. And if you're a community planner or a manager, and I think it's a good idea if you're nearby a tornado warned area to fire off those sirens just in case, especially with a situation like this, where as we zoom in on another area of rotation, when you look at these areas of rotation, we get down to try to get down to street level there, but that's when you see the fact that we've had these areas of rotation in different areas along that line. So they'll form, then they'll weaken, then another area of rotation will form to the south, then another one forms to the north. Which one is going to form the tornado? Yeah, that remains to be seen. But these tornado warnings are with us, and if you do live in a town like Oologah, the managers there decided to fire off the sirens because of that uncertainty of where exactly these little hooks, if you will, these little notches in the storms are going to occur. Right now, there's a pretty good one just north of Vera. So we are watching very threatening clouds out there. You've got a tornado warning for areas just north of Vera, and that's moving to the northeast. It looks like any circulation that was near Skiatook has gotten out of there. These storms are zipping pretty quickly to the northeast. I know the one down south was going at 50 miles an hour, and this one may be going pretty fast as well. So we have that area of rotation as the radar updates has moved its way now a couple of miles to the northeast of Vera. That's where we still have the velocity couplet. It may have broadened just a bit, but we still have the velocity couplet just to the, now it looks like about 2 or 3 miles northeast of Vera is where the tornado could form at any time into areas eventually moving toward Talala and just north of Oologah. And again, this is an area where there's a large area of thunderstorms that are occurring right now in the Tulsa Metro, bearing down on the city of Tulsa. And the impacts we're going to be seeing are 60-mile-an-hour winds, some small hail, and some dangerous lightning. In addition to that, we're going to continue to see these little notches in the radar where we have a little bit of spin. And it looks like, yeah, we've got a couple of those right now. The tornado warning that was in effect for northern portions of Tulsa County and southern Washington County, that looks like that rotation has really zipped its way almost out of that area completely. So the area we're really watching right now is going to be an area right near Vera. And as this storm moves its way to the north and east toward Talala, southwestern Nowata County, if you live there, if you live in northwestern Rogers County, that's where you're going to be dealing with the threat here for a possible tornado as we move through the next 15 to 20 minutes. You see that we're keeping the velocity data up right here. There's the rotation just a couple of miles to the northeast of the town of Vera. And as that storm moves its way to the north and east toward Talala, we have to be in our safe spots right now. Now, we do have some streams up right now. There's an impressive shelf cloud making its way through the area right now. We've got pretty threatening clouds here.
Yeah, Kevin, that's David Gady's shot.
Okay.
And he's currently looking at the tornado warning right now.
Okay.
The shelf cloud out ahead of it, that's usually an indicator of at least maybe a little bit of a strengthening within a mesocyclone. So he's just northbound. He's just off Highway 169 right now, but he's looking right at it. And again, if you notice on the radar there, the couplet just within the last couple of scans, I think has strengthened a little bit. So this thing is getting ready to move into northwestern Rogers County. It's going to try to cross Highway 169 at some point. It may not do that in Rogers County. It may be trying to do that closer to Nowata County. So we're going to have to watch it closely. But folks, if I live in Nowata, maybe even as far northeast as Delaware, I'm kind of really watching the circulation. I'm thinking about what my severe weather plan is going to be, because there's going to be a possibility that this thing becomes long-lasting at this point. We know the environment out north of the Tulsa Metro isn't necessarily as high as it is off to the south and to the southeast, but so far we're watching what we believe to be a developing tornado. Shear rate is becoming high to extreme at this point. I'm watching debris detector. We're not seeing anything terribly conclusive except for maybe these last couple of scans, so we're going to have to keep an eye on this closely. But for the time being, this is the storm to watch, folks. We need to be on this as this thing kind of is getting ready to move out of Washington County in the next 10-12 minutes.
So, Colton, we've got David Gady here. Where exactly is he located again?
He's just exited off 169. I'm not exactly sure which exit. He's looking off to the northwest right now towards the.
So he's looking back off. He's got a good vantage point. Obviously, you got the shelf cloud out in front. And as Colton just mentioned, looking at that last velocity scan, not only was there a tightening in the velocity, but it looked like it was strengthening as well as far as the brightness, the light color of the green and the light color of the red. Once those get lighter in color, that means you're getting a stronger couplet and stronger circulation. So we're looking at the shear here, 54 miles an hour outbound, 37 miles an hour in. So we're definitely watching. That would be, this isn't right at the ground because it's not very close to the radar set, but it's not too far away. So that could be 80 miles an hour of shear right there, of just rotation. And that's dangerous. I mean, you get a tornado to form out of that very easily. And as we're looking at these different parameters here, if you do live in right on the border there of Washington County and Rogers County, west of Talala, northeast of Vera, that's where this circulation is, northwest of Ulaga. And this thing is moving to the northeast. It does have a history of showing itself to be something that would cause a tornado with these little velocity couplets, if you will. And boy, it's a strong one right there. And kind of surprised here that we don't have eyes on the ground telling us that there's a tornado, because the indications look pretty strong on this one. So if you do live there east of Ramona, right on the border there of Washington County and Rogers County and northwest of Ulaga, that's the area we're watching for a potential tornado to form at any time. And we've also been watching wind shear or little areas of rotation even farther south, into central Tulsa County. But so far, none of those have developed. But this is the one that we're going to be watching for right now. Now, we can hear, if you guys want to kill Colton's mic, we also know that we've got some tornado warnings coming on the way to Okfuskee County as well. So Mother Nature is hitting us right now in the northern metro, north of Ulaga, right on the northwest corner of Rogers County. And we do have storm chaser David Gady out there who was watching that storm from a good vantage point from the southeast looking to the northwest. And good rotation in this storm. There's a look at David Gady's shot again. We definitely have the the shelf cloud out ahead of it. Got a couple of striations in there looking for, it looks like from this particular vantage point, you can't really see too many details within the storm itself. But we know this, we've got an area of rotation sitting in northwestern Rogers County, and you can see it very easily by looking at the velocity data. So we're going to track that specific area of rotation and watch it at its current speed when it will be impacting places like Nowata and Childers, and eventually all the way up to Hollow. Now, these cities are not in the tornado warning, but because this thing is held together for a good 30 to 45 minutes, we're going to hopefully you have time to prepare. If you live in these areas, you know where your safe spot is. Maybe you're somewhere where you need to be somewhere else. Like if you live in a mobile home, you don't want to be there. You want to be somewhere else, drive to a safer location, a sturdy building. Because this is an area right here of southwestern Nowata County, northwestern Rogers County, and areas between Ramona and Watauga. That's where the location of the rotation is. And this thing could drop a tornado at any moment. Look, notice how you've got the velocity couplet right here. You got a little bit of a notch in there, and you've got the green next to the red. That all that's saying is that the air is going away from the radar site when it's red, and it's going toward the radar site when it's green. So there's a spin going on there, and that's the area of rotation. And when you get a rotating thunderstorm, that's when you get the better chance for tornadoes. Thunderstorms that rotate, the updrafts and downdrafts can get separated, and it can really strengthen. So we're going to keep putting up this debris tracker here to see if we can see anything. It looks like there's some pretty strong winds here coming in. Whether or not it's a tornado is undetermined, but there's definitely some debris being kicked up by this storm system in the areas between say Oshaleta and Talala, northwestern Rogers County. We've got perhaps some debris being picked up there, but with eyes on the ground here, we're still waiting for confirmation for the potential of a tornado to have occurred. So right now we've got a few areas that we're watching. There's a line of thunderstorms that's stretching from the Kansas-Oklahoma border right through Osage and Washington counties, all the way down through the Tulsa Metro. We're getting some rain and wind right now in Tulsa County. But as far as the tornado warnings, this is the one right here. You see the warned outline, and boy, that is an impressive mesocyclone right there. Notice how you've definitely got, if you look at the radar, then you look at the velocity data, it matches up. So you've definitely got a rotating thunderstorm here, a supercell thunderstorm, and there could be indications of some debris. If you see a little bit of that yellow there, that we just showed you on the debris tracker, I'd be interested to see if, I don't know if David Gady is still out there. Is he on 169? It looks like he's trying to get a better vantage point there. Yeah, that looks like a mess out there. We've got definitely some threatening clouds going on, and he's looking right into the teeth of this storm right here, and you can see the clouds kind of it's expanding outward there. If you take a look at the full screen picture, this is David Gady in northwestern Rogers County looking right at the storm here that has a tornado warning in it. So you've got the shelf cloud coming out and looking for a wall cloud. That might be it right there. So he's got a good vantage point. He probably doesn't want to get too close there. Yeah, it's definitely a situation where when there's rotation and you're in Rogers County and you're anywhere in the path of this potential tornado, you need to be in your shelter. Now, we appreciate storm chasers like David Gady being out there for us. We're down to street level. Here's Feed Road, and this is northwestern Rogers County, west of Highway 169. So it's west of Highway 169 along Feed Road, where we've got a pretty good velocity couplet going on just in that northwest corner of Rogers County. It's about 5 miles to the northwest of Talala, and it looks like about 6 or 7 miles west of Watauga. So that's the area of rotation, and as it moves to the north and east, we have to make sure we are in our safe spots.
And Kevin, down to the street level here, just want to let you know, folks in the area, let them know, you may be familiar, this is a pretty rural area, but there's still a lot of houses, a lot of farmland out this way. So right here, we're watching, this is East 300 Road, and then this road here is South 4080 Road, okay, and that's where we think this circulation may go right to that intersection right there. Okay, so again, East 300 Road and then South 4080 Road. That's where the circulation is going to be. Nobody has really, especially at the Weather Service, confident enough to look at some of the debris detector data, but we think that this tornado may have had at least a brief touchdown if it's not currently on the ground. Okay, so folks, just to get your bearings straight, if you're hearing Rogers County and that's making you nervous, Rogers County is a pretty populated county. It's a very large county. You've got Catoosa, Inola, Claremore. None of those areas are in the line of fire right now. Okay, the line of fire right now is far northwestern Rogers County. We've got a new tornado warning. This thing is fixing to cross into Nowata County. For now, it's still in Rogers County, Kevin, but now areas like Nowata need to be taking shelter. Your immediate tornado precautions, Watova, a very small community there, the northern sides of Oologah Lake. And if I live in Delaware and if I live in Childers, I'm in my safe spot. This thing is quickly continuing to cycle. We think it may have had at least an imminent touchdown. It's not confirmed. Now this thing is a developing tornado. It's possible at any time to be on the ground. We're watching it close. Nowata got to be in your safe spot.
Yeah, we've got a tornado watch in place as well until 6 o'clock for just about the entire area of green country, including Tulsa. This is the warning here that we're going to be really concerned with for the next 15 to 20 minutes. It was cycling as a kind of weakening rotation, then strengthening, but it's a large area of rotation, and it's definitely tightened up. And that means we've got a rotating thunderstorm or a supercell thunderstorm. We've got David Gady out there in northwestern Rogers County. He's chasing this for us, looking for a potential, anything to develop there underneath that cloud. Perhaps we've got a little bit of a tail going on there. There's definitely, you can almost see the rotation under the big area of clouds there, under the mesocyclone, if you will. And we're looking right here. So definitely David's got a good vantage point, and we could take that full screen here and take a look at it for a second. David Gady's shot there. So yeah, you got the lowering of the cloud base. Not a surprise to see when you have a tornado warning. We haven't had any confirmation yet. As Colton mentioned, there may have been a brief touchdown within the last 15-20 minutes. We did see something being indicated by debris tracker just for one scan of the radar, and now that kind of went away. But this situation here is definitely a concerning one. If you live in northwestern Rogers County, this is going to be moving into Nowata County, including the city of Nowata. Now, all those people have to be in their safe spots. This is David Gady's live stream, which we're looking at in northwestern Rogers County. He's near Highway 169, looking to the north and west. And definitely that storm looks like it's trucking along pretty fast here. We haven't seen any tornado with our eyes yet, but we know these clouds are threatening, and we've seen some lowering, and that will indicate you get the lowering of the cloud base, and then that's where the tornado can form. So as you look at that, you can definitely see why this is a concerning situation. It's a very volatile situation as far as just looking at the clouds themselves. It looks like we're trying to get right down into here, maybe something trying to form. So you'll see that in more than one area of that lowering of the cloud base. You could get something formed here. You could get stuff formed down here as well with that developing wall cloud. So, boy, this is a good vantage point to watch. I'll tell you what, let's put up this live stream on like a split screen, if you will, because I really want to detail so people can see exactly where we're talking about here, who has this tornado warning in place. You got the velocity data up there into areas of northwestern Rogers County. If you could switch those, that'd be even better. I appreciate that. I appreciate that very much. There's okay, we got Watova right there. West of that, this is a very impressive velocity couplet, just a few miles northwest of Talala. As we looked at that wall cloud that David Gady was showing us, we know that at any point this thing can drop a tornado. This has been a tornado-warned storm now. We think at one point it may have touched down near Vera and then lifted back up. And when you get a supercell thunderstorm, as we hear thunder here on Lookout Mountain, when you get a supercell thunderstorm, you're going to get, these things can live for hours, and they can spit.
To interrupt you, the box is not purple yet, but this is a confirmed tornado. At least we know it has prompted at least one touchdown It may not be down right now, but this is a confirmed tornado now in the far, far southern sides of Nowata County, just for the record.
Okay, yeah, this thing is moving fast. Now it's already in southern Nowata County, and if you do live in those areas of southern Nowata County, including the city of Nowata, this thing is moving 45 miles an hour to the north and east. And as Colton just mentioned, this is a confirmed tornado warning for southern Nowata County, northern Rogers County, and it's moving its way to the northeast at 45 miles an hour. If you look at, we're also looking at the live stream of David Gady, which is showing you, we're going to look to see under that lowering of the cloud base to see if we can see a tornado form. We haven't yet, but that doesn't mean there isn't one there. So the Weather Service has gone ahead and made this a confirmed tornado warning. And if you do live in these areas that are in the path of this storm, Watova, Childers, and just south of Delaware, those areas north of Talala is where the strongest rotation is. That's where the tornado is, a few miles north of Talala as it moves its way to the northeast at 45 miles an hour. Safe spots here, folks, for you. We're going to be talking about getting work. You know exactly where to go for your safe spot as well. But there's very good rotation here. The shear rate, if you look at the key up here, strong shear going on with this storm just a few miles north of Talala, just a few miles west of Watova. And if you do live in Nowata, Childers, and Delaware, there's Highway 169. This thing is just minutes away from impacting Highway 169 as it moves to the northeast in southern Nowata County. You see the latest radar scan right there. It definitely moved a lot in just the last scan. So we're looking at that area of rotation right there. Watova, you are in the thick of it here. If a tornado were to form, it would be in the vicinity of East 290 Road and just west of Watova.
And right about East 270 Road.
Yeah.
So if the center of circulation maintains its path, it's going to try to. Watova is a small community. There's not much there. A few houses and a church. I believe they're just on 169 there. So Watova, folks in that area, you know where you are. You're right between 260 and 270 Road. The center of circulation is going to, if anything, it's going to go north of 280, it looks like. Maybe try to go about between 270 and 260. It could be as far north as 250. But folks in the area, you'll know what we're talking about. But again, as Kevin mentioned, this is not just a single circulation. This is a broad area of circulation. That's why if you're in this, folks, we've had a confirmed touchdown. So do not play with this. Get in your safe spot. And again, it's moving quickly, okay? 45, 50 miles per hour. That's hard to outrun. You got it, Colton. And we can hear the heavy rain here on the station here on Lookout Mountain on the northwest side of Tulsa. We know we have a severe thunderstorm stretching farther south from this activity here. And we're also keeping an eye on not just this confirmed tornado warning crossing 169 near 260 Road, but we're also watching down to Okfuskee County because there could be imminently a tornado warning for Okfuskee County, which could impact Okemah. So we're getting it here on the kind of the northern part of our viewing area and also the southwestern part. But if you live in Nowata, you need to be in your safe place. Watova, you do as well. As we're watching the worst of the rotation or the strongest part of the rotation moving toward Highway 169 and East 260 Road, or maybe just north of that. So those are the areas that we have to make sure that you're in your safe spot right now. And as we've been mentioning, it's not just one area of circulation. There could be others that form even on down the line. Colton, you have an update? Okay, Kevin. Yeah, a few things to run through here. As you mentioned, let's talk about the Metro just briefly. Right now, the severe thunderstorm warnings mainly for the Metro have expired. We still have some severe thunderstorm warnings for areas like Owasso up to Collinsville, but for downtown Tulsa, currently, no severe thunderstorm warning, just heavy rain, a little bit of wind, and some lightning. So folks, hunker down in the Metro, but we are not watching a tornado threat for the Tulsa Metro right now. Okay, let's go down. You just mentioned to Okfuskee County. On your split screen there on the right side, that's James McMullen. He's watching what has been a long-lived tornado warning that's now coming out of southern Oklahoma and is trying to come into the western sides of Okfuskee County. Right now, not a tornado warning for areas like Payton, Boley, Castle, IXL over to Okemah, but we think that there's still a circulation. You can see it right there. Okay, it's in the very, very far northeastern corner of Hughes County here. It's going to cross the river. This is the North Canadian River, right just to the west, if not right over the small community of Castle. Okay, there's a small store there, Castle Grocery Store. Again, just a few houses, but folks in the area know exactly what I'm talking about. It's the intersection of Highway 62 and Highway 48. And this is an area of circulation that is still needing to be watched. Kevin, if it were me, I'd be issuing a tornado warning for Okfuskee County because of how long the circulation has lived. We think it's still there. We think it's still developing. So folks in Okfuskee County, I would be ready. I would be ready if you live between Boley and Okemah. That is castle, 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 all right? That I would be ready to be in my safe spot because we're talking just a number of minutes away. We're talking about 5 minutes away. McMullen's on the ground. He's going to let us know as soon as he sees something. But for the time being, Kevin, I think we're getting ready to have maybe a second tornado warning now down in the Okfuskee County area. We need to go back to Nowata County, but I'm going to watch that closely. I'm going to jump right back in because I think a tornado warning could be imminent in that area.
You got it, Colton. We're trying to watch a couple of areas here, and the live stream that we've got right there, is that still Gady, or is that a different stream?
No, that's James McMullen, and he is in he is in Okfuskee County, so he's ready to go as soon as that warning potentially crosses into the line.
Yeah, I got you. He was at Bristow earlier. He's made his way south, and he's watching that. We're going to be watching that for the potential of Okemah being impacted. Right now, our main concern here is the active tornado warning, which is crossing Highway 169, southern Nowata County. That is a circulation that has been living here and has been strengthening. So here's Nowata right here, and here's the tornado warning that's moving actually just to the north, and right through Nowata is where we're going to be expecting the tornado to hit. So you need to be in your shelter right now, southern and central and eastern Nowata County. As that storm moves its way, there's actually 2 tornado warnings there. One of them is for southern Washington, but the circulation there has shifted farther northeast, and the one that's moving into southern Nowata County is the one we're really watching here as it makes its way south of Nowata and eventually right up against Craig County. So this is a circulation here that's been living for now more than 45 minutes. We're also watching a heavy thunderstorm here just southwest of Okemah near Castle, as Colton was mentioning. That's a severe thunderstorm warning for 60 to 70 mile an hour winds. And there's also some rotation in there that has tightened up with this storm here in far northeastern Hughes County. That has really tightened up in the last, say, just couple of radar scans. So a tornado warning could be imminent for you if you live in Okfuskee County. So we'll definitely keep your ears to the scanners for that one and your eyes to the TV. So we've got a couple of areas of concern here as far as the Tulsa Metro. The thunderstorms that moved in from the west have weakened, so the warning for the city of Tulsa, I should say, has been allowed to expire. But just north of town here, up north of Owasso, this is an area, this line of storms right here is severe thunderstorm warned as it moves through Rogers County. And once you get up into southern Nowata County, that's where the rotation is there as it crosses 169 and it's moving. Okay.
Really quickly, just a couple things to report to you. Folks at home, we know that there was a tornado somewhere in the neighborhood of Talala. The Talala, Oklahoma mesonet site actually recorded a 94 mile per hour wind gust. And so we know that mesonet site was very, very closely impacted by the tornado. That was whenever it was back again in the far northwestern corner of Rogers County. Okay, so that's a confirmation there that at least at one time, very recently, there was a tornado on the ground. We think it was about 5-6 miles northwest of Talala. The good news is that the circulation has seemingly broadened quite a bit just over Highway 169 right now, about 2 miles south of the community of Nowata. Okay, so that's a good sign to see right now for folks that live in Nowata and maybe particularly on the east side of town. Now, that's not to say that it can't re-intensify because we do know that, again, the environment is there today. But if you take a look at the current scan, the way it looks right now, it's quite a bit less threatening than it looked, say, 10, 15 minutes ago. So that's a good sign to see so far. We're still tracking, again, for across the metro. Things are quiet. Down to our south and to our southwest, there's currently not a tornado warning for areas of Okfuskee County. We're still watching an area of circulation that we just mentioned to you, but that area has weakened quite a bit as well as it is now getting ready to cross Highway 62. There's still certainly a lowering there. James McMullen, he's eastbound on 40 right now, trying to kind of keep an eye on things for us in that vicinity over in the Castle area. We don't think that There's currently an imminent danger, but there's still certainly a circulation there. And again, Kevin, I'll just say the Oklahoma Mesonet has confirmed the wind gust of 94 miles per hour from the Tulsa Mesonet site, so that is all the confirmation we need. We know that that thunderstorm, the severe thunderstorm, is not even remotely strong enough right now to produce a wind gust in that neighborhood. So it had to have been a tornado, and that's part of the conversation.
Yeah, I got you, Colton. Good point. I mean, these storms that have been coming through, as far as the straight line winds, they haven't really been too bad. But when you get a wind gust near Tulsa, the Mesonet site, of 94 miles an hour, that means most likely there was a tornado there, and it produced a wind speed that would do some serious damage. And as Colton mentioned, the circulation here has broadened just a bit, but there's still definitely a rotating thunderstorm, also known as a supercell thunderstorm. So when you get a nice area of rotation like that, even if it's broad, you get a large area of swirling clouds. And then as that travels along to the north and east, it can develop a tighter circulation closer to the ground, and then it will drop a tornado, which most likely has already happened, as we had that confirmation of a 94-mile-an-hour wind gust near the Tulsa radar site. Here's Tulsa down here in northwestern Rogers County, and this is along this line of thunderstorms. We've been seeing more than one area of rotation develop. The one we're watching right now is just south of Nowata. You can see the progression here over the last, I'd say 15 minutes or so as it moves between Nowata and Watova. You guys need to be in your shelters right now. There's still indications of strong wind shear, turning of the winds, increasing of the winds with height. And as this area of rotation moves towards Cootie's Bluff and eventually Childers, there's Nowata right there. We're looking at the potential for still a tornado to form. Now, at one point, again, we do believe a tornado did impact the surrounding communities of Tulsa, because we have a confirmed wind gust there from just within the last half hour of 94 miles an hour. And here's Tulsa right here. It looks like this tornado warning has morphed a bit, and if you're in areas of really anywhere from Nowata all the way to the Craig County border, just southeast of Delaware. Between Delaware and Nowata, you need to be in your safe place north of Watova as this storm moves to the north and east. That's an area of rotation which has a history of, we believe, of producing at least one tornado. There may even have been 2 tornado touchdowns with this particular system because about an hour ago we were looking at the debris tracker and it looked like there was something going on, but it didn't last long. So it could have been a brief touchdown as this thing moved near Vera, and now as it passed by Tulsa in northern Rogers County, we did have some tornadic winds of 94 miles an hour. And currently, I believe this is the only tornado warning that we have left in our viewing area. We're watching the storm down in Okfuskee County because that one did have a tornado in it, and now it has turned into a severe thunderstorm warning. You don't want to have a severe thunderstorm warning, but you'd rather have that than a tornado warning. So, Colton, you have an update for the Nowata County tornado warning?
Yeah, I do, Kevin. Let's go to Weather 2 if we can, and I'll show you this. This is just the data coming in now from the Oklahoma Mesonet. Spot the tornado. All right, there you go. That's the Tulsa Mesonet site, which again, that will confirm what we've seen on radar because the Mesonet site sits a couple miles to the west-northwest of the community of Tulsa, right where that tornado we know touched down. So the Mesonet site, again, Kevin, 94 miles per hour, that can do some significant damage. So we're hoping it was a small tornado, that it wasn't able to do much damage. But overall, we're starting to see the scene become a little more active. If we want to go back to Weather 1 here, I can show you kind of the current radar scene here. Again, that tornado warning in Nowata County, but there's a couple pockets of showers and thunderstorms that are starting to become a little more active. Nothing terribly organized right now, so that is good news, okay? Other than kind of what's been happening with our singular warning here, in the metro, we're seeing some heavy rain and storms sweep over the metro. Right now over the East Metro, ended in downtown Tulsa right now. We can go to our BA Expressway camera here because I imagine that's where we're going to see, again, if there's not heavy rain right now, there's going to be here in just a couple minutes. So we'll kind of come back to this. We'll update this here in just a moment, just a few minutes for now. But the metro, again, right now, Again, not severe, but it is close. We have a few lightning strikes, but for now, just some heavy rainfall. And then back into Okfuskee County. That's where we're watching. Again, there may be the potential for a little bit of rotation, but that couplet has all but disappeared. And so that's been good news down there so far. Maybe it could ramp back up, but for the time being, Kevin, right now, the one game in town, but you notice there's a warning out over Arkansas. So the environment today is there for tornadoes if thunderstorms can get going. We've already had a few, but for the time being, so far, again, we know we've had a touchdown, but for the time being, that's all we can say for right now.
You got it, Colton. And this atmosphere is very conducive to tornadoes. We've already had several warnings in Oklahoma today, and the most recent one we have is the one we've been tracking for about 45 minutes now in southeastern Nowata County, east of Delaware. And as Colton mentioned, the circulation may not be as strong as it was earlier, which is a good thing, but we also know that these things can pulse up and pulse back down again. So if you've got this warning, you're in your shelter, and there's no question about it. So Nowata all the way to the Craig County border. The storm right now is making its way to the north and east. And also worthy to note is the fact that we still have the shear rate showing the rotation right there, but it's not as much of a confined area. It's a little bit more broad as far as the rotation that's going on with this particular tornado warning. So we'll see what develops with this, but you should be in your shelters right now. We know that this storm system does have a history of producing at least one tornado. As we just mentioned, the Mesonet site, which measures all the conditions like wind and temperature across Oklahoma, the one in Talala measured a wind gust of 94 miles an hour. Just within the last half hour to 45 minutes. So this is the storm system that did that. So that would be a tornado that would do damage to most residences, at least some roof damage. So we have to take this situation very seriously, not just because it's a tornado warning, but also because we know what it has a history of doing. Now, we have a tornado watch that's in place here for most of Green Country. And as we mentioned here, there are other areas of thunderstorms that have been forming in lines like here, 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 and out here. And any of those lines of thunderstorms could blossom because of the good wind shear that's in place. It could blossom into something like this, a tornado warning, which is what we have right now in southeastern Nowata County. So looking on this map, the yellow is the tornado watch. It's in place until 6 p.m. And then it'll probably get extended later than that as it shifts its way into Arkansas and southwest Missouri. We also have the one tornado warning for Nowata County, including Nowata and points east to the Craig County border. So, and also if you look close, you can see this polygon here. That is a severe thunderstorm warning for areas between Okemah and Okmulgee and into southeastern Creek County. That is a severe thunderstorm warning right there. So I believe those are the two warnings that we're tracking in our viewing area. We've got the tornado warning in southeastern Nowata County impacting the city of Nowata. That storm has a history of producing tornadic winds of 94 miles an hour in Talala earlier this afternoon. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning with a line of thunderstorms moving through Okemah right now on its way to Okmulgee and southeastern Creek County south of Bristow. The impacts there are going to be the threat for 60 to 70 mile an hour straight line winds. And also there has been some rotation in the past for this particular storm system south of Bristow. So we'll keep watching the rotational areas and see if any of those couplets strengthens a little bit, then the tornado warning would be issued. But right now we're tracking this entire line of thunderstorms, and you see the severe thunderstorm warning right in there, impacting those areas from Beggs to Okmulgee, and especially right now Okemah and into Okfuskee County. As we track that storm system at its current speed, it's going to be moving into Tulsa about 1:43. So we're about 20 minutes away from another round of thunderstorms right here in the city of Tulsa. You'll be impacted in Bixby, Broken Arrow. There's also some thunderstorms that are actually crossing through Tulsa as we speak. Those are not severe. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning just north of Owasso into northern Tulsa County, and for this line of storms right here that is crossing through. And yeah, as we just mentioned, we've got rain in Tulsa. Here's the BA Expressway, Grigsby's Carpenter Towel Live Camera Network camera. We know how dangerous it is to drive in heavy rain. You hydroplane. Sometimes you go over a big area of water on the highway going 70 miles an hour, and all of a sudden it's not good. So take it slow on the roads if you have to be driving for the rest of today, because we don't want any accidents to be human caused. You can control how fast you go, so just take it slow, lights on, and hopefully we can get through this. But right now, that's the Tulsa Metro. That is a thunderstorm that's crossing right through Tulsa itself. This line of storms right here, we're also continuing to watch thunderstorms that are severe in northern Rogers County, moving through Oologah. And this is the one tornado warning that we still have in place for areas just east of Nowata, the city of Nowata, as there's still definitely a couplet there over Shoulders and moving its way to Sanders into eastern portions of Nowata County. Look at the green. Anywhere along that, you can start to get some strengthening or some turning. And that's why sometimes these tornado warnings that they issue, they have to be a little bit bigger, wider, if you will, in the north-south direction, just to account for the fact that any of these little areas along this entire line of wind shear, if you will, we could get tornadoes to develop, or they could develop. So severe thunderstorm warning right now, southern Nowata, northern Rogers County. We've got garden variety thunderstorms going through the city of Tulsa right now. We just saw the Broken Arrow expressway camera. Definitely some very heavy rain out there. We know that here in Tulsa and other places, we've seen 5, 6, 7 inches of rain just over the last couple of days. So the rivers are high, the streams are high. Some of the roads are ready for water to run over them. There's a look also at, we got the Rose District there. Whew. Yeah, we've got some dark clouds out there, and also in areas, it looks like it's not raining there yet, but or maybe it just did rain. It's passed by.
Kevin, part of the reason I pulled this up was just to show you in Tulsa right now, it looks scarier than it is, okay? There's a kind of a dark layer of clouds. It looks really stormy. There is definitely some heavy rainfall and some lightning, but for the metro right now, we're not tracking severe weather. So if you see something in the metro and you go, boy, that looks rough, should we be worried? Right now, the answer to that question is no, okay? So there's nothing in the metro that's threatening right now. In some of the latest data says that maybe this initial wave across the metro has kind of eaten up some of the juice. That would be really, really nice. We're going to keep tracking that into the afternoon, but there's the potential that maybe the metro is going to be able to say goodbye to the rest of the severe weather for the rest of the day. We'll keep tracking.
Great. Good point, Cole. Just because the sky looks threatening and picturesque doesn't mean that there's severe weather going on, and there isn't right now in the city of Tulsa. Now, we have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings that are still in place here. One of them is impacting areas of Okfuskee, Okmulgee, and Creek counties with very heavy downpours and gusty winds greater than 60 miles an hour. We're also having issues in northern Rogers County, southern Nowata with severe wind and heavy downpours. And the expiration time of that tornado warning up there is probably coming close. Yeah, we got 5 minutes. We'll see if that gets reissued, but the tornado warning that's in place right now for Nowata County, including places between Sanders and Nowata, that is getting ready to expire at 1:30. We should still be in our safe spots right now if we live in the path of that, especially east of where the red meets the green as this storm makes its way toward Craig County. But right few minutes for portions of eastern and southeastern Nowata County. So make sure you're in your safe spots there. And once this tornado warning expires or is canceled, we're going to send you back to programming, and we'll continue to watch the situation. We're watching the storms coming through Okfuskee County. If those end up being tornado warned, we're going to break back in for you. But that's a look at kind of a wider look at the olive green country. And one thing that's worthy of mentioning, these are the little areas of storms that are forming in an area that's in a tornado watch. So we may be breaking back in before you know it, because any of those little striations of storminess could eventually blossom and grow into a tornado. And this is Futurecast here. We're going to take you through the next few hours. And the model is actually picking up on this. If you look at this one right here, 3 o'clock, you got one right here. Then you've got an area that this would be good if we had a large area of thunderstorms, because you don't want to get the ones that are all by themselves. Because you get those ones that are all by themselves, like this area right here, this area right up here. This is a future radar model, so it doesn't mean that there will exactly be a thunderstorm in that spot or a cluster of them. But if you just look at the pattern that the model is developing. It's developing a pattern of some of these areas of thunderstorms that are off by themselves out ahead of the main line. And that's when you could get ones to become severe and eventually drop tornadoes. And look at this here. This looks pretty powerful into 4 p.m. Even though these are going to be kind of all together, this could be a situation toward 4 o'clock this afternoon where we have a kind of a squall line of thunderstorms and notches develop within that line, and then you get tornadoes that form there as well. So we know we're in a tornado watch for most of Green Country until 6 o'clock. This is the beginning of the severe weather event for us here in Green Country. We've already had a few bouts of rough weather. About an hour ago, Talala's Mesonet site measured a wind speed of 94 miles an hour as we were tracking an area of rotation right over Tulsa, or just to the northwest of it, I do believe. So that's a very concerning thing when you're in a tornado watch, especially this time of year when people are kind of out of practice for getting into their safe spots. Hopefully you're getting back into practice real soon. Still watching the velocity data, still watching perhaps some coupling trying to form there with the velocity data, but as of right now, this tornado warning for eastern Nowata County is expected to expire in 2 minutes. But we can't give up on it just yet as far as it having a threat to produce a tornado because we still do see a little bit of a couplet right in here southwest of Sanders. So there's probably still some rotation going on there. It's trying to maybe form into something. Maybe there's a wall cloud, but right now we don't have any confirmations of a tornado that's on the ground currently. So as a matter of fact, this warning here was a confirmed tornado warning about a half hour to 45 minutes ago as it passed into northwestern Rogers County. We did have, as I mentioned, the Mesonet site. There's Mesonet observation sites all over the state of Oklahoma. It's probably the best network in the country. They're everywhere. And there's one in Tulsa, and that would measure a gust of 94 miles an hour with this cluster of thunderstorms, and that was north of Ulaga a little bit earlier this afternoon. And now this cluster of thunderstorms, right now, this is still the tornado warning that was in place. That was this tornado warning has been going now for about an hour, hour and a half as it crossed from Osage County into North Tulsa County, into South Washington County, and it really did most of its damage here. I say damage loosely because we don't have any reports of damage, but I mean it figuratively. It did most of its damage as far as 94-mile-an-hour winds okay, of Ulaga into the town just nearby Talala, where there was a 94-mile-an-hour gust. Okay. And this cluster of thunderstorms, as it stretches its way to the east, we're hoping and most likely that warning will be allowed to expire at 1:30.
Look at the map. Actually, was just extended.
Come on.
That's what I was coming to tell you, Kevin. Yeah, there is an extension now. Tornado warning. The Weather Service believes there still is potentially an imminent threat for tornadoes. So let's talk about this. Then we're going to go to the Metro and talk to Tanya Motorsitsky. But Kevin, walk us through this first tornado warning briefly before we do that.
You got it, Colton. Now it looks like areas of east central Nowata County it's a new tornado warning. We were just watching it for the last couple of minutes here, noticing that there's still some indications of rotation going on if we go back and forward for the last 15 minutes. It's definitely a rotating thunderstorm with some good wind shear, which is increasing of the winds with height and turning of the winds with height, turning in a way that allows tornadoes to form. So right here is the new tornado warning. It's going to be impacting areas of eastern Nowata County and northern Craig County as we head through the next, say, 30 to 45 minutes. Hopefully this thing loses its circulation and we don't have to worry about it. But right now, the Weather Service is saying there's just enough circulation still in this thunderstorm for it to prompt a tornado warning to be valid. So if you do live in those parts of Nowata County, eastern Nowata County, and also central and northern Craig County, that's where you want to be in your safe spots right now. I think it's still school time here, so kids are in school. We got to make sure they get to their safe places. The plan is in place for those areas of northern Craig County and eastern Nowata County as well. And if you do live in the city of Nowata, the worst is over for you for this event, but more storms could happen for us later in that town. Colton?
Okay, let's go to News Channel 8's Tanya Motorsitsky. She is live just off of Highway 169 in Owasso. Tanya, you've run into some heavy rain. It's probably lightening up for you now. Tell us what you're seeing there in Owasso.
Well, Colton, actually, it was just pouring, but now it's definitely slowed down. I kid you not. As you cued to me, it's slowed down like that. But, you know, it is not as windy as it was yesterday morning at 2 a.m. when we were all woken up and missed our hour of sleep. The rain has just been torrential coming down here, but like I said, it just slowed down. The wind, it's been steady. We haven't been having to, you know, white knuckle it driving down here, right? But let me move out the way so you can see just kind of the road starting to flood from that heavy rain we just had moments ago. The highway, again, it flooded a little bit, but it wasn't too crazy. But I do have a reminder here, if I can pull it up. We did get an email from Jenks Public Schools that some parents received. It says monitoring possibility of severe weather. So again, it's 1:30. Kids should be getting out starting in the next hour or so, and any extracurricular activities afterwards, because we are supposed to get another round of storms. Now, this notification that a parent sent me says Jenks Public Schools are monitoring the weather throughout the day. And if a tornado watch becomes a tornado warning, students and staff will shelter in designated locations at their school site. Now, they will keep the kids until the warning is canceled. So if you are worried about your kiddos, wanting to pick them up, do not be in a rush. They are safe, and just make sure you call ahead of time to see what your school district's safety kind of protocols are before heading out there, or if they're, you know, football, basketball practice, so to speak. But hey, it's kind of calming down now out here in Owasso. Not too much. I could probably get rid of my umbrella here, but again, just be safe driving around. It's still flooded in some areas. And like I said, you're going to get ready for those kids to come out of school. And also, again, the next round, be mindful, take, your safety measures. Make sure your kids know where to go if there is a tornado that strikes, whether it's in the hallway, the bathroom, in the tub, and be mindful of windows and doors. So go ahead, give those kiddos a reminder, because it's been a chaotic weekend this weekend, and we're not through with this just yet. But for now, Colton and Kevin, I'm going to send it back to you. Live in Owasso, I'm Tanya Motorzitsky, News Channel 8.
Okay, Tanya, fantastic job. Great reporting there. And here's the thing. Tanya mentioned, okay, the rainfall has ended for now in Owasso, and it has for much of the metro. But folks, we have another round on the way in. Parts of it are severe, okay? So again, they will be starting to see more rain and storms moving back into the metro, moving back into Owasso here within really with just probably the next 30 minutes or so. And that's the way this thing is going to go. I'm going to point out a couple things on radar here as these storms do attempt to move back into the metro area. Let's go back to the storm that was tornado warned. Remember, this cell was tornado warned for over an hour back whenever it was in south central Oklahoma. It moved into Ofuskie County, where the circulation weakened quite a bit, but within the last few minutes, I think we're starting to see maybe a little bit of an increase in some rotation on the southwest side of Beggs in parts of Mogi County. So we're going to have to watch this closely, because this is moving towards the Tulsa Metro area. So we're going to have to really keep an eye on that within just the next several minutes. I'll point out as well, Kevin, back in kind of the same neighborhood we were in yesterday, another tornado warning for for far northern Atoka County. That cell is butting up to Pittsburgh County, up into the south sides of Pittsburgh County. We monitored several tornado warnings down this way yesterday. So again, we're starting to see a little more activity develop as the afternoon rolls on. That's what we had been saying. It's going to slowly but surely throughout the day continue to increase. I think that's what we're starting to see. So Kevin, I'll send it back to you so we can talk about Craig County for kind of the imminent danger, but I think we're going to have more tornado warnings developing here shortly.
Unfortunately, that is correct, Colton. And we are looking at the shear right now into western Craig County for this Doppler-indicated tornado warning. This storm here has a history of producing at least one tornado with a wind gust of 94 miles an hour about an hour ago in Talala. So that was in northwestern Rogers County. These storms are zipping pretty quickly, 45 to 50 miles an hour to the northeast. This is the area of wind shear, along which we could see a tornado form at any moment. So if you do live in this tornado-warned area, north of Welch into northern and western Craig County, you need to be in your safe spots right now. And as Colton mentioned, we also have two other areas of concern that we're tracking across Green Country. One is in far southern Pittsburgh County.
Tornado warning for Pittsburgh County.
Okay.
So tornado warning is coming for southern Pittsburgh County as well.
Yep, you got it. So we're watching the storm that's coming out of Atoka County going into Pittsburgh County. They're going to issue a tornado warning for southern Pittsburgh County. And also, we're also watching a cluster of storms that's kind of moving toward the metro. That is prompting some schools in the area to send out alerts, like one of them is Jenks, telling parents, don't worry, we got this covered. If these storms that are moving into the Tulsa Metro from the southwest, right now they're in Okfuskee County, so they're a little bit ways away from Tulsa, but they're trucking pretty fast. So we're going to be watching those storms as they move into Tulsa, because we're also seeing some indications of some rotation with those storms in Okfuskee County as they move toward Tulsa from the south. So there's really 3 areas that we're watching. One you're seeing right here. This is the active tornado warning for Craig County. And that is in place here for the next half hour to 45 minutes. This storm is moving to the northeast at 45 miles an hour. You need to be in your safe shelter up there. Get to your safe place until this threat passes. Now that's one tornado warning. The other one is in southern Pittsburgh County. It's crossing the border. The warning has been issued for southern Pittsburgh County, that's going to be a tornado warning for the next also half hour to 45 minutes as it moves its way across the Atoka-Pittsburgh County border. The third area of concern is going to be areas of Okfuskee County, where there's also some rotation. Colton, break it down.
Yeah, Kevin, we're watching this tornado warning in southern Pittsburgh County now. If we want to go to weather 2, I can show you, we'll draw a storm track here as this thing is again, there's an area of circulation now that's going to be moving into the southwest side of the county here just within the next several minutes, folks. These are folks that were exactly in the line of fire yesterday, and that's what we are continuing to see now. So there's going to be some times of arrival there on the left-hand side of your screen for the circulation that's going to move into the southwestern corner of Pittsburgh County. McAllister right now is not within the tornado warning. If I live in McAllister, I'm probably thinking about getting to my safe spot, okay? These tornadoes are moving quickly. We're going to be talking about Kiowa somewhere in the neighborhood of the next 10 minutes. Savannah, a small community down that way, but still a lot of folks live there, okay? Right around 2 o'clock, I would say about 1:55 to give yourself plenty of time. And then on into McAllister at about 2:10, which is a fairly populated area, okay? So this is another tornado warning now. This is going to go until 2 o'clock, but we think that this circulation may have a half-decent chance of surviving long enough to make its way. It's going to run right up Highway 69. I mean, Kevin, I said this yesterday. There was a tornado warning, and I said this thing is going to drive up 69, and this is its little brother. It's going to do the exact same thing, but unfortunately, we think there's a possibility this one could become maybe a strong tornado. This is where the environment is a little more favorable today, Kevin, for tornadoes. So we're going to keep a real close eye on that.
You got it, Colton. I remember that really the last 48 to 60 hours, we've had bouts and rounds of severe weather rolling through green country. And yesterday, it was down here into Atoka County and Pittsburgh County. And now we have our northern viewing area. This shear rate, the circulation with this tornado warning up into Craig County is not as impressive as it was maybe about 10 or 15 minutes ago, but there's still definitely rotation going on, and enough that a new warning has been issued just north of the border there into Labette County, I believe. So, yeah, we're watching this area of rotation here with these thunderstorms moving to the north and east. There's Oswego and Coffeyville. As you go east of there along the highway, we're going to be having impacts here. Perhaps, even if it's not a tornado, we're also straight line winds of 60 miles an hour, very heavy downpours. A lot of us have seen 5, 6, 7 inches of rain just over the last 3 days. So when you get storms that come through, obviously if there's a tornado, that's your most concern, and there could be with this one. This is a Doppler indicated tornado warning for our northern viewing area. This is northern Craig County and across the border into Kansas. But also because of all the rain we've seen, especially if you live in a rural area with a country road, that road could get washed out. That road could have water over it, and you don't want to ever try to drive through it. It's too dangerous. So there's a lot of weather hazards that we're dealing with here. Really, we're getting hit on the north side of our coverage area, which is Craig County. In addition to that, that's a tornado warning here that's in place until, I believe, 2 o'clock. It's also been issued for the county just north of that into southern Kansas as well. So that's till 2:15. Definitely some rotation going on right there across northwestern portions of Craig County as that moves to the north and east. So get to your shelter, get to your safe spot. A tornado warning for you in northern Craig County as it moves its way through rural areas of that county, eventually northward across the border into Kansas. So we, in addition to that, as Colton just mentioned, we're watching southern Pittsburgh County, south of McAllister. There's a tornado warning for you for another area of rotation, which has just blossomed a bit just over the last 10 or 15 minutes. So 2 tornado warnings in our coverage area now. One in Craig County, getting ready to cross into northern portions. It's a velocity couplet right there. As we track it, this storm is moving to the northeast at 40 miles an hour. So as Colton mentioned, and I think it's a good point, the end of the tornado warning is right here in Chambers, Savannah. You need to all be in your safe spots. You see the tornado right there. If you live in McAllister, Reams, anywhere north of there, that eventually you could be impacted as well. So you've got to start thinking about what you're going to do to be safe wherever you are. Colton, you have an update?
Yeah, the sirens are sounding in McAllister. So folks in McAllister, it's a good idea. Take shelter. You're not officially under tornado warning, but you're going to be because this thing, I don't really see it falling apart. We're examining this circulation from the Oklahoma City radar. So again, we're looking somewhere about 5,000–6,000 feet up. So again, this is kind of a radar hole in Oklahoma, so it's hard to get a perfect indication of what's happening on the ground, but we think that the circulation is certainly strong enough that the folks in McAllister need to be in their safe spot.
You got it. Can you just try Fort Smith radar to see if you get a different vantage point? Because this is the Oklahoma City. There's Fort Smith. So no matter which radar site we're using, we are getting the velocity couplet of the red and the green together. And, you know, we can pull up different radars, and which Colton is doing right now. But any way you slice it, that's the best vantage point right there. As we mentioned, that is several thousand feet up above the surface, where we have a very impressive velocity couplet. But this warning has been issued. The tornado sirens are sounding in McAllister. So we have to take this situation seriously. We've got a tornado watch that's in place for pretty much all of Green Country until 6 o'clock. We could have several more hours that we're going to be dealing with the threat for severe weather. We've got this couplet here, this tornado warning for an area southwest of McAllister. We've tracked the storm at its current rate of speed, which is a 40-mile-an-hour storm, as it moves its way to the north and east. So it's going to be impacting all of these communities at the times you see on your screen. We're looking at Richville at 2:15. That's about a half hour from now. It could very well still be holding its circulation. And I kind of agree with Colton on this. If you look at the area that this velocity couplet is being shown or is happening is conducive to its strengthening. It's moving forward in time you could just see how it's got a lot of juice to work with here. You see how you're getting a little hook there in the radar. You got the air coming in, the air goes up, you got the strong updrafts. And then eventually you get the rotation, which we know we're seeing, and it's all the way it all works. You get the rotating thunderstorm, and there's not much else around it. This isn't a line of storms where there's a tornado or area of rotation forming along the line. This is kind of at the southwest corner of a line of thunderstorms, and that's where you can really get these storms to really get these tornadoes that grow and grow and grow and cause big problems. So if you do live in southern Pittsburgh County, including the city of McAllister, where the sirens are going off, you need to be taking shelter right now, because as we watch this storm, notice the intense reflectivity as well on the radar. Once you get into the pink, that's not good. That means you've got very heavy rain, probably some hail in there as well, and you're getting, you can actually see the rotation of the storm, even just looking at the radar here. You've got the rotation here of the winds kind of spiraling their way into the storm and spinning. Looking at hail size, yes, we do probably have some hail here, as we just noted with the intensity of the reflectivity, up to golf ball sized hail. So this storm in southern Pittsburgh County, which is headed for McAllister, is giving us pretty much every form of severe weather that you can get with a thunderstorm. We know we've got the damaging straight line wind possibilities. It's got a very good structure to it. It's growing. The updrafts are strengthening, which is why the hail sizes are going up. We could have golf ball hail in here, which would be most likely happening west of Kiowa. If you live in Savannah, you need to be taking shelter. Chambers, McAllister, and Alderson. And you see the area right here of rotation just to the south and west of Kiowa, maybe a couple of miles. So that's a community that really needs to be in their safe spots. Remember, if you live in a mobile home, you are not safe in a tornado. You have to evacuate the mobile home, and hopefully you have a predetermined place to go. Some counties have a predetermined shelter that is available for people to use. Some counties have schools that are available to use, but usually the school shelters don't allow the public to use them during school hours. So those would be off limits to you at this point because the kids are using them, which makes sense. But look at this area here of hail. We've got rotation. Kiowa, you're getting the thunderstorm, and not just that, but heavy downpours. We know that much of green country has seen 5, 6, 7 inches of rain over the last 2 to 3 days. So we are waterlogged. This is a situation where it doesn't take much for flash flooding to occur when you're already saturated. If you put down a storm that gives you an inch or two of rain in less than an hour, that could cause water over the roads, which is obviously very dangerous. Flash flood deaths happen every year. So there's a lot of weather hazards here going on in Pittsburgh County. And as we mentioned, this area of rotation, because of its location in the storm system itself, is a little bit more concerning, because it has its own little hook developing here, and we know what happens when you start to get a little bit of a hook. Sometimes you get a little bit of a tornado, and then it turns even worse. So we have 2 tornado warnings that we're tracking. One is southern Pittsburgh County into this area near Kiowa. That's where the rotation is right there, just north of Kiowa, going to Savannah, and eventually Chambers and McAllister in its current track that it's taking. We're also tracking a tornado warning for Craig County, right on the Kansas border, north of the Tulsa Metro. That tornado warning is in place, I believe, till 2:15. So we've got a couple of tornadoes, one in our southern viewing area, one in our northern viewing area. We've also got a cluster of thunderstorms moving through Okfuskee County on its way to the Tulsa Metro that have a history of producing some 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So there's 3 areas of concern here, Colton. What do you have?
Yeah, Kevin, just want to, I'll provide a brief update here. First thing I would like to say is that folks at home, if you see anything in the way of damage or anything in that nature, if you're out in the Talala area or what have you, if you can safely, and I mean safely, get out, take a photo, and get it to us, we would really appreciate that on Facebook, online, on Chime In. You can email it to us at news@k2l.com. So we just want to kind of get some ground truth as to what's happened today. Let's go to Weather 2 now. We'll talk about it. This was kind of the original circulation that created, I think that's, there we go, there's Weather 2, that again, that we believed was the tornado touchdown in the community of Talala. This is still a tornado-warned storm. It's getting ready to cross the Oklahoma-Kansas border and be in Labette County, Kansas, which we know we have News Channel 8 viewers in Labette County. Okay, so there's going to be some times of arrival for far northern Oklahoma and far southeastern Kansas for a storm that still, we believe, still has the possibility to be producing a tornado at any time. And it may, in fact, still be imminently producing one, although the velocity has come down a little bit there in far, far, far northern Oklahoma. We're talking about northern Craig County and southern Labette County. But again, still, that's still a tornado-warned storm. We're still keeping an eye on it. But as activity begins to kind of grow across the remainder of the area, we got to kind of divide our attention here, because now we have severe thunderstorm warnings for far southern and southeastern parts of Tulsa County here. This is an area that we've still been watching for maybe a little bit of rotation, though it's been fairly tame, fairly in check. But again, another wave of heavy rainfall across the South Metro now, from Sapulpa over the Creek Turnpike all the way over to Jinx, really all the way over to the Mingo Valley Expressway, and then again southward into Glenpool, getting ready to be in Bixby. Folks, in Bixby, heavy rain and lightning, maybe even a little bit of hail there south of Mounds and Liberty, and then all the way south into Winchester. That's possible as well. So again, that's a severe thunderstorm warning that is continuing. Here's the good news, Kevin. The cold front today makes a huge difference. There's a cold front that's pushing all this in. Once it sweeps through, it's going to turn our winds to be northerly. When that happens, we think the tornado threat drops to near zero. And I can tell you that the west side of the Tulsa Metro area and right here at the TV station, we have a northwesterly wind. And if you know where Lookout Mountain is, it's on the west side of downtown. But the longer we have a northwesterly wind, the more confident we are that our tornado threat is going to be close to zero. So this main wave could be pushing through, and we could be saying goodbye to the severe weather as early as maybe 2, 3 o'clock today, Kevin.
Goodbye and good riddance. Thank you for that report there, Colton. Good news. If you have a second, could you put up the
Okay.
mesonet winds? Just throw those up. I know they or any graphic that shows winds for us so we can see what the winds are doing for the rest of the viewing area. You can work on that if you're hearing me, Colton. But regardless of that, mentioning the fact that there's a cold front coming through, we've heard this song before. After the front goes through, most of the time the threat for severe weather will end, and that looks like what's going to be happening for us here. We've got a large cold front stretching from Kansas all the way down into Texas. As that swings through from west to east and you get on the western side of it, that's when you'll eventually lose your chances for severe weather, because you don't have the mixing of the air anymore. The cooler, drier air takes over. I know that just a few hours ago we had dew point temperatures that were in the 50s up into areas northwest of Ponca City, while they were in the 70s, say around McAllister. So there's a moisture difference, and that moisture is what fuels these storms. And the dew points are high here in Pittsburgh County, and we're tracking an area of rotation here. This is a tornado warning, and there's the tornado just southwest of Savannah, moving toward McAllister. If you live in any of these towns on your screen, like Chambers at 203, McAllister at 211, those are the times for these cities to be impacted by this tornado. Again, a very serious situation here. We know we're in a tornado watch for pretty much all of Green Country. That expires at 6. It'll probably get reissued for us as we head into the later evening hours, but it'll probably be into Arkansas at that point. On the screen here, you have a way to download the KTUL First Warning Weather app. I love our app. I like how it will tell you if there's lightning within 10 miles of you. That's always a safe thing if you're out playing golf or just out with the kids. And hey, lightning detected, go inside when thunder roars, get indoors. And you've got everything you'd want for the app, every warning you need, every watch. So right now, today, your app is probably giving you a lot of bings and bongs because we've got a tornado watch. We've already had a severe thunderstorm warning in Tulsa today. Right now, conditions are a little bit more tame, but this is the big story right here as far as severe weather in Green Country right now. It's southern Pittsburgh County, and it's an area that's producing most likely at least 1-inch diameter hail, possibly golf ball hail. There's the tornado. There's the circulation just to the southwest of Savannah by a few miles. As it moves its way toward McAllister, if you're watching from McAllister, the sirens have already sounded in your town, and this is why. The storm is still several miles off to your south and west. I believe as we looked at it earlier, McAllister wasn't expected to be impacted by the tornadic circulation until about 10 past 2 p.m. So there's still about 10 or 15 minutes if you live in McAllister to wait until the area of rotation would move through your city. But right now, there is the area of rotation down here into areas south of Savannah, southern Pittsburgh County. This is a tornado warning which was in place one county south into Atoka County. It jumped the border, it strengthened a little bit, and the warning has been extended now as it moves its way toward a major population city of McAllister. So again, if you're watching here, if you're just tuning in, we have 2 tornado warnings that are active in Green Country. One is north of Tulsa in northern Craig County and into Labette County, Kansas, and the other one is the one you're looking at here in southern Pittsburgh County. As this area of circulation moves its way toward McAllister, if you live anywhere in the line here between Kiowa, Savannah, Chambers, and McAllister, you need to be in your safe spots. We've got a tornado watch. We've got a tornado warning. It is humid out there. It has that stormy feel. When you went outside this morning and you just felt like it was all, you could feel the humidity, the clouds are swirling around, there's wind, there's humidity. That's the kind of day where it's ripe for thunderstorms to form, and it surely has come to fruition here for us, unfortunately, here in Green Country. We don't need any more rain. We need a break from the rain. We're getting heavy downpours. We're getting it all with this storm here in southern Pittsburgh County, moving its way toward McAllister. First and foremost, it's a tornado warning, and you see the velocity couplet right here as it moves its way north through Savannah. We've also got possibly golf ball sized hail. There's strong updrafts with this storm. We saw a little bit of a hook echo on the radar and also damaging straight line winds plus flooding downpours. So that's the big 4. Everything that a severe thunderstorm can bring, this one is bringing for you right now in an area that has already seen heavy rain over the last few days, as most of Green Country has. So We have to really be mindful of all these weather hazards. We know that some of the schools have contacted the parents in some of these communities and saying, don't worry, we got it covered. We know where the kids are going to go just in case that there's a tornado warning, which there is in McAllister. So right now the kids are in their safe spots in their schools, whether it's McAllister, Chambers, all the way down to Kiowa. That's a tornado warning for you. That's in place, I believe, till 2:30 for southern Pittsburgh County. If you do live in McAllister, you're going to be impacted by this area of rotation. You see it moving north right now. You'll be impacted there by about 10 past 2, which is about 10 to 15 minutes from now. This storm is making its way to the north and east. Right now there's torrential rain going on with the possibility of hail between Kiowa and Chambers. You see the pink on the reflectivity on the radar. That tells you there's intense rain, probably strong updrafts as well, and some hail. And it just had a radar update, and it got even stronger. So very intense rain going on here with the possibility of hail. This is an area where there's rotation in the storm. It's the southwest corner of the storm. It looks like we may be losing a little bit of definition to that particular area of rotation. It's not as potent, but it's still there. It's still rotating. And once you get these rotating thunderstorms in an area that's conducive to tornadoes forming, you don't give up on it when that little the velocity couplet, when it shrinks a little bit and looks a little bit not as impressive, 10 minutes later it could tighten right back up and drop a tornado. So when these warnings are issued, you got to heed them, especially in a situation like this where we have an atmosphere that's conducive to tornadoes. It's very humid out there. It feels like late spring. We've got south winds that are blowing in that humidity, and we also have an upper level disturbance coming in from the west. So the winds are coming from a different direction to our west. They're coming from from the southwest, whereas the winds out ahead of the storm are coming from the southeast. So that's wind shear. And as this storm moves in, it's just taking all those ingredients and growing and holding strong and giving us, again, for southern Pittsburgh County, including Savannah right now, you're getting everything that a severe thunderstorm can give you, including the potential of a tornado. So if you live in Pittsburgh County, south of McAllister, or in McAllister, you need to be in your shelters right now as this storm moves its way to the north and east. Now, I believe the only 2 tornado warnings we have, and I say only loosely because two's more than, you don't want any, but there's one up here into northern Craig County, north of Veneta, that's moving its way into Labette County, and it looks like severe thunderstorm warnings are being issued around that cluster of storms too, to account for the bowing here of this storm as it moves east. That's probably going to be producing some straight line winds, and that's why this severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. And right along that area where the winds are going at different directions, as this line of thunderstorms moves east, the winds out ahead of it are moving in a different direction. So when you get those clashing of the winds, they can cause little spin-ups here along that line, and we'll watch for those to form as we move forward. Now, right now, it looks like we have a confirmed tornado for southeastern Labette County. That just turned purple for us. So this is a deadly situation for you in Labette County, Kansas. It's Oswego, and it's southward to the state line there into Craig County. The wind shear product is areas just to the west of Chetopa, and that is an area of wind shear that is showing rotation. So this particular storm system is a little bit farther away from the radar site. We may not be getting the definition as close to ground as we would like to see the rotation at the ground, but nonetheless, we know this is a rotating thunderstorm. We know it's a tornado warning because the Weather Service has deemed it a confirmed tornado, as designated by the purple color of the polygon. So southeastern Labette County, Kansas, you've got yourselves a tornado warning that's been confirmed. So we've got Craig into Labette. For this area right down here near the county border, that's where the circulation is the strongest, which we're tracking right now. These storms have been moving at 40 to 45 miles an hour. It looks like the threat for Craig County is about to be more so a threat for Labette County as this thing jumps the state line. But we do have places like Sherman at 219. You'll be impacted by this confirmed tornado. Hogue at 212, and Oswego, yeah, you're imminently impacted by this area area of rotation here on the southeast corner of Labette County. We also have severe thunderstorm warnings that are surrounding that tornado warning, moving into right along the Kansas-Missouri border there. Here's Joplin right here. And as you go into central and southern Craig County near Veneta, you also have some thunderstorms that are severe that are approaching you as well. So when you have a tornado watch for pretty much all of Green Country, you're going to be getting it at all ends. And we do right now. We've got the northern portion of Green Country into Labette County and also northern Craig County. There's the circulation, and it looks like that confirmed tornado warning has now scooted its way east, which will be just out of our coverage area into far southeastern Kansas. So that's a situation where we have a confirmed tornado warning for southeastern Labette County. We also have severe thunderstorm warnings kind of stretching through the metro here. The worst of this is moving through Bixby. I know that Bixby is a town that recently received, just in a 12-hour period, more than 6 inches of rain. So you're waterlogged in Bixby. It's one of the towns that's seen the most rain so far. I know we've been watching Hakey Creek. Officials there into Tulsa County and even portions of Wagner County have been watching the Hakey Creek to make sure it doesn't give us any problems, because it often does. And some of those roads down there in that area, those country roads, well, they can get water on the edge and all of a sudden the water goes over the road. So that's something we have to watch here. Anyone picking up the kids from school this afternoon, living in Broken Arrow or Bixby, this area of rain that's moving through right now is torrential. So that's going to leave probably some puddles. The roads are going to be a little bit dangerous to drive to pick up the kids, or maybe people coming home from work. We've got James McMullen now on Highway 75. Is he up into? Is he all the way up into Kansas, Colton?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Yeah, is James McMullen? Where is James McMullen?
This is northbound, just back into the metro.
Okay.
He's coming up Highway 75. He's probably going to be in Glenpole here in just a minute. He's tracking these storms that are moving in. They are severe,
right,
moving into the southeast sides of the metro. But Kevin, I'll tell you, I'm looking at surface observations. We've got a northwesterly wind in Tulsa, so the cool front has arrived. I think we're going to be able to pretty safely say that the tornado threat is close to ending in the Tulsa Metro, and we're just going to have to watch out to the south and to the southeast.
That's right, and sometimes it might take a while for that front to make it through the entire viewing area. So if you do live east of Tulsa, which is what Colton is saying, and southeast, all these areas here, McAllister to Muskogee up to Grove, perhaps for the next hour or two or more, we're going to be dealing with the threat for some of these thunderstorms that are producing these tornado warnings. So right now we do have into Labette County, Kansas, far southeastern Labette County, Kansas. You've got a confirmed tornado that's jumping the county line to your east as we speak. We're also continuing to watch the tornado warning down there into Pittsburgh County, and looks like that tornado warning does include portions of Ottawa County, Oklahoma now, so I didn't see that. But yes, way up here with that warning, there's a new area of circulation impacting us farther south from the Labette County, portions of Craig County north of Veneta, right up here into northern central Craig County. There's some circulation there which has prompted a new tornado warning for you in northern Craig County and into Ottawa County, just north of Miami. So right in here, this area of rotation is going to be moving its way right through areas north of Veneta and most likely north of Miami. So if you live in those parts of far northeastern Oklahoma, you are in a tornado warning right now. You need to be in your safe spot. Also watching this severe weather down here into areas around McAllister. That tornado warning is still in place. There's still rotation here at the bottom of the screen here, just south of McAllister. That's moving north, but notice this yellow polygon. That is a severe thunderstorm warning, which has been issued now for much of Pittsburgh County, all the way up to the McIntosh County line. So what you're going to be expecting here is torrential rain, possible 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, perhaps some hail, 1 to 1.5 inches in diameter, and still the threat for a tornado. I mean, we have that tornado warning that's still in place for the southern portion of Pittsburgh County, or central, just south of McAllister. You can actually see still a little bit of a hook on the radar there. So there's enough rotation where that tornado warning is still in place. So we literally have a tornado warning in the farthest southern reaches of our coverage area and the farthest northern reaches as well. And as we take a closer look at what's happening up here into this new tornado warned area north of Veneta, well north of Veneta, here's Welch right here. This area where these thunderstorms are moving east, we've got a couple of tornado warnings that are going on. A confirmed tornado as we head just east of Labette County, across the county line to the east, and also into northwestern portions of Ottawa County. You are in a tornado warning right now, and northeastern portions of Craig County. So if you do live between Welch and Miami and Commerce, and into the rural areas of these counties of our northern viewing area, you need to be taking shelter right now from the threat not just of a tornado, but everything else these severe thunderstorms are bringing. We know we've seen heavy rain across much of the viewing area for the last 3 days. The ground can't take much more, if any. So it doesn't take much of a heavy downpour to cause some flooding, and sometimes that's even on a street. So you don't want to be traveling across these portions of anywhere in the viewing area right now because of all the rain we've seen, but especially where there are active storms, and obviously especially where there's an active tornado warning. We've got a confirmed tornado warning just east of Labette County into right up against the border of Missouri. Here's Joplin, Missouri right here. It looks like I say stuff, more severe thunderstorms are popping into Arkansas. And as this whole line of storms continues to move east, it does look like the threat for severe weather in the city of Tulsa is going down quickly, because this entire line of storms, including this tornado warning for these areas of far northeastern Oklahoma, it's all moving east. The storms themselves are kind of moving from south to north, kind of training along each other as the entire line moves itself to the east. So that's when you're going to get flash flooding concerns and water over the roads, things of that nature. So a lot of weather hazards here that we're dealing with. We know we've got a couple of storm chasers out there. Earlier this afternoon, now it's about a couple hours ago, David Gady was tracking a storm in northern Rogers County, which produced a 94-mile-an-hour wind gust. Just near Talala. There's a Mesonet weather site there right near Talala in Rogers County, and that produced a 94-mile-an-hour gust, which most likely had to do with a tornado, and that was up here in northern Rogers County. But meantime, back to the present, I should say, we've got several areas of concern. It looks like that area of rotation down here near McAllister has been swallowed up into the line of thunderstorms. So looking at the velocity data, there is still a couplet there, but as I looked at the radar, it didn't look as impressive as the velocity does. But there still could be, they may issue a tornado warning for this. Right now, it's usually a good thing when they'll issue that severe thunderstorm warning, which replaces the tornado warning. But either way, you're getting severe weather right now in McAllister. It's raining heavily. We've got gusty winds down there, and also the possibility of hail. Our hail product was giving us perhaps 1-inch diameter hail or greater right here across that storm. We're also watching a storm that's a severe thunderstorm warned complex of thunderstorms rolling right through the southeastern portion of the city of Tulsa. Broken Arrow, you're getting hit hard with that heavy rain right now. And Bixby, the worst is moving actually just east of you right now. But as I mentioned, we'll pull up some of the cameras here. Here's the Rose District in Broken Arrow. Yes, we do have some heavy rain out there. Just maybe about a half hour ago, I saw people walking around. There was a little bit of sun shining, but now the storms have come back in. It's one of those days where you have to have the umbrella handy. There's our Coweta cam. It looks like it has recently rained pretty heavily there as well. So we've got touring the Grigsby's Carpenter Town Live Camera Network here locally. As we take a look at some of the local radar, we're kind of looking at the heavy downpours that are happening right here. TU, there's the city of Tulsa, and we've got an observing station right here on the roof of Lookout Mountain here at News Channel 8, and the winds have shifted to the northwest, and that's a good sign, because once those winds shift, the juice is no longer available to help fuel these thunderstorms that form. So it's a good thing that from Tulsa westward, it appears that the threat for severe weather may be going into a lull and maybe even coming to an end. But east of Tulsa, anywhere in the eastern half of our coverage area now, all the way to the Arkansas border and beyond, the threat is still there. We have a tornado watch. We have active severe thunderstorm warnings in place here, impacting places around Chelsea to Veneta. This cluster of storms here has severe wind and possible hail. We have a tornado warning up here into northeastern Craig County with some definite rotation in that line of thunderstorms, which is going to be impacting areas north of Veneta and north of Miami over the next 15 to 30 minutes. It looks like we're tracking perhaps the wind shift here, Colton.
Kevin, that's exactly right. That's the cool front that I've drawn there. There's a number of weather stations around the Tulsa Metro area. So, for example, out towards Inola, there's still a strong southerly wind, which means that that's still the environment where a tornado could be possible. But everywhere else across kind of the western and northwestern half of the metro area, we've got a northerly wind, and that means that it's pumping in cooler, drier air. And as a result, as you know, Kevin, that's going to cut out the tornado risk. So I think we're going to start to watch some counties eliminated from the tornado watch. But again, there's still several counties that are seeing active tornado warnings now, especially up to our north and to our northeast. The southern section of the storm is getting quite messy, which we knew would happen at some point today. But for the time being, I think my area of concern is up here to the north and to the northeast. We have not just the confirmed tornado today, but now we have another tornado warning here near the Welch area, and there's maybe even potentially another area of circulation back down to the southwest of Veneta. So we're going to have to watch all these really close.
You got it, Colton. And a good point you made there was the fact that here in Tulsa and points north and west, it looks like the severe weather threat is coming to an end as a wind shift occurs, and that warm, juicy air that will help fuel these tornadic thunderstorms is being cut off by a cool front, which is moving through Tulsa now. So that's a good news for the city of Tulsa and points north and west. But as we head east, we still have a tornado watch and some tornado warnings in place. This line of thunderstorms right here has a history of producing tornado warnings. And we have a confirmed tornado right now just north of Ottawa County into far southeastern Kansas. That's a confirmed tornado warning for a storm that's moving to the northeast. And also we've got some near Welch. And also, as Colton mentioned, if you look farther south between Veneta and Chelsea, there has been a little bit of rotation there as well. So anywhere along that line, we could possibly see a tornado develop, and you have to make sure you're ready to get to your safe place. And I believe we have a picture that was sent in near Welch. This has got to be recent because
this is with the first tornado warning. So that's with the warning that's been a confirmed tornado that's now up in southeast Kansas. Okay. Welch is still under a tornado warning, so if you're in Welch, you still need to be in your safe spot. But this would be the original tornado about 20 minutes ago. That's not quite on the ground, not necessarily to be confirmed, but that is darn close, Kevin.
Yeah, you know, it's hard to tell sometimes with the vantage point that a picture or video is taken, especially a picture. It can play tricks on you, but you know, we can look for things like damage, and we know that I believe that storm was tornado warned when that picture was taken. So there's a good reason to believe that what you're looking at there is a picture that apparently was taken about 20 minutes ago when a severe thunderstorm with a tornado warning was crossing through those portions of far northeastern Oklahoma up into northern Craig County. It's a pretty cool picture. Yes, we're out in the rural areas, but you know, obviously you see some houses out there too. Sometimes we just have to hope that these tornadoes, when they get into the rural areas, they just stay away from the residences. That's our goal and that's our hope. But this one right here is an area that 20 minutes ago was impacted by a tornado, and you see it right here. And also right now, we've got a tornado warning, I believe, impacting areas. Here's Welch right here. So we've got right just to the east of Welch right here, there's the greater threat for some rotation. So it's an area that from Blue Jacket to Dawes, here's Miami. North of you would be the greater threat for the movement of these storms to the north and east. Northern and northwestern Ottawa County and northeastern Craig counties. That's where we're seeing the greatest threat for tornadoes right now. And also, as you go farther south into Craig County toward Veneta and southwest of that toward Chelsea, in between those two areas, that's an impressive looking thunderstorm complex as well. We have seen a little bit of rotation within that as well. So another tornado warning could be issued for those areas that would eventually be impacting Veneta. I want to stress that right now it's a severe thunderstorm warning that it's in place for Veneta and surrounding areas of Craig County. But we're going to be watching for the threat for that. There's a little bit of rotation going on west of Veneta, not enough for a warning to be prompted yet. But we know we're in a tornado watch, and right now the Weather Service is watching that very closely, as are we, to make sure we don't see anything too concerning. But what is concerning right now is areas between Welch and Commerce. That tornado warning for northeastern Craig County is still in place. It's eventually going to be tracking its way into northwestern Ottawa County and possibly producing a tornado. You know, it's a little bit concerning, too, when you see the picture that we just showed you that was taken about 20 minutes ago in the town of Welch, which is right here. If you live in Welch, you've already been impacted perhaps by a tornado, which sure as heck looked like one in the picture that was taken. And now we've got another cluster of thunderstorms in the vicinity of Welch that's also perhaps producing a tornado right now. Now, we do have a confirmed tornado warning just right on the border here. Here's Missouri, here's Joplin, here's the far southeast county of Kansas. That's a confirmed tornado warning in purple. In red, we have a tornado warning for Doppler indicated tornado for rotation along this line of thunderstorms into the far northeast corner of the state. Colton?
Yeah, Kevin, so here's what I want to update. Let's talk about once again the situation that's ongoing across parts of green country now. We do have a cool front that's sliding in, and that is ending the severe weather risk for areas behind. Let's go to weather 2 if we can, control room. It's not about the temperatures, it's about the wind, okay? And you notice we have a northerly wind for Bartlesville, Pawhuska, down to Bristow, Pawnee, Stillwater, Chandler, and in western Tulsa, we have a northwesterly wind right now, which ends the tornado threat. And really, overall, the severe weather threat. Here at the TV station right now, we have a directly northwesterly wind. Spots in the East Metro still may have a southerly wind. So the front is right on top of Tulsa right now, and it's slowly but surely going to slice its way to the south and to the east. Kevin, you've been talking a lot about north central Oklahoma, and that's the right thing to do because that's where the imminent threat is. I want to talk about this cell that's once again back over the McAllister area. We've been tracking that one because, and there it is. This is why I wanted to bring attention to this because I saw a piece of rotation. I thought that looks worthy of being tornado warned, and sure enough, there it is. So we have a new tornado warning now for parts of Haskell and Muskogee County now. This is rural. This is brand new. Again, the area of Porham, Warner, up to Gore need to be in your safe spots because this is a new tornado warning now. I'll show you the circulation. It caught my attention on radar right there, just southwest of Porham. So there's undoubtedly enough circulation there just northeast of Enterprise and southwest of Hoyt that is strong enough to be warned right now. So again, Porham, Warner, Gore, even over to Vian, even as far north as Braggs, Weber's Falls, you're going to have to be in your safe spot because this is more than likely a developing tornado.
You got it, Colton. That's a very impressive velocity couplet right there that just formed west of Whitefield as it moves its way northeastward into northwestern portions of Sequoia County right here and also areas just east of Eufaula. As it moves to the northeast at 45 miles an hour, you see some of the towns that will be impacted by this tornado. So areas east and southeast of the Tulsa Metro, we still have those juicy south winds. And that's what's conducive to this. Tornadoes forming along these lines of thunderstorms. So this is a very impressive area of rotation right here, just a couple miles southwest of Hoyt. Excuse me. And as this storm moves its way to the northeast, any community that's being listed on this sheet right here, you got to be in your safe spot. Places like McLean at 248, Gore eventually at 249. Over the next 20 to 30 minutes, we're going to be impacted here with this very impressive couplet of velocity right over right over Hoyt, and it's moving toward Gore in about a half hour. This is an area of the area of concern here for places like Sequoia County and down into Haskell County, right on the edges of those counties right there. And then it's a Muskogee County if you live in Braggs or Martin or Warner, and eventually perhaps making its way northward up into areas around Pumpkin Center, Tahlequah, up into Cherokee County. So we've got several counties that are impacted here by this tornado warning. We're still watching the tornado warning that's going on into northern Ottawa County and northeastern Craig County. But this one right here, cause for concern. We've got the rotation south of Porham. You need to be in your safe spots. We're coming to the end of the school day for a lot of kids, and we know that the school administrators know what to do when you get a tornado tornado warning for your location. And just make sure you don't try to go to the school and try to get the kids, because that's going to mess everything up. Let the school administrators do what they do, and you can hunker down in your safe spot at home or at work, wherever you happen to be. But right now, the velocity data shows a very impressive rotational couplet of winds just to the southwest of Porham as it moves its way into southern Muskogee County. So if you live in those areas that are being impacted by this tornado warning, Gore and Warner, you're in the zone as well as this storm moves its way to the northeast at 40 miles an hour. This is a zone here that's in a tornado watch. The dew point temperatures today have been, I believe, even to the lower 70s, and the higher the low-level moisture out ahead of a front, the greater chance for severe thunderstorms and tornadoes. So we've got that. We also have an upper level low coming in from the west, far to the west. It was a couple states to the west, and that creates the wind shear that really allows these tornadoes to happen. So don't forget to download the News Channel 8 weather app, KTUL weather app. You'll get information like this. Where's the tornado warning? We put videos on there as well with forecasts during the week and on the weekend as well. And one of my favorite parts of the News Channel 8 weather app, lightning detector. It just gives you a little notification when there's lightning within 10 miles, and it's always helpful. But for this one, you might need a tornado detector, which is also there. Any warning that shows up is obviously going to show up on the app. And as you look at this storm moving to the north and east, here's Interstate 40 right here. Obviously, that can cause big problems for travelers, a major thoroughfare, as a storm that possibly is producing a tornado between Whitefield and Porham makes its way into extreme southeastern Muskogee County as it moves its way to the north and east, right on a beeline toward Interstate 40. So eventually making its way up toward Gore. So if you do live in these communities from Whitefield and surrounding areas northeastward, that's the tornado right there. That's the circulation, and it's moving to the northeast at 40 miles an hour. So a few areas of concern across the News Channel 8 viewing area right now. This is the first and foremost one because it just popped up, and sometimes right when you get a new tornado warning, you got to watch it close to make sure it doesn't strengthen within the first 5 to 10 minutes, because then it could just go off and running and get even stronger. Right now, there's still circulation here. There's still a storm that's producing everything a severe thunderstorm has to offer as far as severe wind, torrential downpours, possibly some hail, and definitely enough rotation to cause a tornado at any point. We're also watching an area of far northeastern Oklahoma around the town of Welch toward areas north of Miami, northeastern Craig, northwestern Ottawa County. You've also got a tornado warning up there for a Doppler indicated tornado, and I believe that storm has a history of producing at least 2 tornadoes. That one storm system that right now is up north into north of Veneta, up into areas north of Miami, that has a history of producing tornadoes. This one, we hope, doesn't eventually have a history of producing tornadoes. We do have a tornado warning, though. We have not gotten any confirmation on whether or not this has been a confirmed tornado, but right now, because this box is red, it's a Doppler indicated tornado warning. It doesn't mean that it's not on the ground. It just means it's Doppler indicated. Once this turns purple, it means it's been seen by human eyes, or it's so obvious from the radar data that it's got to be a tornado that they'll issue it. So right now, it's a red tornado warning, and for this, for our system, that means it's a Doppler indicated tornado warning. Still take your shelter, still get to your safe spot, lowest floor, away from windows. We've got Porham right here in the thick of it. That's where the heaviest rotation is right now, and as it moves its way right into southern Muskogee County, we have to be on high alert. Colton?
Yeah, Kevin, so again, you mentioned that is not currently a confirmed tornado warning, but again, the Weather Service, and I would agree, believe that this could be a tornado really at any time, right over the community of Porham. So in Porham, we kind of plead with you. You've got to get in your safe spot. You know, you may think, hey, it's November. Tornadoes can't be that strong in November. That is not true. In fact, the signature on radar is quite impressive. So again, there's a live look at radar there. And if you'll notice, parts of Interstate 40 are under that tornado warning. So if you are traveling down I-40 or you know somebody traveling down I-40, let them know. Say, hey, you need to exit. Because the Shakota exit, which is going to be mile marker 265, really all the way over to the Vian exit, which is going to be 297. So that is about 30 miles of I-40 that you probably need to get off, okay, and you need to avoid. So if you're kind of driving eastbound and you're listening to us online or what have you, and you're at Chakota, I would get off. I would wait, because this is going to cross Interstate 40 at some point, kind of between there, probably about smack dab in the middle. So probably somewhere in the neighborhood of mile marker, let's call it 275. Okay, somewhere in that neighborhood. Again, it's not perfect, but that's what we're looking for. Okay, so again, that's kind of the latest on the developing situation there. Again, we're kind of getting into a good view from a few different radars, where regardless of which way we slice it, Kevin, that's some strong rotation right over Port and right over State Highway 2.
It sure is, and you make a good point of however way you slice it, because we're taking a look at different radar sites, and they're going to be scanning different layers of the atmosphere, and they're all showing us the same thing: strong rotation right over Purim. So that's why it's very concerning for us that a tornado could form at any time right over that town. And also, Colton mentioned I-40 is right here, just miles north of where this circulation is. So making also a good point, you can listen to us online, don't have to be at home in front of your TV. And we've got travelers here. We know what happened last severe weather season when someone down in Marietta, Oklahoma, ended up having a fatality during a tornado. They were, I believe, on an interstate there down by the Red River. So it can happen. If you're in your car, you see those threatening skies, and if you think that tornado is imminent, you know what you have to do. You have to get out, jump in a ditch, and cover the back of your head and hope and pray, because you never want to end up in that situation. So that's why Colt makes a good point. If you know anyone that might be traveling on I-40 here across this part of Muskogee County anytime soon, maybe they're getting off work at 2 or 3, give them a call. Make sure that they delay their travels, because we have a strong area of rotation over Purim right now, and it's moving to the northeast toward the town of Gore, Warner, right along I-40 there into southern Muskogee County. So, I mean, we may have an update. There's also a severe thunderstorm warning trailing that with another area of rotation, Colton.
Yeah, Kevin, that's kind of what I wanted to point out to you, was that area of circulation there in parts of Pittsburgh County. This is the area of the environment today where we've been saying all day long that we think that the circulation or the ability for a storm to circulate, if you will, is going to be the highest, is going to be in this zone down to the south and to the southeast of the Tulsa Metro. This is where the environment is favorable for tornadoes. We've already seen a tornado warning. There's another warning coming up on the way. This is going to be on the south side of Eufaula. This is northeast of McAllister, but we do believe that this is another area of circulation that's going to be having to watch closely. But for now, Kevin, watching the Purim area, that's a strong area of circulation there as it continues to push off to the northeast.
You got it, my friend. And yes, more than one area of circulation right now located across southern Muskogee County. As Colton just mentioned there, you can circle it right there over Purim. You're going to be taking your shelter as it moves to the northeast at 40 miles an hour. So please, yes, as we're pleading with you, if you do live in that part of southern Muskogee County, you have to make sure you take a warning, and it's for that portion of Muskogee County until 2:45, and it also impacts portions of Sequoia County as well, Webbers Falls and Gore, and just west of Carlisle. So you see this storm as it moves its way to the north and east. Going to be watching this one very closely. I'll do a quick zoom out here. We'll take a quick look at the storm that's trailing that one to the south. That one is just leaving McAllister. If you live in McAllister, you've just been hit with some serious thunderstorm activity and probably some severe wind and maybe even some severe hail. And we still have a situation here across portions of Pittsburgh County that is producing enough of a heavy weather event that a severe thunderstorm warning remains in place there. But really, if you look at even just looking at the radar data here over Purim, there's the circulation right there, and that's why the tornado warning is still in place for that portion of southern Muskogee County. If looking at the Pittsburgh County severe thunderstorm warning, that's until 2:45, and there's also a little bit of rotation showing up on that radar site as well. If I can turn it back to the velocity data here, it's not showing up as well on this radar site, but maybe if I change it to the Fort Smith, I might get a better look at it here. Yeah, sure enough, there is the circulation that's happening right over Purim, over southern Muskogee County. And it looks like going back to the south and west, this particular scan isn't giving me as much rotation in the Pittsburgh County storm as previously. But needless to say, we've got two warnings right now that we're talking about. One is for southern Muskogee County, getting ready to cross I-40. That's a dangerous situation. It's already a tornado warning, but once you're being impacted along an interstate, these people that are driving there, they have no idea usually about the weather that's happening in their area. So again, as Colton mentioned, if you know anyone that's traveling or that could travel at this time of day in that portion of I-40, east of Chakotah, west of Sallisaw, right through southern Muskogee County, that's where the tornado is headed. And here's I-40 right here. And there's the tornado over Porham, and it's moving to the northeast at 40 miles an hour. So those are the warnings we're watching to our southern viewing area. If you're just tuning in, we've got several warnings that we're watching across the region. Areas in the Tulsa Metro have been hit hard today with some wind and some heavy downpours, but Tulsa, a front has come through Tulsa, so the city of Tulsa itself, the severe threat is ending, but areas to our south and east like Claremore and Inola, right now you are getting severe thunderstorms with hail and wind, and we're also seeing some pretty heavy weather down by Haskell as well. All these storms are moving to the east as the individual thunderstorms themselves kind of train over each other, and that's when you can have a problem with flash flooding. So when that happens, you know what to do. Turn around, don't drown. And there's some of these roads that they may be ready to flood after recent rain, and you have to be ready to not drive over that road. A quick check here in our northeastern viewing area. It looks like these tornado warnings have either expired or been canceled. Good news there if you live in northern Ottawa County, northeastern Grove County. This whole area up here was under the threat for tornadoes with this cluster of thunderstorms. Right now the rotation has weakened as these storms continue to move to the east, and still the chance that more flare-ups of rotation could happen. But right now it's a severe thunderstorm warning just south of Welch, which is into Craig County, north of Veneta. That storm right there is the one that really bears watching in the short term as it moves to the east. And I can turn on the Tulsa radar there to get a little bit better look at the definition. But Blue Jacket, I know that Welch, we had a picture sent in to us from Welch earlier that was a tornado that happened about 40 minutes ago, and then about 20 minutes after that, the town of Welch had another tornado warning. So if you live in Craig County, northeastern Craig County especially, you've been hit pretty hard here with severe thunderstorms this afternoon. And looking at, we'll take a broad view here. We'll take the DMA shot and put the precipitation in motion here over the last hour, and you can see some of the warnings that are popping up there, and you see how busy it's been across far northeastern Oklahoma just over the last 30 minutes. I mean, we went from having 3 active tornado warnings to having none in areas between Veneta, Miami, and northward. But as we look at the area impacting I-40, that storm down there in southern Muskogee County, that looks dangerous. So we have to really be mindful of that. The areas of southern Okmulgee County, right near I-40. We'll get a zoom back in on this as well and get a closer look at it as it moves its way right into areas along I-40. There's still some rotation going on the radar there. We're going to pull up the velocity data, and there's still, that's out of the Tulsa radar site there. If I take Fort Smith, we're going to see the couplet right there. So there's still some rotation going on. It may be a little bit broader, but it's definitely a rotating area, and that's the tornado right there. That's where it would be, right where that circle is drawn, and it's just a couple of miles from I-40, getting ready to cross I-40 west of Gore. If you live in Gore, you need to be taking your shelter right now into those portions of southern Muskogee County and also western Sequoia County as well. That's the tornado warning that we're watching right now, and I believe, Colton, that is the only tornado warning we have currently in the viewing area.
Yeah, Kevin, that's correct. And again, it kind of sticks out like a sore thumb on velocity here with, again, this is a pretty strong couplet. As you mentioned, if we want to go, let's go to weather 1 if we can, control room. Again, it's a similar shot, but there is, again, that strong couplet now. And folks, you'll recognize State Highway 351. That's the Muskogee Turnpike, okay? And right here, that's where the Muskogee Turnpike joins in with I-40. So folks, you've probably taken the Muskogee Turnpike before to get down to this area. That's right about where we think If there's a tornado, and again, it's not confirmed, but we do believe that this is strong enough circulation to be at least an imminent tornado, that it's going to cross I-40 somewhere in the neighborhood of that Muskogee Turnpike juncture here, right around, again, 105th Street in this area, 65th, 75th, 85th, so about 95th to 105th Street and I-40. This is going to be in, and again, let's back out here quickly, and kind of the southeastern branch here of Muskogee County, and it's moving off to the northeast. This may eventually cross from Weber Falls over towards Gore. We may make it as far north as the Highway 10 landing. And overall, this kind of looks like what to me is shaping up to be the potential for potentially a long-lived circulation. Kevin, I will tell you that the Warner, Oklahoma Fire Department, they are reporting that spotters are reporting a possible rain-wrapped funnel, headed towards Weber's Falls. So that would check out with what we're seeing here. I imagine a rain-wrapped would make a little bit of sense given how messy the setup is today, but a funnel cloud I think is more than likely happening right now, headed towards Weber Falls and headed towards I-40.
Yeah, it matches up here, Colton, with this area of circulation right here, just a couple of miles south of I-40 in southeastern Muskogee County. That's the area of circulation. The tornado location is right there, and it's been confirmed with a spotter of seeing a rain-wrapped funnel cloud. So all the indicators that you look for to make sure you get into your shelters, you should be there when the tornado warning is issued, but not everybody does it. Some people wait, which you shouldn't do. But if you did, now we're getting more indications with this rain-wrapped funnel cloud just south of Interstate 40 in southern Muskogee County. Weber's Falls, you're going to be under the threat here imminently for a tornado. So you need to be in your shelters here. This is the tornado warning here for kind of the southeastern portion of our viewing area here as you head southeast of Tulsa down into southern Muskogee County. And that's the area here, really the eastern portion of green country. The severe threat is still there with the tornado watch in place. But from Tulsa to the north and west, a cool front has come through and is ending the severe weather threat for us in Tulsa. But down here in Weber's Falls, southern Muskogee County, right on the Interstate 40 line there, that's where we're getting a tornado warning right now. And there are some indications that there could be a rain-wrapped funnel. That was a chaser report that we have a rain-wrapped funnel cloud near Weber's Falls. So right there over I-40, that's where you're going to be watching for the threat for a tornado at any point. It's been a very busy day and a very busy 3 days of severe weather across the area. And it's not just the tornadic threat we're dealing with today. It's also the threat for flash flooding. We are waterlogged, and a storm like this is putting down some very heavy rain as well as the threat for a tornado. So that's going to give you the flash flooding. Another reason not to be traveling. If you don't have to go out and about this afternoon, these storms are still going to be popping out here, especially east and southeast of Tulsa. You don't want to be venturing out if you don't have to. But if you do venture out, you can check the KTUO weather app and make sure the radar is not in a dangerous place for you before you head out. But yeah, this is the velocity data. Look at this large area of circulation. I mean, that's a supercell thunderstorm right there. And the shear rate right here may not be on the strong end right now, but you can't always look at that because it depends on which radar site you pull up. We just pulled up a different one there. And every layer of the atmosphere we're looking at, we're getting rotation here, including right here, just 3 miles south of Interstate 40. So we've got all indications are that this is a storm that's rotating and could produce a tornado at any time. So if you live in Weber's Falls or Gore, or areas north and even just west of that, east of Warner, you need to be in your safe shelter right now because, again, tornado warnings, hey, you got to take them seriously. You got to make sure that you know where to go. Now, this is the time of day where some schools are starting to get out. Maybe you're picking the kids up early. The schools are going to take care of what they have to take care of. They know where to put the kids to be safe in a tornado warning. So that's what they're doing. You stay home, you stay safe, or at work, wherever you happen to be, and let the school take care of making sure the kids are safe. Because if you try to go there in a storm, you get in an accident, and then that's not the last thing we need. But we've got right now the rotation area right here is getting ready to cross Interstate 40. And if you hadn't heard, this storm right here, just minutes ago, a storm chaser spotter reported a rain-wrapped funnel cloud. Remember, a funnel cloud is a precursor for a tornado. You get a funnel cloud Once it touches the ground, then it officially becomes a tornado. So a rain-wrapped funnel cloud is that kind of looks like a tornado coming out of the cloud, but once it touches the ground, then it officially becomes a tornado. So the report that came in was a rain-wrapped funnel cloud with this area of circulation right here. There's heavy rain going on. There's gusty winds. We don't want to be traveling. And also, we're talking about southern Muskogee County right here, folks. So that's portions of the county that have already seen heavy rain, 5, 6, 7 inches over the last 3 days. The areas around these thunderstorms that are forming today, whether you're in Muskogee County, whether you're in Tulsa County, whether you're up in Nowata County, we've all seen heavy rain recently. So the thunderstorms today are going to exacerbate that situation of being waterlogged. Right now, this is the area of concern here, right along Interstate 40, south of Weber's Falls. If you live anywhere in that vicinity, you've got to be taking your shelter right now for this tornado warning. We've got confirmations from a spotter of there being a funnel cloud there. It may be tough to see with the clouds and the rain that's happening around it. You don't always get a perfect picture when you're trying to chase a storm. But this is a tornado warning for Muskogee, southern Muskogee County, as it moves its way toward Weber's Falls and Gore, and eventually perhaps even into Redbird Smith. So yeah, this is right now the most dangerous situation that we have going on in all of Green Country. Colton, you have an update?
Once again, just kind of want to continue to update folks. You know, if they know anybody near the area, especially traveling along the interstate, we think that if, again, we're not confirmed, there's not a confirmed tornado, but if there were to be one, and if it were to touch down soon, we can go back to weather 1 here, and I can show you, again, this is going to cross the interstate, we believe somewhere between mile markers 284 and 287, and the latest radar update did exactly what I said it did exactly what I said I thought it would do about 10 minutes ago. It's crossing exactly where the Cherokee Turnpike, or excuse me, the Muskogee Turnpike joins up with I-40, right there at that interchange. So that is going to be, that's mile marker 286, okay? So mile marker, you've got about 3 minutes before what we believe is an imminent tornado. Right now, trying to look through the debris detector, not seeing a whole lot that's worth kind of trusting here, but we still think shear rate is plenty high. Tornado warning, it is set to expire in 2 minutes. My assumption would be that it's going to get extended as this thing moves closer to Weber's Falls. But Kevin, crossing I-40 as we speak, and again, overall for right now, it looks like we still have a circulation. Some of the low-level dynamics, at least looking at some mesoscale analysis, are not perfect for a tornado right now, and so that would be good. Maybe that's what's keeping it from completely touching down, but overall we know we have a strong circulation crossing the highway right now.
You got it. We've got not only the verification from radar that there's strong rotation, but also storm spotters saying a rain-wrapped funnel cloud was seen. We've got I-40 right here in southern Muskogee County. The circulation is passing right over it, and we are in a tornado watch for most of Green Country until 6 p.m. But it looks like the city of Tulsa, our severe weather threat is coming to an end. It's areas east of us, like southern Muskogee County, that are going to be impacted here moving forward. So as Colton mentioned, this tornado warning in effect for southern Muskogee County, western Sequoia County is set to expire. Now, we'll see if they reissue it. There still is good indication on the radar that it could very well be reissued with the rotation that's going on there near Interstate 40, right into southern Muskogee County. It's a dangerous place for a tornado to be. We know that people are driving. They're not usually paying attention to the weather around them too much. But,
and Kevin, that warning is going to be reissued.
Okay.
It's going to include parts of Adair, Cherokee, and Sequoia County. So it's getting ready to expand a little bit here. So we'll get back to radar so we can look at that exactly. As soon as it's issued, we'll have it.
You
there
got
it is right there.
Yep, you got it. Okay, there you go. Here's Gore right here. Right from I-40 to Gore, there's the circulation. They've reissued or extended the tornado warning into Cherokee and Adair counties. If you live in Tahlequah, a big population center there for that county, you would perhaps be under the threat for a tornado eventually down the line. It's probably about an hour away from you, but we are going to be watching this very closely here. We've got Barber at 326. Gore Landing, you're imminently going to be impacted here. If you live in Gore, you need to be in your safe spot right now as we kind of fan out the storm track just to get a few more cities in there, because we really want to get everybody as safe as possible. If you see your city show up on here, you see what time you'll be impacted by this potential tornado. And you see the location of the tornado. We're tracking it right from that location just southwest of Gore. There's the velocity couplet as it moves to the north and east. You're also going to see the potential for flooding downpours, another reason not to be traveling this afternoon. And also some of these storms have had some hail in them as well, 1 inch in diameter or greater. So we're getting pretty much everything a severe thunderstorm has to offer. Now, this isn't the ideal situation for a strong, long-lived tornado. We haven't seen, fortunately, any strong, long-lived tornadoes today. We have seen some tornado warnings, and there have been some that have been confirmed with pictures and videos. Some of them have formed and kind of been a brief touchdown and then going back up into the sky. That's happened too. Let's hope we can keep that trend going, because the last thing we need is for this thing to blossom here. But this has been a tornado-warned storm here for more than 45 minutes as it continues to cross Interstate 40. Here's southern Muskogee County off toward Paradise Hill. You'll be impacted there in Pumpkin Center at 10 minutes past 3. Paradise Hill just at 3 o'clock. So we're going to be watching this right now. I believe is the only warning that we have in the News Channel 8 viewing area. And it is a tornado warning. There are other clusters of thunderstorms across the area that could produce tornadoes, because we are in a tornado watch. And we also have another severe thunderstorm warning butting up against southern Pittsburgh County there as well. So the zone of danger, if you will, moving forward is going to be where you see it right now. We're looping the velocity data, kind of watching trying to watch the rotation move up into southern Muskogee County. But really anywhere north and west of Interstate 44, the conditions are really improving because we have a northwest wind. But from I-44 and to the south of that and down toward I-40, this whole area right in here is still going to be under the threat here, possibly for several more hours, for continued thunderstorms that rotate and could produce tornadoes. So what you're looking at here is a tornado warning here, which is impacting areas south of Tahlequah. We've got Interstate 40 right here in southern Muskogee County. Weber's Falls, that circulation is right over you right now. So you need to be in your shelter. Gore, you need to be in your safe shelter as well. The storm is moving to the northeast, as most of them have been at 40 miles an hour. And we've got the town names showing up. You got to be in your safe shelters right now as we head into the afternoon. The good thing about this is the fact that it's still daylight. We often get nighttime thunderstorms here that produce tornadoes, and those are the most dangerous. There are eyes out there in the field. There are spotters and chasers that are watching these storms, and this particular storm, there was a spotter about 15 to 20 minutes ago that reported a rain-wrapped funnel cloud with this area of circulation. So now it has jumped over Interstate 40 in southern Muskogee County, and it's making its way northward through western Sequoia County toward Paradise Hill and eventually up into Cherokee County, where there is a tornado warning in place for the next 30 to 45 minutes. But it's really about that area of circulation right there. Once that makes its way northward, that's where you'll be feeling the real impacts of the possible tornado. But out ahead of it, there's still thunderstorm activity going on with gusty winds, lightning, and flooding downpours. So really anywhere in this zone right here, there are thunderstorms occurring, and you don't want to be out and about. You want to be in your safe place, especially because of the fact we've got a tornado warning in place right now for Gore. It's a storm that has a history of producing a funnel cloud, and it has a tornado warning for it right now. Colton?
Yeah, Kevin, we just want to bring our viewers an update. As you've been mentioning several times, it's about release time for school. And though we know that, again, that the Tulsa Metro severe weather threat is quite low, Broken Arrow School District, they are letting us know that they are facing phone and power outages at several campuses across the district. And so the staff are working to maintain normal operations, but their release times may be delayed. So parents in the area, your kids may be released a little later than you are used to. Just know that, again, the conditions in that area are not severe, so there's nothing to worry about, but that the release times may be a little bit delayed.
And that was for Broken Arrow, Colton?
I'm sorry, say it again, Kevin.
Was that for Broken Arrow?
Yeah, that's correct. That would be for Broken Arrow.
Okay, great information there. The last thing you want to do is to worry when you're the parent. We know it well. So they're taking care of business in Broken Arrow with some power outages at some of the schools and they're going to try to get the lights back on there and keep everybody safe. But as Colton mentioned, there is not active severe weather in Broken Arrow, but they do have power outages from storms that went by earlier this afternoon. This is the game that we're watching right here, as you want to call it. The only game in town is for Gore, and it's in extreme western Sequoia County, moving into Cherokee County. That is the severe thunderstorm that is potentially producing a tornado at any moment. The only eyes on the ground we had for this particular storm was one report about 15 minutes ago of a rain-wrapped funnel cloud. And the funnel cloud, of course, is the precursor, the beginning stages of an actual tornado. Once that funnel cloud makes its way all the way to the ground for touchdown, that's when you can officially call it a tornado. And we have had several of those today. One of them happened just northwest of Talala. There was a wind gust that was reported in Rogers County of 94 miles an hour earlier this afternoon. So that was most likely a tornadic wind gust near Talala earlier today. We also had a picture sent in to us from up into Welch, which is in northeastern Craig County, that there was a tornado up there as well. So right now, watching this area of circulation over Gore, you can see the red and the green. That is where the location of the tornado would be if it indeed is on the ground. We know there's enough rotation for it to drop a tornado at any moment. So if you live in that part of far western Sequoia County, southeastern Muskogee County, you need to be in your safe shelters. It's just north of Interstate 40. That's where it's moving right now as it moves to the northeast at 40 miles an hour. And we're working also behind the scenes here to see if we can get a chaser out in that area to see if we can get some eyes on the ground of our own. But we know that the report that we did have from this storm was that there was a report of a rain-wrapped funnel cloud. You can't always get the best picture when you're trying to chase or when you're a spotter out there. And it's a dangerous job too, and we appreciate the people that do it. But that's the report that we had with this storm about 15 to 20 minutes ago, a rain-wrapped funnel cloud. And we know that these rotating thunderstorms like this one over Gore with a tornado warning, they can produce an area of rotation that drops a tornado, then it can go back up in the cloud, and then maybe 10 minutes later it strengthens again and drops another one. So these supercell thunderstorms have the capability of dropping several tornadoes over 1, sometimes even 2 hours as you track these storms, in this case, to the northeast. So it's just a reminder that if you're in the tornado warned area, you need to be in your safe shelter. We know a lot of schools are getting out right now. You may be getting ready to head out to pick up the kids. If you live in an area that's in a tornado warning, obviously you don't do that. You wait, you get into your shelters. The schools will make sure the kids get into theirs. As we watch this couplet right here, this velocity couplet just over Gore, which has crossed over Interstate 40 as it moves its way to the northeast. Tahlequah, you're not in this warning, but we're going to be watching that very closely as it moves in here. There are clusters of thunderstorms, and along that southern edge of the cluster like this, that's where the rotation will oftentimes happen, and that's where this one is happening too. So right here, you're going to have heavy rain, some hail in here, and on the southwest flank of that storm, that's where the tornado would be located, right over Gore as it moves its way to the northeast at 40 miles an hour. If you live in southern portions of Cherokee County, here's Stillwell right here. We know Stillwell last week was impacted by some severe wind as a tornado formed just to your east and crossed the border into Washington County, Arkansas. So you are no stranger to recent severe weather in Stillwell. Here's Marble City. West of you is where the most impacts will be from this potential tornado. Into Braggs, you're getting some heavy weather too, but as we track this center of circulation of the most rotating part of the thunderstorm, it's right over Gore, and it'll be moving its way to the northeast at 40 miles an hour. So again, all weather hazards are going to be possible for us with this storm, and the most concerning one is that area of rotation that we're watching, Colton.
Okay, yeah, Kevin, it is. I want to talk about the Metro here just briefly because we're kind of tracking a developing situation in the East Metro where, again, some folks, not a large number, if we can go to links 2, we can talk about the power outage numbers across parts of Green Country right now. Notice it's not terribly concerning. There's about 700 customers without power in Tulsa County, but one of those just happens to be the Broken Arrow School District. And so, again, they're facing power outages in parts of BA, which is going to kind of complicate the release procedures here across the part of the school district there. Overall, it's school release time. It's 3 o'clock now, and so it's time for the kiddos to come home. So parents, just bear with the school. They're safe. There's no severe threat imminent there, but they are working to try to get that done. here just very, very quickly here, just over the next little while. Okay, so again, we can kind of continue to track the circulation here as it continues to move off to the northeast. Now, again, we've moved out of Muskogee County. We're talking Sequoyah County up into Cherokee County now. That center of circulation, we can spot it there on the radar, the couplet. It's actually become a little more defined. I know we had a report from the Grove Fire Department of a funnel cloud developing that was able to be spotted from the dam here as this kind of runs up through Weber's Falls. So again, there's your center of circulation now, just to the south-southwest of Paradise Hill, right over Nachitown. Okay, this is going to be the center of circulation here within that tornado warning. Now, just again, we're talking about we're out of Muskogee County. Okay, we're now sitting in Sequoyah County. So that's going to be the area of concern right now, as this has been a long-lived circulation. Okay, and as it continues to push off to the northeast, there are several spots off to the northeast here that are going to have to be watched awfully close as it kind of continues over the next, at this point, we may be talking about somewhere in the order of hours. I think we've been tracking this one for about an hour at this point as it's continued to kind of become the only game in town. The good news is today we have only seen about 1 or 2 tornado warnings at a time. They've not just kind of run one on top of the other, but we now actually have a new tornado warning right here just off to our north and to our northwest, back here towards the Tulsa Metro area. This is going to be in the Wagner area. Kevin, if you're back there, if you can hear me, I think Adam McAdoo is heading in this direction, so we need to get a hold of him and see if he can get on top of that.
Gotcha.
Somewhere in the Wagner area.
He says his stream is up now. Okay,
fantastic. Let's see if we can get that and we can take a look at that, because this is a new area of circulation. I was watching this when I was back there, and this is going to be for Wagner County, and it's even going to kind of poke here into parts of Cherokee County. That's going to go until 3:15 now. So this is Adam McAdoo. So again, we'll keep an eye on that. I'm not exactly positive of his exact vicinity here.
I can tell you where he is, Colton.
Okay, sounds good. Where's he at?
He's on 51, headed into Coweta from Broken Arrow. Okay, so that's going to be the BA Expressway. So he's still a little ways away. So he's about here, and he's headed this direction, and he needs to probably get off and try to get into Wagner. He's very familiar with that area. That's basically hometown for Adam. So he'll be there quickly. So again, this is that area of circulation now, and overall it's not extremely tight, okay, but we can see here just on the northeast side of town, we can see if we can maybe get a couple of streets here just on the very, very northeast side of town here, just out of Wagner. So folks in Wagner, you're more than likely in the clear on this, but if you live off to the north and to the northeast of Wagner, you're going to have to pay close attention here, from Toppers up to Yonkers, over to Ely, Lost City, all the way up to Pegs, not Beggs, but Pegs. Be on the lookout. But okay, we have confirmed tornado now down to our south. This is the Gore tornado. We've been tracking this one again, like I said, for about an hour at this point. And again, we're now at the point where it's now confirmed. There's a confirmed tornado now. Just now, it's going to be crossing into the Cherokee, into the far southern corner here of Cherokee County, right to the northeast of Nachitown, right near Paradise Hill. Okay, this is a pretty, not a very populated area, but there are folks that live here. These are homes, right? These are lake houses, little lake communities, kind of along the bayou through here. And so again, there's a lot of folks that kind of live up this way, even though there's not a bunch of Walmarts and things like that, right? So there are folks out this way. This is a confirmed tornado now moving off to the northeast very quickly, by the way. Storms today moving about 40, 45 miles per hour. So we can put a storm track here on this as this thing continues to move off to the northeast, because we're going to have to continue to watch that awfully closely here. It's going to be moving into the Tahlequah vicinity. Let me fix this so we can get a few more towns here, because I know there's more towns than just those that we can see here. So again, confirmed tornado now. Tornado warning continues for several locations now down here in very, very rural parts of Sequoyah County, and again, kind of continue to move off to the northeast into Cherokee County. So there's going to be some times of arrival for you. 2 tornado warnings now in effect within our area. Kevin, we're kind of just going to continue to watch this. There's maybe another area of concern off to the north here, but that's not currently warned. But we knew the environment today, this was possible, right? That this was even a likelihood to some degree. We knew that this was going to happen at some point today. So this is kind of what we're beginning to see now. As things are messy, again in the metro, we are quiet, we are calm, not a lot of concern in the metro, but off to the south and southeast, that's what we're continuing to watch, is now we have 2 different tornado warnings. So if you're in these tornado warnings, if you're within that polygon, your phone's going off, you need to take your immediate tornado precautions, all right? That is
Again, anything from getting to the lowest level, center part of your home, right? That's going to be a cellar or basement if possible, but if not, an interior closet or bathroom, right? You know the rules. Put as many walls between you and the tornado as possible. Get away from windows, get away from doors. And you know what? If you have a few minutes, I'd throw on some boots, I'd throw on some goggles. You know, I mean, I know somebody who his washing machine fell on top of him in Moore just the other night. The tornado was so strong that it pushed it over onto him. So that's where everything, every little added layer of protection that you can give yourself will help you in a tornado. And you may go, it's November. Tornadoes in November, they're not strong enough to toss a washing machine. Yes, they are. Today, the atmosphere is a little more like they are in May, not in November. Okay, so again, confirmed tornado warning now. Let's see, that ends at, again, 3:30, mainly for Cherokee County. It could slip over into Adair County eventually, but right now we're talking Cherokee County. Tahlequah, you're not officially in the warning, but you're going to be close, especially by the time school gets released. Folks in Tahlequah, you need to be watching this because this could be concerning for you if this manages to hold together, which we don't have any reason to believe that it won't, because it has for at least an hour, if not an hour and a half at this point. Okay, same story in Wagner. Okay, if this turns into a tornado, it's going to be rain wrapped as it moves off to the northeast here. Currently in Wagner County, going to try to be in Cherokee County at some point here in just a little while. It's again kind of continue to push off to the northeast here. Once again, also a rural area, but still there's plenty of folks that live out this way. And again, let's take a look at velocity, as I think we're still watching a couplet there. It's not quite as strong. This is going to be one of those situations where kind of this whole zone is probably spinning. I imagine if we turn on shear rate, we would probably see again plenty of rotation. That's exactly what we see, Kevin. So overall, you know, at this point, we need to kind of keep watching this whole zone closely as it kind of moves off to the northeast.
You got it, Colton. And we're watching another area of concern here. There's some rotation going on with a storm in northern Mays County near Big Cabin. There's a lot of lightning showing up with this storm, and they just issued a severe thunderstorm warning for it. So 60-mile-an-hour winds are going to be likely with this one, but there has been some rotation in the Big Cabin area north of Adair. So that's something to keep in mind. You need to be paying close attention to this one moving forward. We also have an update on the tornado warning that remains in effect until 3:30 for northwestern Sequoyah County, down to the south that we've been talking about. This one that you just mentioned has been going, seems like forever here, but if I put up the velocity data, there's the location of the tornado. There's the location of the rotation near Paradise Hill as it moves its way to the north and east. It already moved through Gore about 15-20 minutes ago, but the update on this is that a confirmed tornado was located near Lake Tenkiller State Park, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. So this is impacting areas of southwestern Adair, southeastern Cherokee, moving to the northeast at 40 miles an hour. So this area right in here, this has been an area of rotation that we've been seeing for more than an hour now, and it may have dropped more than one tornado. So this is a confirmed tornado for those portions of southern Adair County and northern Sequoyah County between Paradise Hill and Cookson, as it moves its way to the north along the water. So Pumpkin Center, this storm is to your east. It's a confirmed tornado for those areas of Cherokee County and the surrounding counties, right over areas between Cookson and Paradise Hill. So we're going to watch that confirmed tornado warning as it moves to the north and east. You need to be in your safe shelters. As we go a little bit farther north, we've got Adam McAdoo, our storm chaser, out there. He said he's on his way into Wagner, and he's chasing that storm that's impacting Wagner right now with a tornado warning. If I change the radar site, you can see this is out of the Tulsa radar. There's Wagner and the rotation going on anywhere along that line here. We could get a tornado to form at any time. It's a tornado warning for Wagner County until 3:15 and to portions of Cherokee County. So if you live in Cherokee County, you're being impacted by a potential tornado within the next half hour in the western portion of the county, north of Hulbert. In addition to that, we've got the formation of a confirmed tornado down here into southern Cherokee County, south of Tahlequah. That's a confirmed tornado until 3:30. So Cherokee County right now is obviously experiencing a lot of danger with the weather. Now, if we take a quick look at what's happening across the rest of the area, we've got the velocity data on here. Let's put the reflectivity data on just for a sec and kind of turn that off for a second. I'm going to bring you up here to just kind of a wider view of what's happening across the region just over the last 15 minutes. And you can see the areas that are being impacted by severe weather. We don't want to forget about our friends in Pittsburgh County. We know you've had a lot of activity there today. You've got a severe thunderstorm warning south of Pittsburgh County into Atoka, and that right now is producing 60-mile-an-hour winds. We have into far northeastern Oklahoma between Veneta and Miami. There is some rotation in that storm up here into the northeastern portion of the viewing area. So that's a system we're going to be watching as well. But the most important one that we're watching here is definitely what's happening with the tornado warning that's going on. It's a confirmed tornado warning for areas of southern Cherokee County. And there's the rotation right there, Colton.
Yeah, Kevin, and let's go to weather 2 if we can, control room, because I'm watching here. So this is Lake Tenkiller, right? Everybody knows where Lake Tenkiller is, southern Cherokee County. This is the debris detector, and this right here would be your confirmed tornado now at 3:06. Let me see what time the radar updated. At 3:06, there was debris over the lake from this tornado as it moved into southern Cherokee County, and we can kind of watch this as it plays out here. Let me get over here so I can press play on this for us so that way we can see. But again, this is a confirmed debris signature now, if you will, from this tornado. You can watch it just come right there. There it is. So the tornado may have even touched down right about here, and boom, there it is right there. That's debris moving over the lake basically as we speak. It's going to be just on the northeast side. So Cookson, folks, and Cookson, you got to be in your safe spot, okay? That's a little lake community there. I know there's folks that live there and they have homes, some of them mobile homes. You got to get out of that, okay? You don't have any more time. This thing is here. It's doing damage right now off to your southwest. A confirmed tornado now in southern Cherokee County. And again, this includes several areas as far north as Carter's Landing, and then eventually we're going to be kind of trying to trace a path into parts of Adair County here. But for the time being, southern, southeastern Cherokee County, in your safe spot. You don't have time. You got to get there. That right there, that is a surefire sign that we look for to see a tornado doing damage, and that is exactly what's happening as we speak, okay? So again, we're talking about Lake Tenkiller. We're going to get an update here any second now on the radar, and we should see where this thing is continuing. It's going to cross Highway 100, right, which Cookson lives on. Highway 100, eventually appear around the lake. There's an intersection with Highway 82, okay? So this tornado, which is confirmed, a confirmed tornado, going to cross Highway 100 probably somewhere in the neighborhood of Cookson, okay? So we're waiting on a radar update for now. Let's go back to velocity so we can see here. There's your couplet, right? So it lines up perfectly. Here's what I'm going to do. You ready for this? I'm going to draw the circle of the couplet here. That's where the tornado would be. Oops, we had a little glitch there. That's all right. And then there you go. There's going to be, again, where the tornado was, and then the debris signature very, very close to the couplet there. So that lines up just perfectly for us to say that this is a confirmed tornado. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to draw it from the tornado itself up to the north and to the northeast here. Again, we're moving very, very quickly. And again, let me get some towns in the box here for us. I know there's towns out that way. Let's see here real fast. There we go. So there's going to be a number of communities out in this kind of neck of the woods here. I'll put it like this for us to see. So again, Cookson 317, folks. And even that I think is a little generous, okay? It's 309. You got to get there, and you got to get there now. Dry Creek 321, Wildcat Point 321, Keys 323, Carter's Landing 325, Tenkiller proper, okay, 327, and then there's several on down that we're going to have to watch closely for. But for the time being, folks, the ones of you that are in the immediate path, okay, you've got to get to your safe spot, and you don't have a whole lot of time to think about anything else, okay? You got to get there, and you got to get there now. We're still tracking the tornado warning now that's coming out of Wagner County that is also trying to do some damage in Cherokee County. Now, we don't have a confirmed tornado there yet at this time with that tornado itself. But again, we're still watching. Let me get back to radar here for us. This is going to be a messy situation. It would be rain-wrapped if it was a tornado. But currently, there's a tornado warning once again for eastern Wagner County and northwestern Cherokee County. until 3:15. And again, that's for an area of circulation. It's quite broad, okay? There's nothing here to suggest that we have an imminent tornado right now, but there's enough circulation to be concerned about with this setup right now. So again, this thing could continue to strengthen, just like what we've seen down here in the Lake Tenkiller area, Kevin, is that we just continue to watch these storms. The environment is certainly favorable out there today for tornadoes. And look, you may look at this and go, well, this does not look like a tornado day, okay, in Oklahoma. You would be right. Typically, we don't see days that look like this with a bunch of scattered mess become tornadic. But that's what we have today, whether we like it or not, whether we're used to it or not. This is what we're dealing with, is these thunderstorms, especially the ones that are on the leading edge, have the capability to spin and to eventually produce tornadoes, okay? So overall, these are the only two warnings we have right now in the area. So again, the kind of widespread severe weather threat behind the line has come to an end. Notice this is behind the cool front. I'll kind of try to draw it here, but it's pretty easy to see. If you just kind of trace behind the front there, everything behind that line, the severe threat is over, okay? It's just off to the east. It still has to work out, but this front is slowly but surely pushing its way off to the east, and it will continue to do that. So again, tornado warnings continue just off to the east of the Tulsa Metro area, and as always, again, we're going to kind of continue tracking here until the threat is over, and you know, it's thankfully that's happening at somewhat of a fast rate, right? The front is continuing to push these things out here for us, but we're still watching this confirmed tornado warning now as it's going to be crossing into southern Cherokee County. Okay, so Sequoia County, you're done. This thing is in Cherokee County now. It's over the lake. I want to go back to debris detector to see, and it looks like the debris signature has probably weakened up just a little bit here for us. We can go back and see, so you can spot the debris detector right there just over the lake. And now again, here's how debris detector works, okay? Whenever a tornado picks up stuff, right, sticks, leaves, sometimes shingles, sometimes what have you, it'll loft these particles into the atmosphere. And so the radar can look at those and they can say, well, if there's two particles right next to each other, but they're a different size, we call that debris. At the moment, the debris signature has gone away, but if you think about it, it's sitting over the lake, so it may just be picking up a bunch of water, and at that point, that would kind of throw the debris detector out the window for you because it's just picking up water. So whenever the circulation gets back over land, if we see the debris signature return, that's going to lead me to believe that the tornado has kind of remained on the ground. That could be something along the lines of what we're seeing. So again, there's a lot going on right now. It's too early to tell. It's too hard to tell. There's no way to know. But there's one thing I know, and that's a tornado warning's in effect, and you need to be in your safe spot. Okay, especially if you live out in the Cookson area. All right, again, Highway 100 here, that kind of just runs right along the east side of Lake Tenkiller. You need to be ready, and as far north as Dry Creek, Barber, Dry Creek, up to Carter's Landing as well. Again, areas out to the northwest, which are still within the warning Pumpkin Center, those are the all clear. There's no threat back that way. Again, this is all going to be off to the north and to the northeast, and that's what the new warning that's been issued here is for. That's going to go until 3:30, the way it looks, Kevin. So again, overall, right now, that's kind of been the trend, is we're still watching that zone, the zone off to the east of Tulsa. That zone is still tornado warned. However, I've not seen a whole lot of indication to believe that there's a lot of concern there, primarily just because the velocity has not been very impressive. We have seen, again, certainly some rotation in the area, but it's fairly broad. And so again, even shear rate has come down quite a lot. You can see here with this zone, whenever it was back over, again, kind of Wagner, back over into Toppers, it was fairly strong, and then it's moved off to the east here. It's weakened quite a bit, okay? So again, that zone still tornado warned, still be in your safe spot in northwestern Cherokee County. It's not quite as concerning as it was. So Kevin, if you have an update, if we need to get Adam McAdoo somewhere in the area here. He was headed towards this circulation, but this one may be done. We need to kind of keep watching it. Kevin?
Yeah, Adam just gave us an update, actually, Colton. He says he went into Wagner. He didn't find any damage in Wagner. He's going to drop down to Muskogee and over to Tahlequah to catch up with that one that we're watching here.
Okay,
so
that's great news.
He's on the move, and as you know, the tornado warning that was the confirmed tornado. It's moved out of Muskogee County and it's moved out of Sequoia County. So Sequoia and Muskogee counties have been dropped from that tornado warning, which I think you did mention as well. So it's moving through southern Cherokee County, right along the water there. The fact that we had a debris signature is obviously concerning, but the tornado warning here that's confirmed is for southern Cherokee County. We're also watching, it looks like that the tornado warning for Wagner County and western Cherokee County has been allowed to expire or been canceled. So that threat for western Cherokee County has gone away for the short term. But definitely watching this system down here into southern Cherokee County as it moves its way along the water. You see the rotation right there. This is out of the Tulsa radar. If we put on the Fort Smith radar, it's right there. It's the bullseye of the rotation as it moves south of Tahlequah to the northeast, right along the water. We did see a debris signature earlier, as Colton mentioned. This is a very dangerous situation if you do live in southern Cherokee County. I can zoom in here and get some more towns in here. Dry Creek, Barber, Carter's Landing, some of these lake community towns. As Colton mentioned, some people live in mobile homes. They are not safe during a tornado. You have to have a predetermined place you're going to go to stay safe for a predetermined shelter. And it is the time where a lot of kids are getting out of school as well. A lot of schools have been contacting us, telling us that they're taking care of it. They know where to put the kids when into the safe shelters. Anytime the tornadoes hit, they have procedures in place for this. We also are asking you if you have any damage pictures that you can safely get. You can send them to us. You can email them to us. What's that email address again?
News@ktol.com.
News 8?
News@ktol.com. Sorry.
Yeah, you got it. News@ktol.com. You see it right there. So you can send your pictures. We had a picture earlier of a tornado that was over Welch, which was about now an hour and a half ago. That is in Craig County. Craig County has been impacted at least a couple of times with severe weather today. But this is the storm we're tracking right now. It's a confirmed tornado warning for southern Cherokee County. You're looking at the velocity data and the location of the tornado right over areas just between Cookson and Dry Creek right now. So if you're anywhere in that vicinity of that portion of Cherokee County, that's where you got to be taking shelter right now. It looks like another tornado warning has just been issued to account for the fact that we still have rotation going on with that particular storm. So this thing is, as we mentioned earlier, they can sometimes last for hours. These tornado warnings that just keep spawning as they travel along the southern edge of a supercell thunderstorm. And sure enough, that's exactly what we have. Now, we also have some strong thunderstorms impacting Delaware County, Mays County, and northern Cherokee County. During the time we're watching this, we're also watching some of those strong storms as well. So a new tornado warning issued here for portions of Cherokee County, and this is going to be moving into its northern Adair County is going to be impacted as well. The severe thunderstorm that's capable of producing the tornado is located near Cherokee Landing State Park, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. So as we zoom into to that area, we see that it's right along the water there, and it's in southern Cherokee County. There's definite velocity circulation right here, and as that moves to the northeast, it could be dropping a tornado. Now it could drop another one at any time. We did show you that debris tracker from earlier, and we saw the debris go right near Cookson. But right now we're moving forward and watching this storm as it moves to the north and east. Carter's Landing, Tailholt, eventually into Briggs, Titanic. You are under the threat for this tornado warning right now for Cherokee County and also into portions of northern Adair County as well, all the way up to Chewy and eventually Chance. So this storm, as it moves northeast, going to be watching still for the threat for additional tornadoes to form and also heavy downpours too. We have our storm chaser Adam McAdoo out there, who's got a stream going as he heads over to try to chase the storm. And you see the person driving in front. Oh, we don't show the stream right now, but I saw his stream, and it looks dangerous to drive right now. Heavy rain happening there up in the Wagner area. But what you're watching right now is Carter's Landing. You are under a tornado warning. This storm, again, has a history of producing debris And as it moves to the northeast along the water, it's going to be making its way out into other portions of southern Cherokee County and also eventually Adair County as it moves its way to the north and east. So this storm does not want to give up. So you need to be in your safe shelter right now if you live anywhere in the path of that tornado warning, which is encompassing those two counties right now, Cherokee and Adair. And we're going to get a look at what's happening with Adam McAdoo's stream as well as he tries to make his way towards some activity that is happening north of that. But otherwise, we want to remind you that this is a tornado watch for the eastern half of the viewing area. The tornado watch has been dropped for a few counties here, including areas of Tulsa County westward. So if you take a look at the severe alerts right now, you see the yellow is the tornado watch. A lot of counties have been dropped from it because a front has come through from the northwest, kind of giving us some cooler air and decreasing the instability. But we're also watching a tornado warning that's impacting areas around Tahlequah and all the way up into southern Cherokee County and eventually Adair County. And this is going to be the trend moving forward as we watch this storm system move its way. The storms themselves are moving to the northeast, but the line of storms is gradually shifting east. And as that process continues, we're going to see the threat for severe weather come to an end on the western edge, which is already happening. We have a north wind right now at Lookout Mountain here in Tulsa on the northwest side of town. The storms are pressing to the south and east, and that's where there's still a lot of instability. The warm sector, there's a lot of wind shear. There's also right now a large area of upper level low pressure moving toward Oklahoma from the west. And when you get that upper level dynamics, that's what can really give you good wind shear to produce tornadoes like this. So it's not really a surprise that we have a tornado watch here. We have a lot of ingredients in place. The low level moisture, the tornado watch continues again for the eastern portion of the area. And we wouldn't be surprised, to tell you the truth, if this thing just continues to produce tornado warning after tornado warning as it makes its way eventually into, there's the Arkansas border right there with Arkansas and Oklahoma. So we're getting close, but we still have a lot of towns to get through before we're there. Watching areas along the water here. Here's the area of rotation between Dry Creek, Tailholt, Carter's Landing. There's also some, really this whole zone right in here is where you're seeing the rotation, but the strongest rotation between 10 Killer and Carter's Landing. We know in that vicinity we've had recent reports of debris. And looking at if we look at the debris tracker again, which we just did for a second, but there we could potentially have some debris there as we watch it with the blue. As Colton mentioned, it picks up particles in the air that are different shapes and sizes. So they're not supposed to be there. That's why it calls it debris. But look at the circulation right here in the radar and the inflow coming into this storm. I mean, that's a pretty impressive signature for a tornado warning storm. We've got very good rotation right here, most likely at low levels and mid levels too. So it's an impressive mesocyclone, which is prompting this tornado warning. So if you live in these areas, the time of day is not ideal. 3 o'clock is a very busy drive time for a lot of people, whether it's picking the kids up from school or anything else. And right here of southern Cherokee County, eventually moving into Adair County, where if you live in these cities, you need to be taking shelter because we've got that tornado warning in place for you for the next half hour to 45 minutes. And as this storm system makes its way northward, it's already held together with tornado warnings for well over an hour, maybe even an hour and a half. So it's already produced a tornado near 10 Killer. So now we've got to watch this extra carefully because you have to look at what a storm has recently done as well as the environment that it's in. So we've got tornado warnings going on for southern Cherokee. Here's Tahlequah right here. Looking at shear rate, definitely some strong wind shear going on here. That would be indicating where there's rotation, and it's matching up with the velocity data here in the eastern portions of Cherokee County, getting ready to move into Adair County. Highway 62 right there. Tahlequah, the worst of this storm, seems to be passing just to your south and east as it moves to the northeast. This is a day that has seen, as far as confirmed tornadoes, we know that in northern Rogers County earlier today, we had a wind gust of 94 miles an hour. So that was most likely due to a tornado. That was a few hours ago. But now we've got this storm here from Tailholt to Spade Mountain. Watching the debris tracker there, this would be an indication that there could be some debris happening right now with this tornado. You need to be in your safe spots right now when you live in these areas right on the border of Adair County and Cherokee County, north of Rocky Mountain. You've got Titanic there and Tailholt. And this storm is making its way to the northeast. You see all the lightning showing up here. It's definitely a strengthening storm moving to the northeast at about 40 miles an hour. And because of the fact that it already has a history of producing several tornado warnings with debris, we're going to go ahead and stretch that track out even farther. If indeed it gets issued another tornado warning, these communities up here would be eventually impacted down the road. Places like Westville at 3:53, which is almost a half hour from now, but eventually if it continues on that current track, it would make it up there. And then it will jump its way over into Arkansas. And anyone watching from Arkansas, the threat for severe weather for you is going to last a little bit longer into the night just because of the way the storms are moving from west to east. So we've got the front coming through Tulsa right now. It's killed off our chances for severe weather. Tulsa is in the clear for the rest of the night. But areas to our east and southeast, well, the heavy weather is happening right now. We've got a confirmed tornado warning now. You see the rotation right there just west of Tailholt as it moves its way to the north. And there are two areas of rotation here, one in far southern Cherokee County and another one farther north southeast of Tahlequah. So two confirmed tornado warnings happening right now in Cherokee County, and you're being impacted imminently in western Adair County as well. This is a good way to track the rotation, looking at the shear rate, the rotation in the air at low levels. So you got it right there over Tailholt. You need to make sure you're in your safe spots. Mobile homes are not safe. You have to make sure you have a predetermined shelter to get to. And if you do live in Tailholt, it's probably too late for that. But if you live in areas that are northeast of there, where there's a confirmed tornado warning for you in places to the north and east, you may have time to get to a safe place. We've got, is that Adam? We got two chasers. Is that Adam McAdoo and we got James McMullen out there?
McAdoo, and that's Nakoma Hutchison.
Okay.
Nakoma is on the top there. Again, this is his territory from Jay, and again, he knows this area like the back of his hand. I always admire watching his storm chase stream because it is it's ugly country to try to storm chase in out this way. Winding roads, hills, trees, heavy rain, so a messy situation. I don't imagine he's going to be able to see much, but you know what, Kevin, the radar is telling the whole story for us right now. You don't even really need a storm chaser to tell that this is a confirmed tornado now. We have a debris signature. This is more than likely a strong tornado. So folks, in the path of this, just to get you just kind of get your bearings straight, the circulation is going to cross Highway 51 somewhere really close to the county line, Kevin, just here over the next, we're probably on the order of about 10 minutes before it crosses the county line, if I had to guess.
Yep, you got it. And it is a confirmed tornado. And as you said, the signature is so strong, it's no surprise. Plus, when you get the debris that we know we've had, it's the real deal. It's a tornado on the ground, and it's getting ready to cross the county line of Cherokee and Adair counties, moving its way toward Titanic. These are areas where you have to be in your safe shelter right now as it moves its way to the northeast. And if you're watching the streams there, we've got Nakoma Hutchison on the top. He's near Jay. That's why they call it green country, right? There's a lot of trees up there, and as Colton mentioned, it's a tough go of things. Adam McAdoo on the bottom stream, he's been chasing storms into Wagner County, and he's moving east now through a big mess. And this is a good indication of why you don't want to be traveling in weather like this. But first and foremost, we've got this tornado warning here for a very impressive velocity couplet right there on the border of Cherokee County and Adair County. That's a confirmed tornado between Tailholt and Titanic. And as it moves its way to the northeast, you will be impacted by everything a tornado has to offer. Now, this storm it could produce wind gusts over 80, over 90 miles an hour. It is a tornado. So a very dangerous situation. It's an area that's also received very heavy rain over the last couple of days. So you're going to be adding to the flooding concerns as well as the tornado concerns. But right now, you need to be concerned with, if your name of your town is on this map, you need to be in your shelter. That's your first and foremost thing to do right now, is to get to your safe place right now, because this is a confirmed tornado on the county line of Cherokee and Adair, just between Tahlequah and Sanders. So right there in the middle as it moves its way to the north and east. We're going to be watching this, and if it continues to stay intact, it could eventually impact Siloam Springs, making its way up to the north and east, eventually farther to the north and east into Decatur. So that's something we're going to have to be watching here as it makes its way toward the Arkansas border. But we have other heavy weather going on across the viewing area too. I believe this is the only tornado warning that's in play. This line of thunderstorms stretching all the way down to Pittsburgh County. You see what's happening behind the line. Not much, because cooler, drier air has moved in behind it, and that has turned off the severe weather machine west of the line of thunderstorms. But along into the east of it, the air is still ripe with all the ingredients we need for tornadoes to form, and we've got one right now right over the eastern portion of Cherokee County, getting ready to move into Adair County. We've had debris confirmed with this storm as recently as just about 10 or 15 minutes ago. So this is a confirmed tornado southeast of Tahlequah as it moves its way to the northeast at 40 miles an hour. Some heavy weather up here in Veneta. We've got some severe weather too with some wind and hail as it makes its way to the north and east. But eventually we're going to be seeing this activity move out of the region. But there's a hail tracker here giving us a little bit of hail. We haven't seen a lot of hail reports today. It's mostly been the flooding downpours, damaging winds, and isolated tornadoes. So right now there's a little bit of hail going on with this activity up into Veneta and Miami. There's Muskogee right there. You had some activity in southern Muskogee County as a tornado crossed I-40 earlier this afternoon. Now that storm has made its way up toward areas east of Tahlequah, and there's an active tornado warning for eastern Cherokee and portions of Adair counties. Right here in the eastern portions of our coverage area, as that whole line of storms moves its way through a very moist and unstable environment. We have good wind shear, we have good low-level moisture, and the conditions are just there for tornadoes to form. And we have had them form so far today, and several of them. There was a wind gust earlier today in Talala of 94 miles an hour, and that was most likely due to a tornado. That was just northeast of Tulsa. But now we have areas farther to the south and east of Tulsa. There's a look at the confirmed tornado warning right on the border of Cherokee and Adair counties. And it's in place here for the next half hour to 45 minutes. Get a little bit closer. We could track that storm and show you a hook echo showing up on the radar. So that's very dangerous. When you see something like this, you know what the hook echo means, folks, and it makes sense that the velocity data is showing the strong velocity couplet right over Titanic, Eldon to Briggs, and between those areas. That's where the tornado is right now, and it's moving to the northeast. So if you're under the threat for this tornado now, it's confirmed. It's showing up on radar in all ways. Reflectivity data, velocity data. You have to make sure that you get to your safe place and you stay there until this threat is over. This is the real deal for you with a confirmed tornado over Titanic. This is the eastern portion of Cherokee County, western portions of Adair County. And there's a look at the tornado right there over Titanic as it makes its way to the northeast. So things to remember when you're trying to prepare for a tornado that's bearing down on where you are. You have to get to the lowest level of your home, away from windows, especially when you see a hook like this. I mean, this hook is dastardly. You look at the debris tracker too, you can see the debris being thrown up into the air right there in the areas of blue and yellow between Titanic and up toward Proctor. This thing is a tornado that most likely is producing damage with whatever it's hitting. Hopefully it's just hitting, trees and such. But if there are any houses in the path of this, it's not going to be good. So this is the debris tracker that we talked about, where the radar looks for particles in the air that are different sizes that are next to each other, and that would mean that stuff's getting kicked up from the tornado. And sure enough, we've got the shear rate here showing the bullseye right on the county line of Cherokee County and Adair County, tracking that, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. If you live in Christie, you're going to be impacted here in about 10 minutes or less. Chance, you'll be impacted at 3:53, so about 20 minutes. So this goes out about 20 more minutes, the length of time from where it is right now in Titanic all the way up toward other portions of Adair County. So if you live in those areas, this is a confirmed tornado. We've confirmed it with radar, and it's been confirmed by the Weather Service, and it looks very impressive on radar with this strong shear rate right here. There's a strong rotation just south of Highway 62. There's a hook right here in the reflectivity, which is indicating the strong rotation. I mean, this thing is a tornado. It's a confirmed tornado warning, and it's very scary to look at. If this thing is coming at you, you don't want to be anywhere near it where it can do any damage. You want to get as low as possible, lowest level of your home, interior room, away from windows. And remember, mobile homes are not safe. They can be a deadly situation if you're in a mobile home during a tornado warning. And we got it right here, right over Titanic. That's the circulation as it moves to the northeast. It'll probably go between Proctor and Addie Lee. As it makes its way through Adair County. It's getting ready to cross. It looks like it's crossed out of Cherokee County and is moving. It's going to be moving its way through Adair County as we move through the next 20 minutes or so. So again, if you're tuning in, we have a tornado warning that's on the ground here over Titanic, producing debris. So it's the most dangerous situation you can possibly get in a weather situation. Titanic, you're under the threat right now as it moves its way northeastward through that county. Over the next 20 minutes or so, it's going to be impacting these communities. And if you live in those, especially the ones down near Sanders, between Sanders and Proctor, down at Titanic, it just jumped again, and there's still strong rotation going on there across those portions of Adair County. Cherokee County, the storm has moved out of your area, but it's in Adair. It has a history of producing debris.
Kevin, do me a favor, take a look at that zone off to the southwest, right there just over Barber, right where my mouse is pointed. Yeah. And that looks like another area, very similar signature, right over the exact same areas that this, what we believe to be a confirmed tornado, has passed over. So my suggestion would be, if you live in Tailholt, or if you live in Titanic, or you live on the county line, I would probably just go ahead and hang out in the shelter for a few more minutes, because that looks like another signature that could very possibly warrant a tornado warning here shortly.
Yeah, that's a good call. This happens a lot when a bad storm rolls through, whether it's a tornado. Sometimes you have a tendency to go out and check the damage, see what's going on. But Colton's saying, yeah, maybe you don't want to do that, because there's still some strong storms moving in the wake of this one, which has already produced a tornado and is producing one now. So there are indications here right now on the velocity data. There's another couplet, if you will, of rotation southwest of this confirmed tornado right here, but that's the one into southeastern Cherokee County, which right now doesn't have a warning for it, but it warrants watching for sure. So again here, folks, if you're watching from Tulsa, the threat for severe weather is over. If you're watching from areas north and west of Tulsa, the severe weather threat is ending as well. A cool front has come in to shut off the instability, but right now east of the metro here, this is what we're getting. A lot of juice in the atmosphere, a lot of wind shear, and a confirmed tornado right now getting ready to move toward Highway 62 in Adair County. So if you live in these areas that are being warned, you need to be in your shelters and get to the safest place possible. It's letting out of school time for a lot of kids. Some of the schools have contacted us here. We know that earlier today we had Broken Arrow. A lot of those schools had power outages, and they are contacting the parents, telling them that pickup might be a little bit late because they're trying to get the lights back on. So that's happening in Broken Arrow. We don't have any active weather in BA, but earlier today we did. But this is active weather to the 10th degree. We've got a confirmed tornado warning right across Highway 62, just south of it in Adair County, as it moves its way to the north and east. Eventually, this is over about the next 15 or 20 minutes. It's going to make its way to the northeast. So this storm has a history of producing debris And also, tornado warnings have been in place for this storm system for several hours now, at least 2 hours, as these storms rolled into southern Pittsburgh County a couple of hours ago, and now they're still going as they make their way toward the state line here. Here's Arkansas over here, Oklahoma here, Adair County, and we're watching that area of rotation between Sanders, Proctor, Titanic. You need to be in your shelters. This is a confirmed tornado. This tornado has produced debris. Earlier, this was a rain-wrapped funnel. Now it's turned into the full-blown tornado because we're watching every indicator you look for to see a tornado on the radar. We're seeing it. It's a very impressive circulation right here between Titanic, Sanders, and Proctor. If you live in any of the towns here that are showing up, you got to be in your safe spot. Greene, Addie Lee, and up even to Chance in about 15 minutes. You'll be impacted by this tornado that is on the ground right now and producing damage to anything in its wake. So take that under advisement as we head into this late Monday afternoon after going through 3 days and nights of storms and flooding and even tornadoes and damaging winds. This is the last of the 3-day blow, if you will, and this could be the worst. And I know it is if you live in Adair County, because that is a tornado right there crossing Highway 62 west of Westville on its way to Watts, and then it moves into Arkansas after that. So over the next 15 minutes or so, you need to be in your safe shelter here if you're in the track of this tornado, which is moving to the northeast at 40 miles an hour. Again here, folks, there have been several reports. There's several tornado warnings today in the viewing area. We've had some down into Pittsburgh County, Muskogee County. We had a tornado that crossed over I-40 in southern Muskogee County earlier this afternoon from this same complex of storms. So this thing is holding together. It's a cluster of supercell thunderstorms, which has so much juice to work with on its eastern edge that it just keeps circulating and keeps spitting out tornadoes, basically. So, and this is one of them right here. And this looks like it's a formidable one with a confirmed tornado warning for Adair County right over Highway 62 as it moves its way to the north and east. And remember, if you live in a mobile home, folks, it is not safe. Get to your safe place. And if you have to pick the kids up from school, don't do it now. The schools know how to take care of the kids, put them in the safe spaces, and a lot of schools actually have tornado shelters now that are safe places for the kids to go as well, so that's a good thing. But if you're watching here from Adair County, you need to be in your shelters right now. Right over central Adair County, there's Highway 62. This area of circulation is moving to the north and east. It's a tornado that has produced debris, and it's impacting communities between Sanders and Proctor. And we're waiting to see if we can get any more confirmation or any updates on this tornado. But looking at the debris tracker here, you could watch on right around Sanders. So there's still some debris most likely occurring with this tornado. And obviously debris, that means the thing is strong. So it's picking stuff up and throwing it around. So this area of debris right here matches up with the area of rotation of the storm itself. So it's a good indicator that it is showing the debris from the tornado that's occurring right now, right over Christie and Whitmire, Sanders. That's where the tornado is happening right now. It's kicking up the debris as it moves to the north and east, and you see the shear rate. It's on the strong end of the spectrum as far as the rotation. So there's good wind shear here. You get the winds going in one direction and the other direction, and they spin. You can produce 100-mile-an-hour wind easily. So that's what's happening right here across Highway 62 in Adair County. A lot of rotation, a history of debris, and also numerous tornado warnings spawned from this one storm just over the last 2 to 3 hours. Now, as we head into Arkansas, eventually, looks like another tornado warning has been issued here for this storm because it's expected to continue to live as it crosses the state line. So eventually making its way toward places like Siloam Springs, right on the border there. That would be occurring for us here at 4:10. So that's another half hour. So this tornado is about a half hour away from Siloam Springs, or maybe even a little bit less, 25 minutes or so. If you live in Adair County, the threat is imminent. There's a tornado on the ground with debris showing up on radar right on Highway 62. As it moves its way to the north and east, it looks like it's shifted its track a little bit more to the eastward location, and now it's going to be moving its way into northwest Arkansas in the coming minutes. It'll probably be making its way to the county line here in 20 or 30 minutes. So that's how long we're going to have to watch this thing for our viewers in Adair County to keep them safe. Because if you're watching from Adair County, if you know someone who lives there, this right here is a tornado, and it's crossing Highway 62 right now in the center portion of the county. It has a history of producing debris. Places like Greene at 3:50, that's only 7 minutes from now. Summers just past 4 o'clock. You're going to be impacted here by this tornado as it moves its way to the north and east. And remember, when you look at this map and you see the purple polygon, that's a confirmed tornado. The red ones are Doppler indicated. Purple means it's confirmed. You take them all seriously, but when you see the purple, you know you've got big problems. And that's what's happening right now north of Stillwell as this storm moves to the north and east and getting ready to jump the state line as we head toward probably about the 4 o'clock, maybe 5:10 past 4. We'll start to see this thing move its way into northwest Arkansas. But we're looking at shear rate right now, which looks for rotation. And boy, it's a strong signal. You see the strong key right there. There's a lot of lightning with these storms as well. We get 50 strikes here over the last scan, and many of them are happening in this cluster of thunderstorms right here. You see a bunch of lightning down here and also up into here. So as is often the case, you've got this tornado going on, which is deadly, but all around it, you've got a supercell thunderstorm producing flooding rain, strong updrafts and downdrafts, gusty, severe straight-line winds, as well as deadly lightning. So this is a textbook supercell thunderstorm, if you will, because it's producing all of those hazards with a lot of lightning, especially. And anyone traveling this afternoon, it is not recommended, especially east and southeast of Tulsa, because there have been very recent flooding downpours and areas and possibly even some say debris from vegetation being knocked down, tree limbs and such. I know Broken Arrow has had some power outage problems with the storms that moved through earlier today. So you don't want to be traveling. And right now it's a very popular travel time, a Monday afternoon just before 4 o'clock. People are doing all kinds of stuff out there, going here and there on the roads. And if you look at a different way to look at the radar here, you can definitely see right at the last part of the loop there's the tornado right in the middle. So this is kind of a look at the rain that's happening as well as the hook. You can look at the shape of the radar. There's your tornado right there, kind of wrapping itself up as it moves its way toward Watts through Adair County. But as I mentioned a minute ago, all these areas here are getting strong winds and also flooding downpours as well. So it's a dangerous situation for many, but especially right here just north of Highway 62 now, west of Westville into Adair County. That's where the location of the tornado is right now as it moves its way to the north and east. Still a little bit of a notch there. It looks like as we watch over the last 15 to 30 minutes or so. Yeah, I was wondering about that lower end too, because now there's another area of circulation. Yeah.
A bit ago, Kevin.
Yep, that's the second circulation, Colton, west of Stillwell. And you nailed it on that one because we mentioned that there was a tornado that went through these areas earlier, and now we've got another circulation, and sure enough, they've issued a warning for it. So we've got two tornado warnings right now. One is just north of Rocky Mountain, which we've tracked right here.
And this track will be for the second tornado warning, the new one.
Right. This is the new tornado warning, which just popped up in red here for more southern and central Adair County. And that's going to be moving its way toward the Arkansas-Oklahoma border. Fairfield at 4:01. Westville eventually will be impacted at about 10 minutes past 4. So you know how this works. You see your town, you see the time. That's when this tornado would impact you. And that's for this one right here, which is trailing in the wake of this stronger appearing one, which is located just north of Highway 62 in Adair County. So there are actually two tornado warnings in Adair County, not too far away from each other. I mean, this is a very dangerous situation here for anyone, especially people that have just been impacted by a tornado. There may be people out there that have been impacted and they don't have power now and they want to go see the damage and they go outside and another tornado is coming. So if you know anybody in this vicinity of Adair County, you might want to give them a call, check in with them and make sure that they know that if they've already been hit the threat is not over because there's more storms that are firing. We've got Stillwell here, which a few days back was hit with severe wind as the storm crossed into Washington County. And then back off just to the west of that, you've got a new tornado warning here for western Adair County. So 2 tornado warnings for Adair County. I believe those are the only warnings that we have right now. We do still have some heavy thunderstorms stretching up into far northeastern Oklahoma, and also some activity back here from OK down to Muskogee. That right now is not severe warned. So I believe as well as the tornado watch that's in place for all these areas that are getting the thunderstorms, we've got the tornado warnings in Adair County, 2 of them. The first one here has already crossed Highway 62, and this purple one, you can actually see the thing right there moving east. It's a very impressive look on the radar. And then back off to the southwest of that, there's another one headed looks like it's gonna pass north of Stillwell. So Adair County, dangerous place. We got a stream up right now from. We're checking on our chaser streams to see where they're going and if they can.
Jeff Robbins.
Okay.
This is out near Westville, Arkansas. This is the tornado warning storm. If you want to talk through there, you can see the mesocyclone. You can see the wall cloud hanging out of the bottom. Notice there's kind of a big, thick band of rain there from about the center of the screen to the left side of the screen. So that suggests that anything in this, if it's strong, it's potentially also rain wrapped as well. And this would be for the first tornado warning. Now we know that there's a second one just to the south that's continuing kind of right behind in the same path. And the Weather Service, Kevin, is they're analyzing all the data at every level of the atmosphere. They say that the latest data from the radar site that lives in Fort Smith, Arkansas, says that the low-level winds are quite a bit stronger than maybe was expected today, which is why we're just seeing tornado after tornado after tornado, kind of a tornado machine being produced out here in our far eastern counties. That's a great video from Jeff Robbins. We appreciate him being out. We're trying to get his stream. We're having a tough time. The tower overloaded out that way and all that. We got a couple chasers in the area. I'll bring you their stream as soon as we have it.
You got it. We appreciate the video from Jeff, who is into Arkansas, looking back into Adair County at that storm. You saw the wall cloud there, the strong shafts of rain. We saw the lightning out there too. So this is a rotating thunderstorm with a confirmed tornado warning, and it's moving its way to the northeast. Then we've got a tornado warning down here west of Stillwell for a storm that also has rotation that's moving to the northeast, right toward that Arkansas-Oklahoma border. You know the drill. If you're in a tornado warning, you get to the lowest level, and you don't want to be after you get any kind of damage. Sometimes it's a good idea to kind of wait and not go out and try to survey too much because we've got multiple storms here coming through the same areas. I know it's tough to do because after you go through something like that, you're kind of discombobulated. You know what the heck you're doing, but you keep that in mind if you are ever in a situation like that. Always be aware of your surroundings. Even after a storm hits, another one could be coming. So we got 2 tornado warnings for Adair County. That view we just had from across the border into Arkansas was definitely an ominous one, and we can see it right there again with the lowering of the cloud base, the wall cloud there, the tornado located within that. Sometimes you can't always see the tornado on every video that you have, but still, looking at that cloud right there, that is the supercell thunderstorm that is producing a tornado right now. Adair County, you've got 2 warnings. One is west of Westville and one is west of Stillwell, and they're both moving to the northeast at about 40 miles an hour right toward the Arkansas line. Again, mobile homes are not safe. You got to abandon your mobile home, get to a predetermined safe place, and if you don't have one, a good thing to do is to get in the car and just get the heck out of there if you have enough lead time. If you've got about 15, 20 minutes before a storm hits, you probably have enough time to do that, or at least go find a safe shelter. At this time of day, if things are open. You can find like a library or something to get to. Just get to a sturdy structure or a friend's house if you live in a mobile home, because your mobile home will not be able to survive taking a hit from a tornado. So that's something that if you do live in one of those houses, you have to always keep in mind, especially if you live in Oklahoma. So 2 tornado warnings in Adair County. One is west of Westville as it makes its way toward the border, and the other one is west of Stillwell. There's a lot of intensity on the radar here, strong updrafts, probably some hail in there too, very heavy rain. And that's one thing that can impede some of the chasers when they're trying to get video and chase these storms is trying to travel through the heavy rain that they have to get around to get to them. But right now, I think our chaser out here into Arkansas is not dealing with that. He's got a nice scene to shoot back to the west. Because he is in the dry air here versus the thunderstorms there. So yeah, we've got the situation in Adair County is a very serious one. If you are watching right now from Adair County, we've got areas between Stillwell and Westville. And that's the zone here that we're watching, and also north of Westville too, as it moves its way toward areas just south of Siloam Springs. So we got one, we've got two. And they're both moving in the same direction. One is kind of trailing the other one. And as we watch this storm system move east, it's not out of the question that this activity on the tail end could do the same thing that this one just did. I mean, this tornado right here, northwest of Stillwell, about 20 minutes ago, we were looking at it and saying, hey, there's a little bit of rotation there. And now 20 minutes later, it's a tornado warning. So it's one of those situations where the tail end of a line of storms can often spawn additional thunderstorms that eventually become severe and produce tornadoes. That's why we sometimes call it like a tornado machine. When you're in an environment that has good wind shear, we have an upper level low moving in from the west. We have strong winds, as Colton mentioned. The Weather Service said it's a little bit windier today than expected at the surface, so that the stronger those low level winds, the more wind shear you're going to create, and the better chance that you will get a tornado to form if the ingredients are there, and they are today. We have the tornado watch, and right now we have two tornado warnings for areas between Siloam Springs and Westville in this area right in here of Adair County, and also northwest of Stillwell. There's rotation there as well as this storm makes its way toward the Arkansas-Oklahoma border. Back off toward the Tulsa Metro. Conditions have improved dramatically. We did have some power outages earlier in Broken Arrow. Some of the schools reported some power outages, and they said there might be some delays in getting picked up from school, so that's something we keep in mind as well. But for the Tulsa Metro, after 3 days and nights of some pretty stormy weather, we are going to be going into a nicer period of weather starting now, really, in Tulsa. There still could be some lingering rain, but the severe stuff is over for Tulsa, but it's going on right now for Adair County. Our neighbors to the east between Siloam Springs and Westville, if you live anywhere in between those two cities, as this confirmed tornado moves east, you need to be in a place where you don't safe spot, lowest floor away from windows, an interior room like a bathroom or a closet is going to give you the best protection. If you have a basement, you're one of the lucky ones. You get there, you know what to do there. But meantime, we also have rotation here with this storm north of Stillwell as that moves to the north and east too. So wherever you are in the Adair County, the northern part of Adair County, and the eastern portions as well, over the next, say, 15 to 30 minutes, we're going to be watching these two areas of circulation that will be impacting you perhaps with severe wind of a tornadic nature. You still have the strong rotation going on here between Watts and Westville, and there's also the velocity couplet farther south into areas southwest of Westville. So both of these areas are moving to the northeast, and they're both potentially producing a tornado. This is a confirmed tornado because it's such a strong velocity signature. The Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for that one. That's a confirmed tornado. And we also have perhaps a tornado on the ground right now. Is this one of our chasers right here?
Yeah, Kevin, this is Jeff Robbins.
Okay.
Obviously, his stream is buffering because he's sitting just on the outskirts of the tornado. Let's go back to radar. We'll see if we can get that back. But, Jeff, he's hanging out right there. Again, right, like I said, just on the outskirts of the tornado. I believe he's somewhere in the neighborhood of Westville, Oklahoma, maybe just a couple miles to the north. So again,
yeah, that would make sense.
That is ground truth that once again we still have a confirmed tornado getting ready to cross the Oklahoma-Arkansas border. We are almost done with it, but not quite yet, and then we still have the one on the backside to keep watching.
You got it, Colton. And if our friend and chaser Jeff Robbins is located near Westville, he's looking right back up. It's a good position to be in to get a good picture of the tornado. Usually the southeast side, when you look up, unless there's too much other debris and rain and stuff to be able to see. But and I think it was raining on Jeff from that live stream we just saw. But definitely, that's the circulation right there. I mean, the thing is a perfect couplet. It's moving its way just south of Watts. If you live between Watts and Westville, you need to be in your shelters. It's nasty weather out there. It's a confirmed tornado. We just had our stream up from our chaser, Jeff Robbins, who it looked like he was having some connection problems, so it froze up on us. But you could actually, it was kind of almost scarier just to see it frozen like that, because it looked pretty ominous with all the heavy rain going on there, as well as the thick clouds as he looked into the teeth of this thunderstorm that's producing a tornado right now. So we're getting eyes on the ground. Confirmed tornado for areas between Watts and Westville. There's the circulation. It's moving to the northeast as it makes its way into Arkansas over the next 5 to 10 minutes. And also we're watching this circulation back off to the south of Highway 62 that also could produce a tornado at any time. So as we get a little bit of a street map going here, there's Ballard south on Highway 59. East 660 Road.
Highway 59, somewhere between 660 and 650 Road. So for folks in the area, you'll know that zone right through there, just south of Watts, the circulation still more than likely doing damage, going to cross Highway 59.
Yeah, it's just a couple miles south of Ballard. It looks like Watts, the worst, may end up going south of you, but it's going to be close as this storm is moving to the northeast right here as it makes its way toward the Oklahoma-Arkansas border. But we do have 2 tornado warnings right now for Adair County. The one right here we just had eyes on from our storm chaser, Jeff Robbins, who reported a tornado on the ground. We're trying to get that video from him, but there it is. You see it in the radar, and it has been reported to us from our chaser. There is a tornado on the ground just a few miles west of the Oklahoma-Arkansas border in Adair County, just a couple miles south of Ballard. This is an area that has seen heavy rain over the last few days and nights. So we're getting all the weather hazards. We are under a flood watch as well, and these storms, not only are they producing tornadoes, they're also producing flooding downpours, which is going to be making travel very hazardous moving forward with potential water over the roads. The last update of the radar, still the circulation south of Watts, a couple miles southeast of Ballard as it moves its way to the north and east. Again, we're minutes away from that confirmed tornado warning crossing out of our viewing area into northwest Arkansas, and just south of that, we're continuing to watch another storm that's tornado warned. Across the viewing area, I believe these are the 2 warnings that we have.
That's right, Kevin. And I'll tell you this too. I've taken one of our other radar products that we don't typically use on the air, and I've taken it and I've kind of analyzed from the Fort Smith radar site. It scans up and down within the atmosphere, and I can see that debris is being lofted about 10 to 12 to 15,000 feet above the surface. So Kevin, that is indicative of a fairly strong tornado if it's able to loft debris is upwards of 10 to 15,000 feet into the atmosphere. So still more than likely doing damage. We can go to debris detector here on our radar here on the air, and you can still see there's still a debris signature there. It's about a mile west of the Oklahoma-Arkansas border, about 1.3 miles west of the Oklahoma-Arkansas border. We're going to hand this off to our friends in northwest Arkansas here in about 2 or 3 minutes. But for the time being, this has been a long-lived, I'm going to play this out over the last hour or so here, and you can kind of watch the debris signature. Let me slow that down just a little bit here. We can watch the debris signature as it's come up through Adair County. I think we have been tracking a long track tornado for the last probably 40 minutes to an hour or so. So this has more than likely done some damage. Folks at home, whenever you can safely let us know what kind of damage you have, please do. All right, message me on Facebook, message Kevin on Facebook. This is again at meteorologist Colton Williams. You can email our news desk at news@ktul.com. Whatever you have, we would like to see it because we want to know what we've dealt with out here in this part of Oklahoma. And as you mentioned, Kevin, we're still not done. We still have another tornado warning just a couple minutes down the road, still ongoing.
You got it. So 2 tornado warnings in Adair County. One of them is confirmed with debris, with a chaser on the ground who reported a tornado on the ground. That's this one that is just a mile west of the Arkansas border. That one is getting ready to cross over. We also have a tornado warning for areas between Stillwell and Westville, back off into the more of the southern portion of Adair County. That right now is a tornado warning that's in place for the next 15 to 30 minutes, and it won't take too long for that one to get to the Oklahoma-Arkansas border as well. So it's a day that we knew there'd be tornadoes with a tornado watch. We have had many tornado warnings today across the News Channel 8 viewing area. As far as any confirmed wind gusts, we did have one earlier today in Talala, just northeast of Tulsa. There was a wind gust of 94 miles an hour, which most likely was from a tornado. So we had that earlier today, and now this is the tail end of the event as far as our viewing area is concerned. These storms are going to continue to roll into Arkansas. The tornado watch will probably get extended and moved east as we head into the late afternoon, early evening hours. And we're continuing to watch activity down here. Just this may not be the end for our viewing area, because there still could be some activity to the south and west of that Adair County situation, Colton.
Yeah, Kevin, I'm actually glad you brought that up, because I was actually just kind of preparing to talk about this here in the Storm Center. Let's go to Weather 2 if we can, control room, and I will show you. I've been kind of looking at the mesoscale data that's still coming in. There is still a very, very favorable environment for tornadoes out ahead of the main system. So as Kevin mentioned, just because this area and because the metro is finished, there's still a decent environment down, especially down to the south and southeast of the current line of storms, that would suggest that the potential is still there, and it's actually still increasing. Believe it or not, we're still ratcheting up the ingredients for potentially strong tornadoes. I think we have tracked at least one large, long-track tornado today, and I think that we still have the potential to see another one or two ahead of the main line to potentially push Mataha County, Latimer, Haskell, LaFleur counties, up into even potentially Sequoia County, and even a few more counties down through here. It's definitely possible for any number of these storms to really spin up like the one we've been tracking. That potential is still there. As Kevin mentioned, we are still under a tornado watch for several of our counties. More and more counties are going to continue to get clipped away from that. Just because Tulsa County, down to Mogi County, down to Ofusky County, down to Hughes County has been clipped away. I think the next round will include Rogers and Wagner and down to Muskogee, probably all the way down through Pittsburgh County. That's a fair likelihood here, probably within the next, I don't know, 20 minutes to 30 minutes or so. But several of our eastern counties are going to have to maintain their watch, because and the belief that we had earlier today about the environment turned out to be correct. And there's a brand new tornado warning, Kevin, right on cue as we're talking about the environment. It is still out there today for more tornadoes. We'll go through that very quickly right here. Let's go back to radar. Here we go. With that new tornado warning now for the circulation that's coming out of Sequoia County, just north of Interstate 40 here. Again, folks, look, okay, today is a day that does not look like April and May, where you're going to get these big Screaming Eagle supercells that have big hail cores, that have pretty mesocyclones, all those, you know, again, classics of Oklahoma tornadoes. We don't have that today. Okay, this is normally a storm that we would look at the radar and we would laugh at. But because the ingredients are different today than they normally are, it doesn't take a big old strong storm to spin. Okay, today the ingredients that create big storms aren't there, but the ingredients that create spinning storms certainly are. And that's what we're seeing here now. So this is a brand new tornado warning now. We'll zoom in here just on the northwest side of Sallisaw here. This looks like it's going to just be for an area of circulation that's on the north side of Interstate 40 here. Let me jump radar sight so that way we're in a good spot. Okay, so this is going to be, let's measure it. It looks like about 5 or 6 miles west of Sallisaw, 4 miles west of Sallisaw down Highway 64. This is going to be moving off to the northeast. It looks like it's eventually going to try to cross Highway 59 at some point here. Again, I don't even have to look at the warning to know the speed it's going, because every tornado today is going at 45 to 50 miles per hour. And that's what this one is going to be doing today coming up as well. So this is for a new tornado warning now. Once again, for parts of Sequoia County and southern Adair County. I think just about every square inch of Adair County has been under tornado warning today. So for you folks that have been kind of watching off to the side and going, well, the north side of the county is under warning, my side is good. Well, now it's time for the south side of the county to take shelter as well, Kevin.
You got it, Colton, and it's just one after the other. And you make a good point with the wind shear of this storm being so much more impressive. It's the time of year. You get to the autumn season, you still have you get generally stronger jet streams that'll happen in this time of season, so that'll give you the stronger wind shear with winds aloft. We do have a big upper level low to our west moving in, and a strong surge of moisture with strong south winds out ahead of that. So there's a lot of wind energy, I like to call it, at all levels of the atmosphere. You may not have all the other ingredients because, you know, we didn't get to the 90s today with dew points in the 70s, but we did have very humid air. So you don't have part of the instability is when it gets really hot and humid. You're not going to get hot and humid in November, but you are going to get humid. And if you have enough wind shear with strong south winds at the surface and gusty southwesterly winds higher up in the atmosphere, you get these thunderstorms to turn just a little bit. And that's what's happening with them one after the other. So we have just tracked at least one long-tracked strong tornado that has gone through Adair County and is crossing into Arkansas right now. You see it right there on the radar, just south of Gentry. We're also watching a tornado warning, which is also crossing into Arkansas as we speak. So those two Adair...
At this time, we can kind of say goodbye to these. We've been tracking this, but now we got to kind of turn our attention back into Oklahoma here. So for those that strong tornado, it's now well into Arkansas, and I think that secondary area of circulation is still there, but it's certainly on the weaker side, and it's crossing as well. And so now, again, we're seeing just now reports of funnel cloud 3 miles west of Sallisaw on Highway 64, and that perfectly checks out.
You got it. So yeah, right now the warning that's impacting the News Channel 8 viewing area is for this Sequoia County storm. The tornado right now is just a few miles west of Sallisaw. A funnel cloud being reported there. A funnel cloud being the precursor of a tornado when it touches the ground. So you've got the rotation going on in the velocity data here. It's a rotating storm, and these spin-up tornadoes have been doing more than just spinning up today. The ones that have been forming with this line of storms, moving all the way up to Adair County, these have been getting strong and producing debris and probably doing damage, although we don't have any confirmations of that yet. This activity up here has crossed off into Arkansas as far as these warnings in Adair County, but in southern Adair County and then Sequoia County down here near just west of Sallisaw, that is where the most recent tornado warning has been issued. And you can see it, just pretend that that's the tornado right there, about 3 miles west of Sallisaw, and it's going to be moving to the northeast, as Colton said. All these storms have been pretty fast movers, about 45 miles an hour. If you live anywhere along Highway 59, moving up into Sequoia County and also southern Adair County, this one over the next half hour or so is going to be impacting you probably extensively. With the funnel cloud that was just reported 3 miles west of Sallisaw. It's matching up right where there's an area of strong wind shear showing up on the radar. Yeah, we've got all the ingredients in place here. If you do live in those portions of Sequoia County, there's Sallisaw just a few miles to the west. Eventually, Lyons at 436, Zion at 441. So this could potentially even strengthen and become an even more impressive circulation, drop a tornado, and that's going to be happening over the next 30 minutes or so. So yeah, there's the area of rotation right there, just a few miles west of Sallisaw. If you're looking at this activity up here, notice how the circulation centers have, this one especially has crossed over the border. This one here, we believe, has been a long track tornado that is cross into the Arkansas, over the Arkansas-Oklahoma state line now, and still looking pretty impressive, even from this far back vantage point. Sometimes you have to zoom in to get a good look at the shear, but no, we see that bullseye right there, and also down here into Sequoia County, just north of Interstate 40. So there's some heavy weather down by the interstate in Sequoia County and Sallisaw. This storm is just a few miles to your west as it moves to the northeast. So you need to be in your shelter right now in Sallisaw, anywhere into the portions of northern Sequoia County, southern Adair County. Stillwell, you're seeing a lot of storms no matter which way you look right now. So you should probably be in your shelters too, just in case. There's Highway 59. and watching this area of rotation right here, now moving just northwest of Sallisaw by a few miles as it moves its way to the northeast. And this has been one after another of storms that produce tornado warnings, which has lasted now for 3-4 hours. And luckily for the Tulsa Metro, the severe threat has ended for Tulsa. We have been dropped from the tornado watch. However, areas to our east, the juicy air is still there, and it's fueling these thunderstorms that keep forming one after another along kind of a trailing line of storms. And this right now is the most recent tornado warning, just 3 miles northwest of Sallisaw. There was a report of a funnel cloud, and you need to be in your shelters there along Highway 59 from Sequoia County and into southern Adair County as well. And the atmosphere is very conducive for these thunderstorms to rotate. And that's what this one's doing right here. And it has already produced a funnel cloud. It could produce a tornado at any time. We've got one of our chasers out here. This is most likely our chaser. That's probably Jeff, who was out in across the border into Arkansas. He was chasing this storm up here earlier and sent us a video that was a tornado on the ground.
Let's just take it.
But now, yeah, I believe, is this Jeff Robbins, Colton?
This is Nakoma Hutchison.
Oh,
He's
okay.
in Siloam Springs right now. This tornado is literally crossing right in front of him. This is the large tornado we were tracking. It moved out of Oklahoma. It's now into northwest Arkansas. You can see all these cars right in front of him. You won't believe, Kevin, how quickly this scene changed right in front of Nakoma within the last 20, 30 seconds. We had visibility probably out to about a mile, and then within the last minute or so, big heavy rain bands moved in. You know, if you've done much storm chasing, you know that that's a good indication. Here comes the tornado, and now these cars, they're still going, but my assumption would be they need to get pulled over here because there's some strong winds. You can tell by the rain moving over the road there. Again, this is not the tornado warning in Sequoia County, okay? This is the tornado warning that crossed over the Oklahoma-Arkansas border, which is now into northwest Arkansas. We do know that there are some News Channel 8 viewers out in this area. It's not technically within our viewing area, but we do know that there's folks out this way. So again, if you're in northwest Arkansas, you're near the Siloam Springs area, we still believe a large, damaging tornado, we can probably call it a violent tornado, is on the ground still east of Siloam Springs as we speak.
Well, yeah, you got it, Colton, and I'm glad that Nakoma Hutchison Storm Chaser is back away from it as it moves to his north. But yeah, you see the people pulling over on the highway there. Just as you said, you kind of get the feeling when you're out there, if the wind starts to whip up and the sheets of rain are coming down at you, and you see other people pull over, you figure you might want to do it too. So that's the situation with the storm up here. There's Siloam Springs up there. There's a damaging tornado right now into northwest Arkansas. Now, meantime, north of Sallisaw now, this thing is zipping at 45 miles an hour. And this is a tornado warning for you. It's about 5 miles north of Sallisaw, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. That's an area of rotation which could produce a tornado at any time. If you live in areas south of Stillwell, either side of Highway 59, you're going to be impacted by this storm imminently. It'll probably take about a half hour, maybe a little bit more, for it to get out of Oklahoma and cross over into Arkansas. And there's no reason to believe that it's going to weaken before it does that, because the storms that have come before this one haven't. They've held together sometimes for more than an hour, sometimes for 2 hours. We tracked a tornado right across Adair County that is now the one that Nakoma Hutchison, our storm chaser, is up into Siloam Springs getting eyes on there. So these things have been long-lived, and there's just so much wind shear out there. It's very conducive to keep these tornadoes going, to keep the storms going that produce the tornadoes, and they just keep spinning up right along the line. And we could see another one in the wake of this one farther south moving forward. So we've got Sequoia County here, perhaps Haskell County could be next. So it's all about areas of the southeastern viewing area right now that still are under the threat for this severe weather. If we look at the shear rate, that's a good way to just kind of pinpoint where the most likely location of the tornado would be. Now about 5 to 7 miles north of Sallisaw. You look at the radar, and as Colton said, normally if you look at this, it wouldn't be too impressive, but there is a hook there. And it has rotation being indicated by the radar. We've got the tornado warning, and we know sometimes it's what has happened recently, which is tells you what you need to do. we've had tornado warnings across these parts of eastern Oklahoma for the last 3 to 4 hours. So there's no reason to think that they're not going to keep happening until this whole line of rain moves its way east of the border, and then it'll move into Arkansas, where they'll most likely extend the tornado watch, I would think, into Arkansas as we head into later this evening. The tornado watch right now encompasses mainly the southeastern portion of the News Channel 8 viewing area. Tulsa has been dropped from the tornado watch. Wagner County has been dropped from the tornado watch. And you see who's got the warnings. It's right on the border here of Oklahoma and Arkansas. Here's Sallisaw. The rotation is a few miles to your north as it moves its way to the northeast, right towards Stillwell into southern Adair County. So any of those towns I just mentioned there, you need to be in your safe place in the lowest level. We know that mobile homes are not safe. Sometimes people are able to get out. If they have about 15, 20 minutes lead time, you can hop in the car and find a safe structure to go to, which is going to be safer than your mobile home. We know personally people who have done that, and it's a smart thing to do. It's the safe thing to do if you have enough lead time to get out. Sometimes if you have 1 or 2 minutes, you don't have time. But that's why you have to prepare for these situations before they happen, and you know you have a place to go. So we're watching right now some velocity data. It's now a confirmed tornado warning. This is the one into Arkansas. There's Siloam Springs. We had Nakoma Hutchison chasing this one. We just saw his stream from the side of the road on the highway. And we still have it right there. So let's take a look at that full screen. Well, actually, we could leave it into double box. Leave it in double box because
it's a big old rainmaker, Kevin.
We're showing the people exactly what storm that they're looking at on the stream, which I think is helpful. Siloam Springs right here, across the border into Arkansas, and that is the stream from storm chaser Nakoma Hutchison right now, with a heck of a lot of rain going on there, and still that circulation in that severe thunderstorm, which does have a confirmed tornado warning with it. Meantime, we're kind of zooming out here so you can see both of the tornado areas. One of them has crossed into northwest Arkansas. That's the confirmed one. As we zoom in here to areas between Sallisaw and Stillwell, that still is an area of circulation. As we zoom in a bit more,
it's a little weaker than it was.
It may be a little bit broader. It's still there, but it may be weakening a hair as it moves its way to the north and east. But if you do live in the path of this, as it moves to the northeast to south of Stillwell, that's an area that you should already be in your shelters. It shouldn't even be a question. As it moves to the north and east, we're tracking this storm where it's going to be minutes from now. Eventually Evansville at 4:51. That's a half hour from now if this thing were to hold together. And then areas around Bell at 4:42, so that's a little bit sooner, 20 minutes from now. It's going to be making its way to the Oklahoma-Arkansas border between 20 and 30 minutes time as we continue to watch just area of thunderstorm after thunderstorm that produces rotation and eventually tornadoes. It's almost hard to count how many there have been now just over the last couple of hours. Areas between Adair County, southern Muskogee County, down to Pittsburgh County, Sequoia County now being impacted. And as we look to the south and west, as Colton is mentioning, it's like a broken record here. For the last couple of hours, we keep saying, well, the threat has ended in Tulsa, but as this weather system moves east, the tail end of it, question mark. Will it become a tornado? But it looks like there are indications of some rotation along the line. A couple areas where there's potential of a tornado forming. Now, we don't have any warnings southwest of there towards Stigler, down into Haskell County. But
if I live in central Haskell County, though, Kevin, I'm watching this really close.
Oh, yeah.
Lafayette up to Stigler for sure. And then, again, on here to the east, that's where this is potential. This is just potential.
It looks very similar to the radar signatures we've been seeing.
Correct, absolutely.
For the beginnings of the other storms that have produced tornadoes. So I know what you're saying here. South of Stigler, there's definitely a notch in the radar there giving us some concern. No warnings have been issued yet, but as we look at along this area here with this advancing storm system, little spin-ups could turn into something much bigger. So that's something to watch for Haskell County. But as far as the warning that's in place that is a warning, that is a tornado warning for north of Sallisaw. Here it is right here, getting ready to cross into southern Adair County. Looks like it's going to cross across Highway 59 here within the next 5 to 10 minutes. And Greasy will be impacted by this. About 6 minutes away from impacting the Highway 59 in southern Adair County. You were kind of zooming in to see some of these smaller towns and roads, which you just saw there.
It's probably going to cross somewhere right about at the intersection of the highway and the county line, maybe just a little north of the county line, Kevin. If I had to draw a line, I would say that's probably about where it's going to intersect, so probably about a mile north of the county line.
You got it. So Adair County, northern Sequoia County, you're under the threat for a tornado right now. Get to your safe place and stay there until the threat is over. And areas to the northwest of these lines of storms, the severe weather threat is ending. If you're watching from Tulsa, the severe weather threat for tonight is over, or for today, I should say, is over. But on the eastern edge of this advancing line of thunderstorms, you see the confirmed tornado warning still going on in northwest Arkansas. We've had eyes on the ground out there. There's a very nasty weather happening right now with flooding downpours and a confirmed tornado on the ground up here. Meantime, we're watching the hook here in the radar, which is making its way right along the county border of Sequoia County and southern Adair County. It's most likely going to cross over Highway 59 within minutes, about a mile or so north of the county line. And you can see in the radar reflectivity data, there's the hook right there at the tail end of the storm. It may not look like much on that when you're kind of zoomed out to a wide view like this, but this is very indicative of the previous storms we've seen today. It has the same look. And the ones that have preceded this one have become tornadic. So it gives us, it concerns us very much because, first of all, we have a tornado warning that's been issued. Second of all, it looks very similar to the ones that have already happened today over the last couple of hours. Now, if you widen out the view, you see where the severe weather threat is ending. Anywhere to the north and west of this line of storms, the severe weather threat is ending. But Colton, the severe weather threat is alive and well in southeastern Green Country.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Kevin. And we're starting to see this band of thunderstorms get a little more intense, some heavy rainfall, more lightning in here, and this is going to be the zone. Again, we think that the environment across, let's say, eastern Pushmataha County, eastern Latimer County, eastern Haskell County, across most of Sequoia County, across all of LaFleur County, is still favorable for the production of tornadoes. We think there's plenty of spin in the atmosphere, that if these storms move over that area and they really get going, that we're going to have the opportunity to see tornadoes develop here, just like we've kind of continued to be watching. So right now, the only game in town is moving into southern Adair County. That's the case right now. And even
oh yeah, I think your mic just died.
Well, all right.
Perhaps.
I'll let you take it from here.
Yeah, I got you. So yeah, we're watching, as Colton was just mentioning, the tornado warning that we're tracking here. If you could take weather 2 for me. Moving just along the county line of Sequoia County and Adair County. That one there is still showing some good indications of rotation right there, southwest of Greasy, south of Bunch. And as it moves to the north and east, you could expect to be impacted here by a storm that could produce a tornado at any moment. The rotation is there. We have a very highly sheared environment today across southeastern portions of the viewing area. It was across the entire viewing area early, but now it's moving its way away from Tulsa to the south and east, the threat. So this is the tornado warning we're tracking right now with the velocity data, looking at the velocity couplet as it makes its way to the northeast. And I got the Fort Smith radar here, and it matches up with a bit of a hook there at the bottom end of the radar. So definitely what we're seeing is what we'd expect to see as we watch this storm crawling right along the county line here of southern Adair and northern Sequoia counties. If you do live in the path of this storm, which includes places like Cherry Tree and Bell, you need to be in your safe shelters right now. These storms have a history of producing tornadoes, and these storms have a history of producing tornadoes that last a long time. And the longer a tornado can be on the ground, obviously the more damage it can do. Now, again, the threat for severe weather for Tulsa and for areas north and west of Tulsa has ended. But for portions of southeastern Green Country, which includes Sequoia, Haskell, Latimer, LaFleur counties, still Adair County, you're obviously being impacted right now in Adair County by severe weather, by a potential tornado. You still need to be on guard here for the next couple of hours as this storm system, the storm system itself is crawling its way to the east, but the storms in that storm system, the individual thunderstorms are moving to the northeast. I'm going to put the radar in motion here just for the last 15 minutes, and you can see that little bit of a hook that's on the bottom edge of that storm that's impacting southern Adair County. Definitely some rotation there showing up on the hook as far as the radar picture. If you live along that county line of southern Adair and northern Sequoia County, you're impacted right now with a tornado warning as it makes its way toward Highway 59. So I'm going to widen out the view just a bit here as we continue to watch that tornado warning. And as I mentioned, looking back to the north and west, anywhere to the northwest of that line of storms, the severe weather threat is over. So places like Muskogee, all the way back to Coweta, Chakotah, all the way to Tulsa, the severe weather threat is over for those areas. But it's along and east of those lines, of that line of storms, where we continue to see tornado warnings. We've got one now that's moved into northwest Arkansas. You see the purple shading. That is a confirmed tornado up here that just passed through Siloam Springs. That is still a confirmed tornado warning. Then we have the tornado warning that's happening right now in extreme southern Adair County, moving its way to the northeast at 45 miles an hour. I want to put the velocity up here again and zoom in and kind of look for any other perhaps areas of spin south of that tornado warning. Perhaps south of Salisaw, there may be something going on there. But nothing would surprise us at this point if we had more spin-ups to the south and west of this one.
Maybe southeast of Stigler right now, Kevin. That seems to be the highest area, if you ask me.
Okay, I'll move down there.
There's a zone, just a little bit of a velocity couplet. This will be central Haskell County. This is one we were watching earlier that we said we're going to watch closely. Right now it's not quite to tornado levels, but again, these all start small, and we know the environment is sure favorable down that way.
Yep, you're right, Colton. I mean, this is, if you live along this leading edge of storms here, this is the velocity data right here. So this is the leading edge of the thunderstorms. Anywhere along that and to the east of it, all the way down into Shady Point, Muldrow, Fort Smith, Cedarville, the threat for tornadoes is still going to be with us for the next hour or two. So that's the zone that if you live in that area, stay extra weather aware moving forward, especially because of the fact that over the last 2 to 3 hours, we've been seeing these storms have a history of producing tornadoes. So if we could actually track this storm here as it moves its way just north of Greasy at 45 miles an hour, moving its way toward Cherry Tree, eventually towards Salem, Zion. These are communities that could be impacted in the next 15, 30 minutes with a tornado. So you need to be in your shelters as we track that area of rotation just north of the county line of Adair and Sequoia counties as it moves its way to the northeast. So make sure obviously you know where your safe place is. It's not a good time to be traveling. Unfortunately, this is a time of day where a lot of people are out and about, late afternoon on a weekday, a Monday. People still picking the kids up from school. Maybe they had an after-school activity, or maybe people are coming home from work. If you know anybody that lives in this area of Adair County, give them a heads up. And also down in Sequoia County as well, because we saw some activity developing, as we just showed you. Sequoia and Haskell counties are still kind of under the threat zone in tornado watch area. So if you know anyone that lives in those areas too, you can give them a heads up. But as we track this storm to the north and east, Odell at about 5:02, that's about a half hour. It'll be across the border into Arkansas. So we'll track these storms and continue to look southward to see if we've got any more indications of perhaps of more tornadic activity, perhaps trying to get going here. So I can kind of zoom out just a bit and go down to the south and west. There's Stigler. There's the area we were watching just a couple of minutes ago here. Stigler, some potential activity there of some rotation trying to get going. But right now we don't see any impressive couplets down there, which is good. We do still have that impressive couplet going on south of Stillwell in Adair County. That's a pretty good looking velocity couplet as it moves its way to the north and east. I think I'm going to do another track on that just because I think the speed wasn't quite what I wanted it to be here. But just give me a sec here. Right there, right along Highway 59, as it moves its way to the north and east, it's going at about 45 miles an hour. So Cherry Tree, you're under the threat here just imminently. Minutes away, you should already be in your shelter. Anyone showing up here in the Adair County towns, Stillwell, Salem, you need to be in your safe shelter right now because you've got a tornado warning, and these storms have a history of producing tornadoes with debris and potential damage. I don't believe we've had any reports of damage from previous tornadoes that have gone through Adair County earlier today, but we know that there was significant debris being shot up into the sky by these tornadoes. Hopefully they moved into areas that were rural and not populated, but you never know. We'll be investigating that further down the road. But the point is, because of the atmosphere that we are in right now, with an atmosphere conducive to tornadoes, and we've got a tornado watch for Adair County, for Sequoia, for Haskell, for Latimer, LaFleur counties, all those counties that are in the southeastern portion of Green Country. What you're looking at right here is what we could see more of over the next hour or two if we continue to see the pattern that we've seen so far today, which is these storms that are forming, they just keep forming on the tail end of areas of thunderstorms, and then they get the little hook, and then they get a little rotation, and Mother Nature takes over with a surge of low-level moisture and good wind shear, strong southeast winds at the surface, and you couple that with some stronger winds up in the sky, maybe 1,000 or 2,000 feet or so, and that gives you the wind shear, the turning of the winds and the increase in the winds with height causes the rotating thunderstorms, which eventually will cause the tornado that we're seeing right here on the screen. South of Cherry Tree, it's moving along in Highway 59 right now as it moves its way to the northeast. We've tracked this tornado. We are seeing the town names, what time it's going to impact your community. It looks like the last frame, it may have lost a little bit of its punch perhaps and elongated just a bit as far as looking at the velocity data. But that tornado warning is still in place here as we move forward through southern Adair County as we head into the late afternoon hours here on this Monday. And do we have any updates on our chasers over there, guys?
Nothing really new. There's some of them are still following this tornado that's been in northwest Arkansas. And
what happened with Tacoma? I mean, he was out there chasing that one in Arkansas. I mean, that looked really bad.
Hopefully he didn't get swallowed up. No.
I'm hoping he's okay.
Tacoma's all good. He's hanging back out, again, kind of over in the Siloam Springs area, right over there by that Cherokee Casino. That's right about the state line. He's fixing to cross the state line as we speak. So anyhow, with that being said, Kevin, I'm still kind of watching down the line here. And the storm in the southern Adair County, that one's getting ready to get impacted by storms to the west, which, you know, in some capacity could help weaken it, but in other ways, sometimes that will help to kind of strengthen a circulating thunderstorm. And that's going to be the potential here shortly, here just probably in the near term. But for the time being, that warning is set to expire at 4:45. And so we're about 10 minutes away. We've had a continuous tornado warning for about 4 hours now, Kevin. I think we got our first warning a little after noon, and we've been going ever since then. And unfortunately, I think we're getting ready to see some more increase in rotation down across parts of Haskell County. I think out west of Keota, we're going to have a possibility here to see maybe a little bit of more circulation. So again, for the time being, though, this is about the calmest it's been in a little while. But even with that being said, I think we're still going to continue to track, you know, the potential for more. If we can go to Weather 1 control room, I've got the current velocity up here. Again, it's certainly weakened within the last several scans. We'll go back a few scans ago, and you can see there as it was in northern Sequoia County, there was a very well-defined couplet. And again, just over the last several scans, it has really, really weakened as it's made it to Highway 59, which I know the folks in Stillwell are very, very thankful for here as we head into this Monday evening. I know we're getting ready to be in the evening. We've been on like I said, for nearly 4 hours straight at this point, okay? I will tell you, I know we have some crews out assessing damage. We're going to get to that at some point shortly. For the time being, we're still tracking severe thunderstorms, tornado warnings still ongoing. Again, my latest area of concern is right over here. This would be some of the southern coves of the Robert S. Kerr Reservoir out here, which again sits right along the Haskell County line and the Sequoia County line. Okay, so this is a zone that has seen plenty of activity today. This is on the south side of I-40. This is not currently a tornado warning, but Kevin, I just to be frank with you, I think we could have one pretty shortly out of this area that would probably include areas up to Vian, over to Salisaw, and most of the Robert S. Kerr Reservoir. Okay, so again, it's 4:39. We have one tornado warning officially remaining in our viewing area. It is weak. It is set to expire in about 6 minutes, but we would be warningless at that point. We'll see if we can get there. We've been a couple minutes away from no warnings today. We haven't quite managed to get there quite yet. And I'm skeptical this time around because I think we still have a little more activity ongoing that needs to be watched.
I think you have good reason to be skeptical too, Colton, because it really does seem it's monotonous at this point for folks that live here in southeastern Green Country, whether it's Stillwell, whether it's portions of Cherokee County. You've been hit hard today with heavy weather. How about southern Muskogee County? We had some storms roll right through the southern part of the county, right across I-40 and all the way down into Haskell County. We know Pittsburgh County has been impacted with tornado warnings today. Yeah. And we've had some to the north, too. There have been some tornado warnings northeast of Tulsa as well. But moving forward, they're all going to be to the southeast of Tulsa because this is the line of thunderstorms. Along this line, there have been notches. There's a lot of wind shear, and these things just want to spin. And they have been spinning, and they keep spinning up these tornadoes. We've got the most recent one here in southern Adair County as it moves its way to the northeast. And as we mentioned, as Colton just mentioned, the rotation going on as it approaches Stillwell has weakened substantially. So that's good news for this tornado warning here. And the reason we're mentioning whether or not we're going to be without a tornado warning is because when that happens, we will stop the coverage of the tornadoes and go back to programming. I know that News Channel 8 at 5 is going to be starting here soon, and we'll give you more updates. I know the news crew's back there right now getting information on damage reports and things of that nature, video, pictures, so we can see what has happened today across the area. And even right here in the Tulsa Metro, we've had some strong storms that have come through. We did have a severe thunderstorm warning earlier this afternoon in Tulsa, and I believe Broken Arrow had some power outages. They had some delays in letting the kids out from school because it happened right when school was about to let out. So we have had our problems back here behind this line, but now moving forward, nothing behind this line is going to be severe. It's all along the leading edge of this line of storms from Adair County, where you're still being impacted by that tornado warning, which will be expiring soon, whether it's Sequoia or Haskell, down into Latimer and LaFleur. It's really just that cluster of counties right here that, as far as the News Channel 8 viewing area is concerned, that's what we'll be watching here for really the rest of the afternoon and into the evening as well, before this tornado watch eventually is only going to include the Arkansas side of things eventually. I mean, it seems like it's never ending. If you live in, Haskell County and down into Latimer County, you're like, well, it can't come soon enough. I know Pittsburgh County had a very active day of severe weather, and there was even the sirens went off earlier today in McAllister. You had to get to your shelters. It was a scary time. The threat for severe weather in Pittsburgh County is over now, too, and it's really just moving to the east of you. You've got Latimer and LaFleur counties still under the threat for additional severe weather as we move forward. Eastern portion of Haskell County, here's Sequoia County right here, and there's that active tornado warning for southern Adair. But as we check the last radar scan of velocity, it wasn't looking too impressive as it moved towards Stillwell. And as we look at the radar data right there, it looks like I'm wrong.
A new tornado warning.
Because they just issued a new tornado warning as it ramped back up again. But it looks like it might, it's whether it impacts Stillwell remains to be seen. but it's south of there right now, moving to the north and east. So again, if you live in southern Adair County, you're still under a tornado warning. You want to find your safe place. This new tornado warning is making its way also into Arkansas. It's probably going to take about 10-15 minutes for it to get there as we track this storm. So it's quite possible that our coverage here is going to extend into the 5 o'clock news. It's possible that will happen. And if it does, we've got our crew ready to give the news that has to do with, I believe, these storms happening today, to give you an update so we can all process kind of what has gone on, because not all areas of green country have seen severe weather today. Many have, but not all. And we'll kind of give you the picture of what's been going on. We'll give you some storm reports as well to see what's happened where. But we know that we've had several tornadoes today across green country. We had a long tracked one that went through Adair County and was producing debris. Also, Cherokee County has had some big issues today with tornado warnings. So these two counties right here, Cherokee and Adair, it's been a stormy day with tornado warnings. A lot of anxiety. You get into your safe place. You're worried about the kids at school, things of that nature. And it's just not a good time right now. But for the next couple of hours, if you live along the eastern edge of this line of storms from Adair County southward and as far west as Latimer County, you're going to need to be very vigilant as far as keeping an eye on the storms. Make sure you have your mobile device on to get notifications, to get the severe weather warnings, because sometimes you only have minutes to prepare. If that tornado warning notification comes over, you got to get to your shelter right away. And you can see, if you're watching coverage here, how long you have until that would happen. And in this case, if you live in areas just south of Stillwell, imminently you're being impacted by these tornadic, by the potential tornado. We're continuing to watch areas southwestward along this leading edge of the storms here to see if maybe something near Stigler were to develop into a potential severe storm that could rotate. So far, no warnings issued there, but anywhere along that leading edge of the storms from Stigler to Salisaw up to Stillwell, this whole environment out here to the east of it is still very humid. We've got dew points upper 60s, lower 70s. Remember, low-level moisture is something that thunderstorms like. It's like a fuel for them. It keeps them going. And they also like wind shear. Strong south winds at the surface, and as you go up in the atmosphere, you've got strong winds, say, from the southwest. So they've got a turning of the winds with height and an increasing of the winds, and that makes these thunderstorms spin, and that's when they can produce tornadoes, because the mid-level spin of these storms can often translate to the surface if there's enough wind shear going on. And boy, has there been today. We've had numerous tornado warnings, probably about a dozen, if I would just hazard a guess here, across the viewing area today, and we may not be done. We know that right now we've got a tornado warning for areas near Stillwell, the circulation just south of Stillwell, moving to the northeast at 40 miles an hour. And again, this is an area that has a history over the last, say, 60 to 90 minutes of producing tornadoes. And if you go back even further, 3-4 hours ago, this area of storminess was down here into Pittsburgh County and south of that. So it's as the whole line moves east, all these areas along it still could develop storms that produce tornadoes. Notice how the whole Tulsa Metro is in the clear now for severe weather. Our wind has shifted to the northwest here in Tulsa, and conditions are improving. There's still a few showers around, maybe a rumble of thunder, but the leading edge of that storm, it's how it usually is when severe weather impacts an area with an advancing front. The area out ahead of it has been undisturbed for much of the day. So it's just sitting there all warm and humid, just ready for something to slam into it. And when that line of storms does hit it, boom, you get more storms to form, and they grow rapidly. This is a good look at the tornado watch that has been discontinued for much of green country. We've removed now, it looks like we've gotten rid of Wagner County, no longer in it, Rogers and Mays County, no longer in the tornado watch, Muskogee County is in the tornado watch. You've got Delaware County southward, the counties we were just talking about, Adair County, Sequoia, Haskell, Latimer, and LaFleur. It's really about a half a dozen counties that we're really concerned with here still, with the line of thunderstorms stretching southward from Stillwell, where there is an active tornado warning, so you need to be in your shelter if you live in the Stillwell area. It looked like that rotation was going just to your south, and eventually it's moving to the northeast at 40 miles an hour into Arkansas. But as far as looking at the radar picture, we can see where the heavy weather is happening. There's Stillwell right there. It looks like the circulation has crossed now. It may have not been as strong when it was over Stillwell, and then it strengthened a bit when it passed by.
Yeah, it looks like it's ramped back up to me, Kevin.
Oh yeah, but I'm thinking that Stillwell may have lucked out. I'd be interested to see what happened with Stillwell, because now, just over the last few minutes, it's really picked up its intensity as far as it being a strong velocity couplet, and probably moving northeast at 40 or 45. And we're tracking this storm right now, and the reason we track this is so that you can look for your town and look for your time, and then you know how much time you have to prepare, because with these radar products we can be very specific with tracking the location of the tornado or where the tornado would be. Right here where the red meets the green, that's where the rotation is happening. So you track the track right from there, and you know how fast the storm is moving, because the radar tells you that too, and you see how much lead time you have. Now, if you live in a home that has a basement, you're one of the lucky ones. You're probably already there, and you should be if you don't have one. If you live in a mobile home, you have to have a predetermined shelter that you get to if a tornado warning is issued for your area. And hopefully you do. Some people, if they have a 10-15 minute lead time, they hop in the car and drive away from the storms to find a sturdy building, because you are not safe in a mobile home. It's just, there's too many stories of people who end up dying in mobile homes with tornadoes. And we're getting close here to sunset too, so that's going to start to add another element of danger for us as we head toward, I believe, 5:30-ish. Is the sunset after the daylight savings change. So that's not a good thing either. We have one tornado warning that's still going on in our viewing area. If you're just joining us, the 5 o'clock news will be starting here in 10 minutes. But we are going to stay on with this tornado warning here, just to keep everybody as safe as we possibly can, because that's probably our main job here as broadcasters, is to do that. So northeast of Stillwell, you still have the velocity couplet there producing a potential tornado, as it's right on the border of Arkansas and Oklahoma. And this thing is really zipping. I mean, when a storm is going 45 miles an hour, when each radar scan, it's like, whoa, that thing really moved. We're only a few miles away from the border here, just minutes away from it crossing from the area of circulation, crossing into the western portion of Arkansas there, across the border. So I know it was last week, I believe, that Stillwell was impacted with a storm that became a tornado just to your east, almost in this same spot, if I'm not mistaken. 4 or 5 days ago, there was a tornado warning for Adair County right there, and it moved into Washington County, Arkansas, and produced significant damage. So it's like deja vu all over again for that one area of the border of Oklahoma and Arkansas. That's, it's tough when you get hit once, but twice is even worse. As we look back down south, we continue to look for areas of any rotation because the atmosphere is ripe for that to happen. But this storm, as it crosses the border into Arkansas, if we don't have any additional tornado warnings at that time, we're probably going to break into, go back to programming and get ready for the 5 o'clock news. But right now, we're going to stay with you here. If you live in Adair County, east of Stillwell, which is where you've got the rotation going on in a potential tornado. So please take this seriously if you live in eastern Adair County and across into Arkansas as well, because this is a zone that has been stormy over the last 3-4 hours. And this is just the next in a line of tornadoes that just keep forming and keep moving to the northeast at 40 to 45 miles an hour. We've had some that have had debris. 10 Killer Lake, I believe, we had a debris signature there earlier this afternoon. We also had a tornado that crossed Interstate 40 a couple of hours ago in southern Muskogee County. We also had a tornado move through northern Rogers County near Talala. That was several hours ago. It seems like 2 days ago, but that produced a wind gust of 94 miles an hour. just northwest of Talala, where the Mesonet radar site is, or the Mesonet weather site, I should say, that measures wind gusts. So it's been stormy. We've had power knocked out in portions of Broken Arrow today. We had some gusty thunderstorms come through Tulsa. And now this is the end of the severe weather event for today, and it's still impacting you in a big way right on the Arkansas-Oklahoma border. The town of Piney, you should be in your safe shelters right now. Across the border into Lincoln and Morrow and Clyde. Stillwell, the worst of the rotation has passed off to your northeast, most likely at this point. But there still could be some back building here south of that, so I wouldn't be celebrating just yet, even if you live south of Stillwell. I would still be in my shelter at this point, just in case. The way this day has gone, you want to stay as safe as possible. Again, we've had more than a dozen tornado warnings today in the News Channel 8 viewing area. This is the only one that's active right now for our coverage area, and it's far eastern Adair County, right on the Arkansas border, and it's impacting us here north of Salem, north of Evansville. If you live in the Piney area and eventually into Lincoln and Morrow, you should be in your safe shelters right now, as this storm is really zipping its way to the northeast at 40 to 45 miles an hour. So can you put the shear rate back up again there for me?
Yeah, I got you, Kevin. Yeah, and this thing is really getting ready to cross the border.
It sure is.
And yeah, so here's shear rate for you again. The center of circulation is now crossed the Oklahoma-Arkansas border off into Washington County, Arkansas. So Kevin, though we still technically have a tornado warning for Adair County, for the moment, our viewing area is tornado warning less.
Yes.
No imminent threat for a tornado. Notice, this is still, though we've been talking about, the environment is there out ahead of the main line of storms.
Yeah, and we'll have to see here, because our coverage area stops right there. You know, as this line of storms kind of makes its way to the east and these storms come up, it's still possible that Latimer County, LaFleur County, and even Sequoia, Haskell, Southern Adair, this zone right in here, as Colton was just talking about, if any new tornado warnings get issued, we'll break in, zoom in, show the towns that are impacted, so you can know how much lead time you have, which is an important thing when it comes to a tornado warning. You got to know how long until it gets here, and that's why we like using these products that are just great to be able to track a storm. And you can find the rotation, track it, there's the time, there's the town. So right now, as Colton mentioned, eastern Adair County, that storm has moved away from you into Arkansas. That's the last tornado warning that's in place right now. We've got about 5 minutes until the start of News Channel 8 at 5. So we're probably going to send you back to programming, whatever's left of it, and then we'll join you back here in just a few minutes to kind of talk about what has happened today as far as the strong storms. And also, we've got good news on our forecast moving forward. Fall will begin yet again. So we'll see you back here in a few minutes. Thanks for joining us on News Channel 8.
To the Daily Doubles. What did you come up with, Brian? Who are the three musketeers? Yes, one servant for each of them. So how much did you wager? Almost everything. You will nearly double up, $7,599 for you. Lindsay Simmons had $5,600 coming into final. Did she think of the three musketeers? Looks like she put down her three musketeers.
G, Spenge, and L.
There we go. Not Athos, Porthos, and Aramis, I'm afraid, so we're going to have to deduct $2,201, knocking you down to $3,399. But Greg Jolan had a big lead, hard to catch today. Did he know it was the three musketeers? He's correct. What was the wager?